Good morning, team. Hey, we've got a full house. Thank you, Mark. So I think we are live, and I think it's 8 o'clock and time to get started. And we have a lot of staff sitting here in the room today. Thank you for joining us, first of all, and if there's anyone online, I don't know if there is, but we appreciate the people that take time to actually participate in the budget process. So it's been a lengthy process, and here we go. So we are going to open in prayer and the pledge, and so let's stand and I'll open us in prayer. Heavenly Father, first of all, I want to thank you for the City of Nampa team, for our finance team, and all the employees here, and the City Council. I thank you, Lord, for their intent of integrity and stewardship and all the hard work that goes into keeping this city running and the hard work that's gone into this budget process. And Lord, you know that we collectively desire truth and transparency. So we ask, God, today that you would guide the discussions. If there's something that we've missed, we pray, God, that you would reveal it. We ask, God, that you would bring to light those things that we need to see. We ask, Lord, for wisdom in the decision-making today. So we invite your presence into this day as, Lord, you guide and lead our budget discussions. And we thank you, Father, for your covering in Jesus' name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Bruner.
Here.
Jingula.
Here.
Reynolds.
Here.
Hammerfield.
Here.
All present.
So as we get started, first of all, we did share this at the workshop that Doug presented, but I just want to personally thank our finance team. You guys are an amazing team. Marissa, thank you too for your input all along the way. You guys did a great job. And I just want to say, I know it's a heavy lift. And each year we're refining something else. Every year we're getting better. So this is yet another year, and it's been a heavy lift, but you've done a really good job, so thank you. I also want to say thank you to our departments, those that are here and that are not here, for the work that they did, because at the department level, it's a lot of work. And I know you guys work diligently to come up with a good budget and do the best you can to follow Doug's directions. And we appreciate that. And, it's the infamous quote by Doug Adams. I know, Doug, I'll never, ever forget when he said, when are you going to stop asking us to do more with less? And you know what? In some ways, I feel like we're still asking it. And we asked it again this year. And Doug will go through, I think we said it in our workshop, we had over $1 million in new expenses this year. Yet, with that $1 million, we brought it down to, $172,000 in lower operational costs. So, which speaks a lot. That isn't necessarily evident in the budget, but I just wanted to remind us of that as we get going. So, the intent of the City of Nampa is that of transparency, integrity, trust, and stewardship. And so we trust that this budget reflects that. So, I'm saying this really for the public and as a reminder to all of us, council has two primary roles. Budget is one. The oversight of the city finances, it's a big responsibility. And then the second one is ordinances. But on the budget side, just for council, my hope is that we have provided a budget with transparency and that it's easy to go through, that it's not hard. We gave the book to you almost 3 weeks in advance, hoping that you had time to really read it. I know a number of you met with staff, which was so appreciated that you took time to actually have those meetings and ask questions. And so for the public, there may be times today that we go through something quickly, and it isn't because it's being rubber stamped, it's because the discussions have taken place, the research has been done, and there aren't any further questions. So it's a little bit like that in city council when we make a motion and we don't discuss it. It's because the council read their packet. They were prepared, they came prepared, and they didn't have any further deliberations. And then on other items, we could have extensive deliberations. So we'll see. Just a few things today. Breaks will be on an as-needed basis. Lunch will be at 12 p.m. So we'll take, I believe, and we'll talk about it. I'm going to say an hour break at lunch. We may shorten that to 30 minutes, depending on how we're going. I see Darrell shaking his head yes. We are scheduled, and council has agreed if we need to go into the evening, we will. I think last year we did not need to go into the evening, and so hopefully we don't. But we'll see how the afternoon goes, and we'll all know by early afternoon probably where we are. So the FY24, fiscal year 24 proposed budget book is available on the City of Nampa's website. I'm saying this for the public who's watching. If you go into, there is a hyperlink in the online in the agenda. So if anybody's online and is wanting to know how they can access it, just go into, hit that hyperlink and you can go through it and follow with us today. So with that, Doug, you are on.
Great. Mayor and council, thank you very much, and city attorney, you get to spend a fun day here. Thanks very much for being here. I appreciate your willingness to listen to a topic that for many people is as dry as the Mojave Desert. And throughout this process with my team, I've been this may sound odd coming from a finance guy, but very humbled through the process because I try to look at it in a retrospective and self-inspection way to look for areas of improvement. And it's, if you allow it, this process becomes very, very good, provides very many teachable moments to the team and individually. So thank you for being here. The goal is to provide the best possible outcome for the city. We've worked hard this year at adding more detail and getting more information, but focusing the detail so we're not awash in information that can't be processed. It's still a thick book. We actually made it smaller, but then we added new organizations, new object codes that expanded it out a little bit. But the whole intent here is to make this readable, usable, digestible, and transparent so that you as council can make fact-based decisions to help us set the right budget. And whatever the outcomes, agree or disagree, we certainly appreciate the input and we welcome and expect the input in all levels so that we can deliver that best possible outcome. A couple of things at the beginning. We've given you a few replacement sheets for some departments. You have those there. The changes are very, very, very minimal and they impact the golf course and the public works, or the parks and recs, only on the administrative allocation line. That's the only line that changed. We reduced their allocations and redistributed them. No other expenses, no labor, no revenue, just this one line item. Because it impacted all of them, we had to replace those sheets, but it's just this one line that changed. A couple of other quick things in here that we'll go through as we address here. We have a whiteboard over here. If we come up with an issue that we do not know the answer on, we'll have our admin, finance admin, Vanessa, she's over here. She will write it down, we'll research it during the meeting and get an answer back to you. That's so we can keep the flow going. We'll call that the parking lot. Meridian uses that concept. I've used that at Albertsons quite a bit. But it's trying to help us keep the flow going. If we come up with an issue we don't know about it, we'll put it on the parking lot, finance, we'll research it, and then we'll come back to it when we have the answer. And let me, before I go any further, let me introduce the team here because I neglected. We've got Diana Velder. She is just fantastic. Everybody on this team has been like, has developed in these diamonds. You may not look at them first and see the diamond, but everybody here is a diamond. They are excellent. Diana does a great job. She works with understanding the system that puts this together. She helps Michelle. She's just fantastic. Leslie is in the lucky spot of training to take over this budgetary responsibility from me and from Ed. So she's observing. Next year, she'll be doing most of this presenting. So she's going to get to witness this and then absorb and accept. Chris Ocker, he is the, you watch those shows on TV, they've always got one tech genius that can solve anything. That's Chris. All right. Kathy, payroll, the magician of payroll, she does everything that you need to get done on payroll, and she's timely, she's accurate. We could not do this without her. And Marissa, our key business partner with the HR director, I, and the mayor, and Rick, we formed this team with position control that she'll talk about more about, but we couldn't do the job without cooperation with her. And then Chris Boaz will have the capital and the grants, and he'll be presenting later on today. But he does an absolutely fantastic job, and I want to thank him for wearing a black shirt this year. Chris Boaz kind of messed up, he missed the black, but Chris Hocker got it. And then we've got Michelle Camper, she is our controller. This lady will chase 50 cents. If it's out of balance, she will find it, she will fix it, and she'll make it right. So you can sleep well at night knowing that the city's financials are accurate and well taken care of. And our admin she puts up with me, I don't know how she does it, Vanessa Olvera, she's absolutely fantastic, and she'll be taking notes for us if we need them. So with that, just one other issue, Mayor, we talked a little bit about this. I know there's been a little bit of noise in the areas about the Hispanic Center and how that might impact the budget. We'll address that as we go through. We've got some plans for dealing with that on the capital side. Operationally, I don't have anything in the budget, but we have some operational reserves, and we will, as we figure out what those costs might be during the course of the year, we will come back to you next spring with an amendment and present those to you. But we have capacity to divert funds as needed from our reserve, or not our contingencies, to meet any of those needs. But that will be a decision driven by the council, and I'll just give you the information to make the best fact-based decisions. Let's see. One other. All right, let's go then to the introduction section of the budget book. And starting on page 14 is my summary of the financial presentation. Let's walk through that. Please, councilors, councilmen and councilwomen, ask questions. This is meant to be interactive. I welcome any questions. Interrupt the process as you need to interject. I don't want to skip over anything that might be a critical function. So as we go through here, we expect and look forward to the comments and the questions. What's not on? Okay, let's bring up my book here.
I have it presented, just switching the screen. It'll show up in a second, I think.
There we go.
That's where you,
Sorry about the main screen here. I could put it in front of me, but then you wouldn't see me, so.
You'd see our head.
Yeah, the top of our heads popping out. We tried it. We tried different, just all you see was this little hair popping up. Okay. First of all, is that at a legible size of screen that people can read?
And we have our books.
Good, all right, good.
We have our books in front of us.
So for fiscal year '24, the city is proposing a budget of $280.2 million. That's a decrease of $55.8 million from FY '23. There's a number of causes that are driving that. The primary reasons are as follows. We focused very intensely on budget accuracy. Don't budget for things you don't need in the current year, and budget for only the projects that you can do and have the capacity to complete in the current year. And this was a team effort with finance and the departments. Each department came to the table to try and make sure that we were accurate in how we presented. The second reason for the decrease is the decrease in borrowing for the wastewater treatment plant. As you know, that project is moving on budget, but ahead of schedule. So more costs were accumulated early, so we can budget lower and reduce the total city's budget going into next year. With that, we did have an operational budget increase of about $4.5 million, but most of that is going to be, I'll go through that in a moment. However, one of the key requests I put forward to the departments was to not budget. If you had $15,000 last year in an operational account, don't budget $15,000 this year just because you had $15,000 last year. Budget what you need. And we found through doing that, we were able to cut down, and we absorbed over $1.5 million in expenses, and the mayor referred to this. And at the net end of the day, we were able to reduce our operational budget, excluding labor and benefits costs, by $172,000, even after we absorbed, and I'll get to some of the cost increases. So it was a very effective process that's fact-based and collaborative. But I'm not going to go through some of the things I went through in the budget workshop, but we have pressures pushing us up. One of the most significant pressures that we'll address in a moment with Marissa is the wage environment. We are still in a area where the city has become known for training people, teaching people, doing a very good job of executing, and then allowing our staff to be hired by other cities because we train them and they look to us for a good job market, and it becomes a bit of a revolving door and a challenge for us. So that is a challenge for us. But we're also aware that the economy is fluid. I think is probably the best description for it. Some parts are going to be pushing the economy up. We don't have enough housing, so housing is going to keep continuing to grow, even with the higher interest rates. But we know that in August, next month, student loan repayment starts. That's going to take some money out of the economic sales. So we have a lot of issues that will pressure us, and we try to accommodate those and use those issues as part of our foundational plans for the budget. Now, going on to page 15 on my budget here, I'm going to skip over the top, the fund structure and funding sources we went through in the early meeting. Let's go down to some of the operational savings that I mentioned. We had, this is a struggle for Marissa and I as we look at the healthcare and try and manage the process. For about 4 years, the city has been extremely healthy. We've had very few claims in our healthcare self-insured progress. We were banking money, putting it in the trust fund, and able to very easily absorb any cost increases. After COVID, everything there have been pent-up demand, and our costs have just, claims-driven costs have just skyrocketed. We're seeing an experience of at least $437,000 in increased claims that will be pushed into next year's budget. It's a blessing to have health care. It's a blessing to have that capacity, but right now we've had numerous costs. What we're hoping is this is the one-time blip, and we're seeing a lot of people schedule, this is from Marissa, schedule surgeries and health events prior to the end of 9/30 so they can get them in this year. So we're hoping they get them all done, and next year we can go back down to a more sustainable level. But this is the cost we have to absorb. Facilities insurance, ICRIM. Inflation has driven up the cost of insurance. We had a rate increase of 16.6%. The deductibles doubled from $3,500 to $7,000. So all of that added to about $200,000 of insurance cost in the current year. Workers' compensation, we're still carrying for the next year and a half the burden of the fire district. The way workers' comp claims work is anything that could have happened before they separated is our liability and responsibility. So we have increased claims, and we've had an increased experience rate. We had more claims. So it's something that takes about 3 years to turn the wheel on, and we need to get a handle on that. It's a challenge. Maintenance contracts are up. Almost every maintenance contract we have in the city, whether it's IT or other supplies, has gone up. Chemical costs for the treatment plants, all the chemical costs are going up. This is all the residual inflation flowing through. Pavement management costs, fleet services, everything that we're absorbing. These are the increases. I didn't list the decreases, but in spite of those increases, we cut the operational cost by $172,000. And I consider that, if not significant, a very strong directional change.
Doug, just
Yes.
for 1 second. So you mentioned the fire district, and so I've been asked many, many times over the last couple of years, where did the $8 million that we budgeted the fire department, where did that go? And
It was 10 million.
Okay.
And we reduced it we actually decreased our property tax levy to the county. So our budget went down by $10 million for the police, the fire department. At the time they left us, their budget with us was $12.7 million. $2.5 million was coming from shared revenues, $10 million from property taxes. So we took that property taxes right out of the gate, and our levy went down.
Okay, thank you.
Another thing that we'll be seeing here is that in the budget, I've been able to almost offset the COPS grants that are coming due mainly in 2025, about $80,000, $90,000, isn't that right, Chris? About $90,000 this year is in our budget this year. These are the COPS grants we used to hire police on various levels. They would pay for them for 2 to 3 to 4 years. In 2025, most of them will come due, and that's about $367,000. In this budget, I've provided funding for 319 of that, so next year we only have to find about $47,000. We have increased interest income. The interest income went from $900,000 last year to about $4.5, $5 million in 2024, but it's going to start coming down in 24. We'll be good for the year, but in 25 it'll start falling away. But that additional $1 million we've got out of that will be going to use to help meet capital needs. We can't use it for operational because it will go away, but capital needs will work. Let's go over to page 16. Property tax valuations. At the time that this was put together from Steve Onifray, the total taxable value of the property in Nampa, $13.8 billion. That's a staggering amount of property when you think about it. It was up from last year's 13.4. But most of that increase is not inflation, it was just new properties coming into the valuation. So that kept the levy rate very stable. That's good for two reasons. One is, if the levy rate goes down markedly like it did last year, we get substantially less funds from new construction. As the market rate, as the levy rate goes down, we get less money. I estimate that our levy rate will decrease slightly from last year to .003008764, but that will change as Steve Onifray does the final, Steve Onifray, Canyon County does the final work numbers. Foregone and disclaimed. Over the years, we've accumulated over $8.1 million that have not, values that have not been taxed or assessed to the citizens. That's $8.1 million per year. So that's $181 to $200 per year that we are not taxing the citizens for because we have not accumulated that. Most other cities in the valley have taxed the full 3%, and they have a much broader base than we do. So that means we need to be creative, innovative, and very proactive in our finances. Construction and statutory changes this year. New construction is about $1,152,000. Annexation is $84,000. The 3%, if we took the 3%, which we have not in this budget, the 3% would be $1,159,000. We have budgeted at 2.5%, so that 0.5 reduction is $193,000 that we have not taxed for, meaning we are assessing at 2.5% for $966,514 for the year. But this year in '24 will be the last general obligation bond payment. We have accumulated $600,000 in fund balance. As during the course of the years in this, with this GO bond, the county sends back monies for fines and penalties and other little bits of adjustments they make during the course of the year. And as they come back to the city, we allocate them back to each department that receives property tax funds. So over the course of the last years, they've accumulated $600,000. That fund balance will be used to make the final payment. Therefore, we are decreasing our assessment by $636,000. So the net incremental assessment to the citizens, the impact to the citizens, is $1,567,000. So it's a substantial decrease from the prior years. This is where we start seeing the turn in state revenues. We budgeted revenues at $10,875,000. That's up 0.5% from last year's budget, but down about $600,000 from what I expect to receive this year, because the state revenue trends at shared revenue are going down. So I'm trying to budget a little less than I expect to receive actually, so we don't put ourselves into a budget pinch. Water fees included in the budget include a 0% increase as we will leverage ARPA funds to absorb some costs. Wastewater fees include a 16% increase, 16.85%. Sanitation, 3%, that's contractual with Republic Services. And irrigation contains a 6% increase. And those are the major rate increases to the system. But I want to point down to the page on the bottom of page 16, where I'm doing a little forward looking. And you can see in the new property tax column, you can see that in 2022, we had $3,231,000. That was the year with Amazon. Big win for us. We dropped to $2.2 million the next year in this current year budget. We stayed almost flat here in 2024. That was down about $300,000 until about a week before we finished the budget when Canyon County gave me the updated numbers and I brought it up. But because the levy rate stayed flat, it did not destroy our new construction income. But as we go down, it's going to continue to soften a little bit. And we'll go down maybe to next year about $2 million, not down aggressively, but down to about $200,000. And likely in 2026, it will go down. If we start seeing property valuations go up, these numbers are going to fall. They're going to go down. We're going to have less money. The challenge will be as we look at the cost increases coming our way. If you look on the top of page 17, this is just public safety for the police. Prior to the fire district, or the fire department moving away and becoming a district, I did a little study, and I determined that on a 5-year basis, costs in the police and the fire increased 5.3 to 5.6 per year over a 5-year period. If I take that and apply it to just the police, by the time we get to fiscal year 26, the cost increase in the police will be nearly $2 million, whereas my total new construction monies are 1.8. That means I have no more money for general gov, no more money for libraries, for parks, for recs, for the cemetery, for the airport. I'm not painting a doom and gloom picture. I'm saying we need to get ahead of this and be aware of what's coming so we can plan effectively. The challenge here is that with inflation, the recent cost increases over the last 3 years for police are running at 7%, not 5.3. That means that by FY26, instead of only being 107%, their needs might be 130% of our total new construction income, which means we obviously can't do that. We'd have to pull money from somewhere else to do that. So what the finance team wants to do is to partner with the mayor, and we'll bring in information. We'll start doing, this will be the off-season. We'll start looking ahead forward. What do these trends mean to us? We'll try and analyze it on a detailed level to give us a chance to plan ahead, to not be caught unawares, and to make the fact-based decision-makings on how we want to move forward. And if the economy suddenly turns around and everything's roses again, then we have a different picture. This is just kind of the economy settling, not really doing much different. Now, let's get into the total budget here. We talked about a budget of $280.2 million, and that's in the graph of the table on the top. The source of the funds shows where our money comes from to support that $280 million. Fees and services, $104 million. That's water, wastewater, irrigation, sanitation, any fee that we have for the city. That's the primary source of funding for the city. Fund balance, we'll be using fund balance primarily from the public works section to fund projects. Grants and donations and loans, $42 million. Most of that is actually the residual of the wastewater loan. Development impact fees is $7.2 million. It's important to note on developmental impact fees, we only recognize the revenues up to the amount of the projects we budget. So we will collect more money than $7.2 million in impact fees, but we don't recognize it until we spend it. Miscellaneous income, interest income, that went up $4 million, and that's primarily the interest income and some franchise fees improvements. Property taxes up to 1.57 that we saw on the earlier page, and intergovernmental is a marginal increase in general and liquor sales tax of $253,000. And transfers up $1.5 million as we recognize and move money around, primarily the $1 million for the interest that we're transferring from general gov to capital. When you look at the general government sources of funds, out of the $280 million budget, general government, which is police, IT, HR, fire, mayor's office, clerks, council, out of that $280 million, the budget for the city is $57.2 million. That's up 4.7, and in a minute I'll go through exactly what's driving that. We can see which departments it's showing up in here, but we'll walk through that exact cause of increase, and it will become clear. In fact, maybe I can do that right now rather than coming back to it. Let me find that sheet and I'll bring it up. Chris, if I could take that.
Yeah.
So I mentioned the $4.7 million increase in general government spending. Let's walk through that very quickly so you have a clarity of it. There are market and merit increases, which we'll talk about in a moment, $562,000, including benefits. The residual impact from the agreement with the police last year, it was in FY23. The new FTEs and related benefits of $628,000. The horse park, I budgeted for it, so we made sure we had it covered. So out of that $4.7 million, 1.6 is money we'd set aside for the horse park, but I had to budget for it, so it's causing an increase. We had net operational costs go down by $197,000. Transfers out, just shifting the money around, was $83,000. And we took that $1 million of interest and other things, that increase in transfers from general gov to the capital fund, $524,000. But we decreased some capital spending in general gov and then other changes. So most of this is the $4.7 million, over half of that is capital in nature that will probably go away in future years or attenuate. And the remainder of it will be FT impacts and operational costs. Benefits was a big one this year because, yes.
Okay, regarding the horse park, the bid came in at 1.3, so it looks to me like we got 300,000 left that we can reassign.
That would be up to the council and the mayor as how you use that. After the bid is complete and all payments are done, and whatever residual is left, that would be up to you and the council
Okay.
what to do with
Does
that.
okay, so Mayor, so that would be a question for us then. So would that money stay within the Idaho Ford Center, which would,
That's
Do you apply to them?
That's a very good point. I'm glad you brought that up. Because this contract is being signed by the mayor and run by the city, the money is in the city, not in the horse park. We're paying for it.
right,
So that money stays in the city and until directed by the mayor and council is what to do with it.
Okay, so are you thinking that there's money left over, that it's not costing $1.6 million?
yes,
The contract with, the contract that we have with the contractor is less than $1.6 million, but then you have to pay Idaho Power, the total cost is 1.6.
Right.
It's using all of it.
Oh, is it?
But the amount going to the contractor is only about $1.3 million, because we had the design charges, you've got the Idaho Power charges, there's some other charges that are not going to the contractor that are the costs associated with it.
Yeah.
So it actually is $1.6 million, it's just that
Yeah.
it totals that.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Thanks for clarifying that.
And there will be some, if we start spending the money prior to 9/30, we'll have an amendment to bring that money into '23 and take it out of '24.
Well, we're looking about maybe a year for that being completed, so.
Which is why I put it in
Is this going to be a
24.
rollover, or is this going to be an accruing?
Right now, in
Wait.
FY '23, nothing is, it's approved, but nothing is budgeted in FY '23. The money's all budgeted in FY '24.
okay.
So depending upon when we actually spend it, I will make the appropriate accounting adjustments.
All right, because I think you pulled it out of the budget back, what,
We reserved
5
it
months ago?
as a council-approved item. We reserved it as a use of fund balance a year and a half ago.
Yeah,
But
right,
we never put it into the budget per se.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Doug, just a quick pause. Is it possible to go ahead and have this passed out to us?
Yes.
What you're looking at now, so that we have it in front of us?
Yeah, go ahead. That's the smaller portion. But just go to this one page, because there, in this section also is the action item for the wage and labor that I'll get to later.
Okay.
So this is the first page.
Okay,
But
thank
we
you.
don't want to go beyond that at this point. We'll get to it, but not beyond
Thank you.
that.
It'll just help us as we're looking, if you move
Sure.
off of this page. Thank you.
What? Yeah, might as well. Might as well. We're working right now, this is in the thinner packet of the two handouts you're getting. The bigger one will be with Marissa in just a moment. I need to speed up to get this done. While she's passing that out. So that just details the increase in the general government costs. On page 18, we have a breakdown of how the property taxes are used by fund. And they're very consistent with the prior years. With, on the table right there, you can see that General Gov received $1.7 million of the increase, and that will go almost entirely to fund police.
Thank you.
Airport received about $30,000 more. Parks got the biggest chunk. Other than that, of $250,000, they are revenue starved, and we're trying to find ways to meet their needs as we develop new parks and use no impact fees to create new parks. The costs go up, so we're trying to find ways to fund them. Cemetery, modest increase of $21,000. Library, an increase of $150,000, and the GEO bond decrease. All these increases are intended to maintain. They're not to drive additional cost funding, but they meet the cost increases that are being incurred by the departments, but they provide nothing additional. All right, let's go down to, let's see. Let's go over to page 19, and let's talk about the comparative FY23 budgets by cost categories. This is where we talked about the savings in the operations. You can see on line 2 there, the savings in the operation, 178,000, pardon me. I misspoke, I said 172. That's all the effort that everybody put in. It may seem like a small amount to go from 178,000 down from $68 million, but when we absorbed $1.5 million in expenses, it's significant. Now, the personnel services, the increase 4.7, we can go to the next page in the graph that you've got, and we can walk through that very quickly to understand that. We'll try and, let me take this back, Chris, and just bring up the, and this will be page 3 on that one, I believe, yeah. Okay, so this is the cause of change for the labor and benefits. So we have a wage proposal that we will go through more with Marissa. 4% for market adjustments, 2% for merit. We'll go through that more in detail. This is just giving you the foundational. New positions for, this is citywide, not just general government, citywide. $1.4 million. There were some mid-year FTE market adjustments and promo changes during the course of the year, $585,000. Benefits up $780,000. Workers' comp was up $281,000, and there were some other savings that got to the total city increase of $4.7 million. We'll refer back to this later, but I wanted you to have the foundation for what all those changes were. It's not just the wage benefit, it's dealing with the health care costs, it's dealing with the workers' comp, It's dealing with the pressures we're getting from our sister cities as many of our staff are hired away and we have to rehire, incur new costs, pay a higher rate to rehire, and that's the challenge we get there. Okay. Any questions on that slide right now? We'll come back to that in more detail later. All right, let's go back to Chris, bring up your slide. And let's get down to the end of this to move on. Taking longer than I intended. Let's go down to the capital. This is what we talked about, and Chris Boaz will go through this at the end, but we had a budget in FY23 of $178.2 million, with the largest single expenditure coming in wastewater, $82 million. In FY23, that's dropped down to $116 million, or a $62 million decrease. You can see that wastewater went down $20 million, impact fees went down $12 million, parks and recs went down $6 million, and transportation went down 14. We're not reducing the amount of work we're doing, we're budgeting it more accurately and reflecting what can be done in each year so that we don't over budget, do an amendment, over budget, do an amendment, and we want to get out of that cycle. So this reflects a corrective action to budget what we can do and what we can afford. With that, that's primarily the introduction of the general view of the total city budget. Any questions before we move on to the next level of the presentation into the departments?
You know, Doug, I'm seeing a different number that I had in my book that you just mentioned, and it's on page 19. And I'm not sure if my page is incorrect. On page 19, under the comparative numbers, if you can roll up, it's, let's look at those numbers. So the variance is 55,971. And I'm not sure if my pages are wrong. Mine is 55,870.
That's the amount of, that's the change we made last night in the printout. I don't know if you replaced your page yet on that
I
section.
guess maybe I didn't replace my printout. I thought I did. So that is
Yeah.
the change that was
That's the
made
change,
in the
yeah.
printout.
It was about $70,000, which is what you're seeing right
Okay.
there.
I probably missed getting that page in.
Yeah.
Thank you, because I had 178 versus 170. I had 172 versus
Right.
your
That's
178.
that was the, yeah,
Okay, thank you.
yeah. But overall, the build of the budget was meant to be cost containment, cost avoidance, and preparing for the future so that we can avoid additional costs by not really thinking and acting for the best interest of the city today. So with that, let's turn it over. Let's bring Marissa on and talk about the wage plan and the wages, the challenges we've got. She has a presentation. It's the second presentation handed out by Vanessa to you this morning. It's the thicker of the two that we will present from, and I will bring that up. And Vanessa can begin speaking. Marissa can begin on that. Okay.
Thank you. Good morning. I want to say thank you for approving the 2% plus $2 an hour increase last year. It was a meaningful lift at a time that it was needed. It allowed us to raise our wages to match the rising labor market, to be able to keep our employees, to pay most of our current employees where they need to be paid based on their role and what the market pays for their role. It also allowed us to be able to hire in new staff that we needed to recruit at the wage we needed to offer to be able to attract those candidates. Because we hadn't lifted up those wages for our current staff, that would have created internal equity challenges where we could not have offered as much to new hires, and we'd have a lot more vacancies to fill. It also allowed us to move up our pay grades and the ranges for each pay grade to align with the market better and to reflect the wild shifts we've seen in the labor market over the last year and a half. It also, we believe, has helped reduce turnover and help us fill more of our vacancies. It still is a challenge in some areas to fill our vacancies with full employment, and also certain openings are requiring specific skill sets where people are in high demand. But our overall vacancies are much lower than they were a year ago. I could tell you that in spring of last year, any given day, we had 35 or so open positions. And since August till now, we've had anywhere from 12 to 21 posted positions any given day or week. And so increasing the wages helped us keep those vacancies low, and it has helped us reduce our turnover even during what people call the great reshuffle, or there's a few other names for it, where people are swapping jobs, chasing a dollar. Our full-time employee turnover rate for fiscal year 22 was about 17%, and 9 months into this fiscal year, we've only had 9% turnover in our full-time core staff. So if we keep that trend, maybe we'll see 12% versus 17% in the prior year. And we think that increasing the wages in the way that we did was a major contributing factor to that. We do still see the need for some adjustments as the market continues to shift, and there are certain positions, not necessarily all positions, that need a little lift because we're still lagging in the market or having trouble finding and recruiting skilled talents in certain areas we need. But we definitely have made a significant improvement across the city for wages this last year. We do still have wage pressures. We're competing with private sector employers who are seeing lots of increases. Many cases. If we're looking at like public works, we're definitely chasing both public and private. We have City of Meridian and Boise who typically pay a lot more than us, and they can just steal away from us. They rely on us to train our staff in public works, and then they hire our own staff. And we also have private entities such as Veola, who manages City of Boise's water department, who pays even higher than the city's, and so that's creating pressures for us. Wage is the number one reason we are seeing people leave the city, although there could be a variety of reasons. Pay is the number one reason people are leaving, and it's also the number one reason positions are being declined. In the past, we haven't tracked the number of positions that are offered and declined because it was really just occasional, but we definitely saw a noticeable increase in offers being declined this year, so we started tracking it. And so since the beginning of this fiscal year, we've had at least 22 candidates who made it through the entire hiring process. They were the selected candidate. We made an offer, and they declined the offer in part or in full because the wage was not competitive enough. And so it is critical.
Interrupt. So Marissa, I guess just in the process, I'm not quite understanding when, whether it's business or whatever, that there's not some indication, at least what the window of wages is prior to a person interviewing, where they at least have an idea, and I guess what it would be the reason that an individual would go through the labor of a full interview process and then decline.
You're right. So we do post the wage, both the pay range and the budgeted starting pay in each of our job openings. It is very clear, and so it is a little bit baffling in a few situations where we posted that maybe that position paid up to 25 and we get to the offer and they're expecting 35, and that clearly was communicated that wasn't an option. But in other cases, we might be offering what was in that stated starting pay range, but they might get another competing offer that beats ours.
Okay.
That's very common. There are two reasons. People will have the expectation that what was offered was the starting point and they can negotiate it higher. So they go back to their employer and they say, hey, will you meet me? And then they get a raise there. And then they come back to us and say, will you match my employer's new raise? And it becomes a ping pong. And sooner or later, we got to get out of that, but we're stuck in it.
Yeah. What I was hearing, though, is that you said the final stage, and all of a sudden they pull out. So that's
Yeah.
what troubles me to a certain extent, that there isn't. And I guess if a person pulls out at that stage, I guess
Yeah.
You know, my thinking is maybe they weren't going to make city proud anyway, if that's the way
Perhaps.
they handle things, so.
Yeah, and there's a lot of different situations. In some cases, they were coming from one of our neighboring states that pay higher, so they had higher expectations. And I suppose even though we clearly posted the wage, they thought maybe they could negotiate, and it wasn't negotiable.
And sometimes I think that when they give notice and their employer doesn't want to lose them, then they're offered
Sure, they
more.
come-
And it's
they come-
clear at the end that they come back. And then most people are applying in more than one location at a given time. And that's part of what we run into, is that they've got 2 applications in, and they're choosing between the 2, and the other one comes back and offers more.
And you
it is what it is.
gave a quantity about how many has that happened to, would you say, in the
We've
past
had
year?
at least 22 that we've tracked that turned us
So
down.
far this year.
And we have hired how many this year? I'm just looking for a guide. I just-
100 and some odd. Off the top of my head, I don't have the exact number.
That's fine.
But we could find that. Yeah.
It's a competitive job market, is the
Well,
reality.
no,
And
I
we're
know.
not the only ones.
I
dealing
realize
with
that,
it.
and I just
Yeah,
feel
very
bad for your
competitive.
time and whoever's taking the time to go through that
Yeah.
full process, and then
It's
they
it's
bail.
department time, it's the mayor's time, it's my time, and Marissa's time. Yeah.
And it sounds like you're doing everything you can, but my point is, which I know you understand, is as far as upfront as possible, say, hey, this is negotiable or not negotiable, and where they can bail at an earlier stage.
Yes, and it's
Okay.
often a part of the first round interview. If there's multiple rounds, it's typically mentioned, this is our pay range, would this meet your expectations? Yeah. Okay, let's see. So if we want to move on to the what do we do to maximize outcomes? We do have some parameters and a process to be able to evaluate special requests that come up throughout the year. Maybe we had someone leave or some sort of situation change where there needs to be a department reorganization, or maybe we have one of these situations where the position has been offered multiple times and we can't get someone to accept, and so we may need to raise that starting wage. We have a process through what we call the Position Control Committee to submit those requests. And so the mayor and chief of staff, CFO, and I sit on that committee. And the department has to submit a request where we look at the business case, what was budgeted, market data, internal equity, and we may look at if we didn't already have enough in the budget for whatever changes proposed, where can we find that? It might be the department identifies another approved line item that they strike, or cost savings elsewhere that can offset the additional increase. But we do have a thorough process to review that. Sometimes it can delay the process a little bit, but the intent is to make informed business decisions and not knee-jerk reactions.
And I think one of the biggest aspects of this is almost a Herculean effort put on by HR to find out what everybody else across the state is paying. So we don't want to pay too high, we don't want to pay too low, we want to be in that band. And getting that information is constant and updated, but it's the process we go through to try and make sure we're in the right ballpark to minimize those number of people that say no at the very end.
And to clarify, actually more across the Treasure Valley.
Treasure
The
Valley.
Treasure Valley rather
Correct.
than the state, but we're looking at our direct competitors.
Yes. And then for each offer that we make, whether we select an external candidate or internal candidate, whenever we are going to offer a wage for someone for a new position, we in HR look at, one was that pay range current, and we review market data, usually before the position is offered, but maybe if it's an internal promotion, maybe at the time we're reviewing that promotion, but we consider market data. But more importantly, we're making sure we're sticking within budget, and we're reviewing internal equity and looking at the individual's years of experience and qualifications, but also considering others maybe in the same or similar role, or maybe the position above them, how their experience compares to that candidate, to make sure we're not creating internal equities that would put pressure on other wage increases. So we regularly compare our wages to Caldwell, Meridian, and Boise, and as needed for different positions. We pull other data. We might look at like ACHD or Idaho Transportation Department, or it just depends on the position. But on a very regular basis, we are pulling data through FOIA requests from Caldwell, Meridian, and Boise every few months so that we have that information readily available whenever we're looking at market data for any particular position. We are comparing ourselves to those cities, making sure that we are staying competitive but not overpaying. We are typically trying to meet or beat what Caldwell makes for a same or similar position. Our strategy in most cases is to try to stay within 10% of Meridian. Sometimes that's a struggle to keep within that range. In other positions, we are able to get closer. City of Boise, our strategy is to try to pay within 20% of what they can pay. Even with that strategy and a lot of increases we've been able to give this year through the 2+2, the 5% the year before that, and even some special one-off adjustments, we are still struggling to keep up with City of Meridian and City of Boise, particularly in public works. We are struggling to fill engineering positions, water and wastewater. We have some positions where we post and interview and make offers 3 times and have people keep turning us down, or we just don't have qualified candidates. And water and wastewater, we are losing our skilled professionals who have a license because Meridian and Boise steal them away for more money. And so we're left with nearly all level 1 class operators, some who don't have their license yet and are working on it. And so that's an area where we need to focus because we can't afford to not have staff in public works, especially in wastewater and water works. And so we're going to have to figure out something to try to keep competitive with those cities. If you look at Meridian's entry-level starting pay today, they pay over $23 an hour at minimum for positions that we are paying $19.42 an hour to start. And just to give you an idea of how far we've come, spring of last year, we were hiring those same positions at $15 to $17 an hour. So we've made a big lift, and yet we're still lagging by several dollars an hour. If you look at Veola, who services City of Boise's waterworks, their starting pay is actually $11 an hour for the same wage. So this is an area where we need to focus, where we've done a lot to make an improvement.
$11 an hour more.
More, sorry,
More. That
$11.
word is pretty important in there.
Sorry, I
more.
apologize, $11 an hour more. Yes, they start at over $30 an hour. And so they might not pull from us as much as they pull from Meridian in terms of locality, but if Veola pulls from Meridian, the Meridian's going to turn around and pull from us. And so that's something we're struggling with and something we need to tackle in the coming months. Okay. I did compare notes with the HR leaders from our surrounding cities and counties to get an idea of what they're proposing for annual wage increases. We came up with our 4+2 proposal independently, but after I asked recently what other cities and counties are doing, looks like we're pretty close to what others are anticipating giving this year. Meridian, I'll point out, is proposing something less than us, but they have given a lot of market adjustments that aren't reflected in this chart. While they may have given 8.3% to everyone last year, they gave targeted market adjustments to various staff, particularly in public works, that wouldn't be reflected in this chart, and that was above and beyond the 8.3. So they've done a lot the last few years to elevate their wages, and we need to try to keep up with them, and giving a little bit more than Meridian this year will help close that gap a little. It's not going to help us catch them, but it will leave us a smaller gap between what Meridian's paying and what we can pay.
But what's not reflected in Meridian, though, is they're still doing market adjustments that aren't reflected in that 2 to 3%.
Mayor, if I may, just one other. So are we premeditated, are Meridian and Boise, once our training is done, certification training, whatever the case is are they actually intentionally, openly recruiting our people at that point in time?
In some cases, or they just have an opening and they can reach out to, or sometimes our staff just happen to see their advertised wage, because they post their starting wage the same as we do. So in some cases, our employees just look and they see it, but in other cases, they're reaching out to our staff when they have openings.
My finance staff has been approached by them.
So they're
Directly.
actually literally being recruited,
Yeah.
but at a stage where we feel like the train. Are we doing that, by the way, with Caldwell or Kenyon County?
Sometimes.
I just, I mean, is that just a realistic process for municipalities that's been going on probably for decades and it just continues, so?
Probably not stated, but I see Keith shaking his head yes on the recruiting.
If you,
We tried, sometimes it doesn't work all the time. I mean, yeah.
You are, Keith, is what you're saying, you try to recruit?
Yeah, we do whatever we get
Go ahead and,
occasional
Keith, come-
operators from other cities that put in.
Come
but
forward, Keith.
A lot of times they don't accept.
Say that
They want
again
you to
with,
put it on a mic. so-
yeah, there you go, with the mic, thank you.
Is it on? Okay. Yeah, we do try to recruit from other cities, but sometimes it doesn't always work out. Unfortunately, we've been losing more of ours than we gain.
So it's just an understanding that's just a reality in municipalities that they're going to pull from other cities. But I guess what troubles me a little bit is that they wait until the training is over.
Pretty much, that's kind of
And
what
so
happens.
Okay. I mean, I see the advantage, the win-win, but, okay, thanks.
Caldwell would make the counteroffer at that point in time.
Go ahead, hold it, yeah, come forward.
At that point in time, that's where Caldwell would make the counteroffer, causing the employee to stay with Caldwell.
and
Okay.
then they reject it, and it's one of those 22 that say, no.
But yeah, if you're an employee, I mean, you can play the game forever and ever. I understand that, and that's to your individual benefit. But I just a little surprised that in Idaho, our cities don't play a little more fair. Okay, all right, including us, I guess.
Mayor,
Yes.
Marissa, is there any sort of a contract that they sign? So if they're coming on and we're doing the training, is there any contract that says if you're going to go through the training process, you have to be here for 2 years or whatever, non-compete clause or anything?
There is not. It is employment at will. But there is a stipulation, if they don't have their license, they have to obtain it within a certain period of time. And so that's one of the challenges that maybe the other cities see as well. It takes a while for the person to be in that position and learn and to qualify for that license, and it's very difficult, and sometimes people can't pass it. And so that's another challenge we're seeing, that Meridian's not stealing them from us, but we are investing the training to someone who can't pass the test. We've seen individuals who've tested multiple times and haven't passed, and so they have either resigned or they've moved into another position that didn't require that. So it is very challenging. So then it's even more harmful when one of the other cities can recruit away someone who has that license, because it does take a lot of time and a lot of work for an individual to obtain that license.
I'd like to follow up on that answer, though. In other training that the city is helping fund for employees, there is a contract. So there are certain trainings that employees or certifications that they're doing while they're employees, and the city is part of that funding or funding some education, and in that case, there is something that they sign. So on this particular position, no. But in other positions, yes, there is. So like if we're investing, Marissa, would you like to expand on that for council? When they have to sign, if we're helping fund a tuition or fund something, that we have them sign and say that
Sure.
they need to stay a year or they have to pay it back.
Sure, there are not very many individuals that take advantage of the tuition reimbursement, but if like we're investing in college courses for them to continue their education related to their role, they do sign a work agreement, and if they leave before that time, then they have to pay it back, and we are looking at possibly changing our policy to expand that for other investments we make into training and education. But for like wastewater and waterworks, for their position, it's not a contract. I mean, if they're entry level, they have to find out if they even like it and if it's a fit, but they might want to stay in that position, but if they can't pass the test and obtain the license, we can't continue. And there's a certain point where they're going to have to move on to another position if they can't obtain that license.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so where do we go next?
Just a couple more points to review here. This page is just a recap of what I showed you a moment ago on the 4% market and the 2% merit, and Marissa can go into more details on that. But I wanted to call attention to the bottom of this page here. FY '23 with the 2+2 was the top of the arc. That was the highest pay increase we've done and the highest one I hope we ever have to do. And that was about $2.9 million. The FY '24 proposal comes in lower, much lower at $1.9 million. So we've reached that arc and we're coming back down. My belief is that as inflation moderates, as long as we don't get a big spike somewhere that really sends the economy into a turmoil, we're likely by '25 to return to that 3% range where it's sustainable. You can deal with that. You can't deal with 7, 8, 9, 10% increases very long before you really run out of road. So we've reached the top and coming back down, and we're hoping with this one and these two that we can focus on, we stabilize the lower section, the early lower pay bands, they're stabilized. Now we're trying to meet the needs of the skill positions that Marissa's talking about and stop them from leaving the city. That's what the intent of this one is. But my hope is by '25, we're at a much lower and sustainable rate.
So for this year, we're proposing that we give a 4% market adjustment to all positions, part-time through full-time, who are not in the Police Association contract, effective the beginning of the fiscal year. And then we'd like to follow that up with a merit increase to certain employees based on their length of time in the department, and making sure that they are performing, they're meeting expectations. We'll do performance evaluations in October, and so a performance evaluation will have to be completed and document that the employee is fully meeting expectations. They won't be eligible if they've had disciplinary action on file in the 12 months leading up to that increase. So we want to reward our employees who've been here for a while, they're performing well in their job and meeting expectations, and to be able to give them a bit of recognition. So our logic behind this is to target our core staff, our full-time staff, our benefited staff, who are here making contributions in a positive way. But we want to give the 4% to everyone because we want to make sure that everyone gets a lift. That will also allow us to stay competitive in the market and to adjust our pay ranges as needed. But last year we focused on raising the wages of the lowest earners the most with the highest percentage. This year the focus is going to be on our core full-time staff who've been here for a while and are meeting performance expectations.
Mayor, quick follow-up. Doug, how are we projecting the 2%? Because the performance evaluations have to be done, and then, but how are you projecting how many individuals that's going to?
Well, we can take the pool of individuals we know that would qualify if they meet all the criteria. So the actual costs I projected for this one will probably be lower than what we put into the budget.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Okay.
It will
So
probably be lower.
you projected high?
Right.
Okay, thanks.
Mayor Kling. Marissa, when you say 4%, give me a figure. What is 4%?
Well, if you make $20 an hour, that would be an 80 cents an hour increase. You go from $20 to $20.80.
Okay, good, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor, how many part-time employees do we have in the city?
It's under 200. And so it'd be mostly like lifeguards, some like library assistants, kids in action, front desk at the rec center, primarily. We have a lot of temp positions too, and those wouldn't be included anyway because they're on Personnel Plus's payroll.
So what differentiates between the temp versus the part-time? They're hired on just
If
seasonal?
they're, seasonal.
So
And
lifeguards aren't seasonal?
we have both. So that we do have part-time on our payroll, and we have part-time seasonal on temporary agency payroll.
Is that just because?
It has to do with our pools being open. The rec center's open year-round, so those are part-time.
Seasonal at the
Yeah.
public pools?
Some just are available part of the year when we need them, like in the summer, as an example.
So how many temp positions do we have then?
That fluctuates. I wouldn't have the exact number.
And temp positions are not subject to any of this.
Yeah.
Right, those
Right.
that are not employed.
They're
for
not
the
on our
city.
payroll.
Right.
So we have approximately 730 employees across the city. Over 550 of them are full-time. So it's under 200 that are part-time. And some of them are very part-time. It might only be a few hours a week, for example, group fitness instructors.
Thank you. Councilman Haverfield.
How many hours, or how many days per year, not counting weekends and holidays, does the average full-time employee work? Do you know?
Almost all of our full-time employees are 40 hours a week, primarily Monday through Friday.
No, I was just wondering, how many days a year?
Sorry, days a year?
365 minus something.
Well, if you're not assuming,
Divide 2080 by 8.
well, if you're assuming they don't take vacation or holidays, there's 260 business days.
260,
But then if you subtract 11 paid holidays, that takes them down to 249.
that was my next
And
question.
then they may take 2 to 4 weeks or more of vacation. So,
So as far as the number of days, 260, 11 paid vacation days would be less, 260 less than that. How many sick days are we allocating per
So
year?
everyone accrues at least 4 weeks of paid time off or paid leave in addition to 11 holidays. It's a question is whether or not that individual takes all of that time
Per year?
per year.
Okay, that's after how many years of employment?
That a new hire full-time accrues, it's a fraction each pay period, 6 point some odd hours, but over the course of 12 months, a new employee would accrue approximately 4 weeks in their first year, and that increases at 5 years and 10 years.
4 weeks paid leave.
Yes.
And if it's not used after the end of the first year, can it roll over?
It can roll over. We have a cap of 800 hours is the maximum someone can accumulate, and a cap at how much can be paid out when they leave the city. So they couldn't cash out more than 400 hours, but they could accrue up to 800.
If you recall, we made that change a couple of years ago because when I came on board, the people could accrue and pay out up to 700 hours, and the liability was just overwhelming.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I mean, when you're recruiting a new employee, these are items too that need to be a
they
part
help.
of that conversation.
Yes.
Because
And
those
they are.
benefits are huge.
And
They're substantial.
sometimes we use that to try and persuade. We've created a total compensation spreadsheet where we outline that, we document the cost of the benefits and the paid time off and the paid holidays. And sometimes that strategy is effective in either retaining someone who's thinking about leaving or convincing a candidate to choose our offer. But sometimes the benefits package isn't enough. It depends on that individual's needs.
Mayor, you might want to consider hiring a full-time architect for the city.
Hey.
Do you know anybody,
that
Randy?
because I don't get those same benefits, right? So, yeah, yeah.
Good package.
We have
and
some
we
plans
went-
examiner openings.
Yes, we do have some, and I will say we communicate that readily. That's at the front end of every discussion, and we also remind our employees on a regular basis of the benefits that they have, which are significant. New employee orientation, I usually talk to the new employees coming on. For those that have not lived worked for a city, what they're joining into, if they retire out of the city, very wise savings plan to work for the city for an entire career. Yeah.
But one of the points that I think Marissa's bringing out here is that we're trying to make a shift away from just giving a market adjustment and getting more towards balancing the pay increases to merit-based pay, to what people are doing. This is kind of the introductory move to get us in the door there, and we want to move there. But we need to be aware of the needs of the city as well. Some people are concerned that it can be manipulated and used incorrectly, so we need to move carefully. But this is our introduction to getting to that point where we pay more based on merit, not entirely, but more based on merit.
And just and I'm sorry, and a quick comment. The market that we're in is, as I think you guys all know this, is very different. Historically in the city, we were not looking at these kind of increases. This was unheard of. You would not do cost of living increases at this rate. It's unusual. It's been the market that we're in, and I hope it slows.
Yeah.
We're just having to stay competitive in the market and with the inflation of where we are, but it's definitely been challenging. Even the market wage analysis, we're having to, like twice a year, go out and look and see where everybody's wages are, right? Just to stay in the competitive market, which historically we haven't had to do that. It's been a very interesting market here. Councilman Rodriguez?
Thank you, Mayor. Marissa, I have two questions. Of the 4% market adjustment rate that all employees will be getting, how much of that will be going to their benefits for insurance?
So if they're part-time, none, because they're not eligible for PERSI or other benefits. For full-time well, I'll say for part-time benefited, someone who works at least 20 hours a week, it would be approximately 7% going into PERSI, and then that's it for them. And then for our full-time benefit employees, every dollar an hour more they earn is another approximately 7 cents that goes right into PERSI that they never see. And then their benefit increases, it's going to vary by individual on all the different benefit options, but I can tell you what we're looking at for those enrolled in medical, which is like 99% of those who qualify, is a approximately $10 paycheck or $20 a month increase for medical coverage. And our intent is to have the same amount increase for everyone of all levels, from employee only to family. So they're looking at $20 a month or $240 a year approximately more they're going to pay for their medical benefits.
Okay, and that's something that we really need. We have good
Yeah.
benefits. That I will say. The other thing is Personnel Plus. I have wondered why we are paying them, what, $30 an hour for administrative fees plus the employees' costs? Is that correct? And if so, is there another alternative?
No, actually, we have negotiated a lower rate with them, and if we send the temp to them, they charge us the least amount of rate, but primarily, what we pay them is primarily the actual wage to the employee and all the employment taxes and work comp that we would be paying if they were on our payroll. It's a very small percentage that Personnel Plus is actually getting to pay for their staff to process our hires and to do the payroll. It's actually very minimal because of those taxes.
A follow-up, Mayor. So I've always heard that we pay yearly and I have no idea what that number is. Do you know what that number is that we pay Personnel Plus?
It would vary because it depends on the temp. So we have a percent markup negotiated for each position. And then like this year and last year, we have a need for approximately 30 temps for parks alone, but those cycle through, and so we don't even fill all the needs. And we've had to elevate the wages to be able to track. So that really varies per year, but it's a direct correlation with however many hours we utilize their temp through their agency.
Would it be difficult for HR and your staff to deal directly with these folks or with the new possible employees? Or is it better, easier to work with Personnel Plus?
It is much easier to work with Personnel Plus because sometimes these people might only show up for a day or a week.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. And then they decide, no, this isn't for me, and they don't come back. And it would be a lot more work for HR to process them. So actually, I think we're getting our money's worth utilizing Personnel Plus.
Okay.
You would have to add staff to HR to begin to even hope to manage
Is there that much
process.
of a need for that?
Well, I think Parks and Recs uses it extensively to minimize it helps them minimize costs, actually.
Okay.
And then the other thing we get into, it gets tricky depending on the temp and how many hours they work, then we have to worry about if they're PERSI eligible and taking PERSI out of their paycheck. And so it's actually a lot cleaner and cost effective to use Personnel Plus.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Mayor,
you.
quickly, Marissa, what is considered part-time? Is that under 20 hours a week?
So we have two classifications. Part-time less than 20 hours a week means that they do not have to contribute to PERSI. And then part-time benefited is someone who works at least 20 hours a week, and they have to contribute to PERSI. And then full-time is considered someone who regularly is scheduled to work at least 30 to 40 hours per week.
20 to 29 hours
Yes.
is part-time. And then what is the average pay that our part-time employees receive?
I don't have the exact stats, but I can tell you generally they're like 14 to 17 an hour. As most of our part-time positions, the range falls within that.
And we're seeing a lot of comparisons with the other municipalities as far as pay, but we haven't seen anything for part-time, so I'm just curious if there is a comparison for that.
We figured it probably would be skewed if we did pull that data because they use temporary staff as well, and it's just, and we have different needs than some of the other cities in terms of lifeguards. Like, not all of the cities have the year-round pool like we do with the rec center or the Kids in Action program. It just would not be comparing apples to apples.
And really, with those positions, we're really competing against McDonald's at $15 an hour. That's where we saw with the part-time lower wage positions, the competitor was not the municipality, it was the local, just being able to be hired someplace and make more in a part-time food service job.
Honestly, we're getting the kids that actually want to be a lifeguard or work with kids and don't want to work in food service because they can make more working in food service.
Yeah, they have to be passionate about what they're doing with a career choice, right? But we did have that even with library part-time positions that left because our wage was so low. We did bring it up at the library, but they were actually leaving because they could make a couple dollars more an hour just working food service. So that's where we needed to get competitive and get up to that 14. Yeah.
Any additional questions on that area? We're taking a little more time here, but this is an important topic, so it's worthwhile.
Well, and the reason it's important is because we will be, I believe in a little bit.
Very quickly.
We will be taking action on this because this is built into the budget. So we won't be approving it by individual budget, we'll be approving it as a whole for the city because we won't be applying it to one department and not the other. It'll be applied across the entire city.
Right.
So that's why spending time here because it will be an individual action item.
So just a couple more slides here on the.
Okay, Councilman Haverfield.
Oh, yes.
Just for confirmation, these increases are built into the 2.5% increase.
Exactly. They're under that cap.
And for any of the areas where we think we might need to make additional adjustments, such as Waterworks, we do have contingency funds set as separate line items for you to consider.
So, and that's this wage plan slide. For this year, we tried to work into this last year, we just ran out of runway. But with the challenges we know that we have, we want to move very thoughtfully ahead. We don't want to just stumble ahead, make wage changes that end up costing us and don't giving us benefit. So what we've done this year in the budget are included what we're calling a wage plan. It's at the very bottom of the budget, the object code 9999. You'll see that in your as a contingency reserve. But we're including wage plans that allow us to deal with emergent issues that we're not aware of right now. So we know that we've got challenges in water and wastewater and streets in terms of what we're paying, but we're not exactly certain what rate is the right rate to pay them. We need a little more research on it. So we put some money in the budgets for each department by fund. This will be managed by the Position Control Committee, Marissa, myself, the mayor, Rick, and the departments. But it will allow us to manage that at the top level of the city without having to re-budget or request an amendment. If we find we do not need the funds, at the end of the year, they will fall back into fund balance, and they're not something that will be used directly by the department, but they will be used by the position control. If no new FTEs, with this wage plan, no new FTEs will be added without council approval, and a significant wage adjustment would probably come back before council too if we went back to have a significant increase. But the details will be, like I said, at the very bottom of each department that has it at 9999. And finally, the future state, I do believe that inflation will moderate. I think it's going to come back down. It may not stay down. It may kind of be a little unpredictable. But I think in 25 and moving into 26, we're hopefully returning to those timeframes where they're the 2 to 3% moderate inflation-based adjustments that keep us in the ballpark but don't break the bank of the city. That's the long-term hope that I think we're heading towards. That's what I'm planning for. And that's the presentation. Oh, let's see, the benefits, I forgot. There were a couple of benefits impact that Marissa wanted to walk through.
So for Percy, they set the rates annually. They change no more than once per year. They were updated July 1st of this year, and those who meet Rule of 80 for police, their rates went up. Both employee and employer contributions went up. General employees went down just slightly, and it's temporary. It's because they created a new class and separated the teachers from the general class so that teachers would pay their fair share into PERSI because they tend to retire a couple years earlier and draw a couple more years than the average general employee. So this is kind of a one-time dip. Gives us a little bit of reprieve, but we expect that the increase or the rate will increase next year and the following year for all of our classes, and that is because of market fluctuations. PERSI was doing awesome in 2020 and 2021, but since then there's been dips, and their projections on how far into the future we're funded are requiring them to increase contributions both to the employees and employers. And so we foresee continued increases for at least the next 2 years. For our healthcare benefits, we hope that this year is sort of an anomaly, a 1 in 10 year type of event is what our benefit consultants are predicting. But we've had a lot of unprecedented things happen in the last few years, and I would love to think that we're going to have a dip in costs next year, but I can't guarantee that. Even if we are seeing additional surgeries and procedures this year and tail off, healthcare costs have just continued to go up. And healthcare workers' wages have gone up dramatically over the last few years with COVID dollars and just demand for wages. And I don't see healthcare workers' wages going backwards. And so I don't see healthcare costs going backwards for us. If we see a dip, it would be purely because we have a lesser volume of procedures. We are doing a lot of things to retain and reduce costs or contain costs. We just completed, or we're almost done with a dependent eligibility audit that we conducted to identify individuals who are on our plan who may no longer meet eligibility criteria. For example, ex-spouses and children of ex-spouses. That's one mechanism we're employing to try and keep our costs down. We're also adding some features to our plan this new fiscal year. As an example, a Smart Shopper tool where our employees can go online and look at what it would cost at different facilities to have a procedure or surgery, and the price from one facility to the next could be staggering. You might save $20,000 to go to one hospital over the next for the same procedure. So we hope by providing that transparency, it will encourage employees to make decisions that will keep our plan costs down. As part of this program, if someone uses that tool and then they use the lower cost option, they will get a rebate to help them with their costs. Might be $25 for going to the facility that has a cheaper mammogram, but it might be that they get a $500 rebate for choosing a lower cost facility for their surgery. If they're getting that sort of rebate, that means we're saving thousands of dollars of what might have been spent for that same procedure. So there are a lot of things we're doing to try and help contain costs, but we can't guarantee that these high claims that we're seeing will stop. We're just going to have to wait it out, and we're trying to minimize the impact to employees for their out-of-pocket costs, but we also recognize we have a limited budget. So if this continues, we might have to look at other measures.
This is the first increase in healthcare costs we've added to our employees in 5 years, but we have to because the costs are going up. So it's about $10 per pay period per employee.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Marissa, my wife just retired from the medical insurance. She was a biller and the administrator for the Maribin Insurance Company. So therefore, whenever I get a bill through medical people, then she goes through there, and you'd be surprised how much we save because they didn't bill it correctly, they didn't code it correctly, and they didn't put the right who's first and who's second, like Blue Cross and Medicare. So what I worry about, when you just hit on a very important topic for our community and for our employees, is there someone within your department that solely deals with this itself that could really drastically reduce the cost, rather than the employee having to do it themselves. I know we used to have somebody a couple of years ago that dealt with benefits. I think that would be a huge benefit to us if you don't have it to get it, but.
Are you
do
talking about to assist them with their actual claims questions or just keeping costs down?
Both.
Well, we do have dedicated benefits employees. As a benefits trustee, I am a point of contact for the benefits. I'm helping find these solutions to keep our costs down, but I'm also available to employees to help them individually. But I also have other team members who are versed in our benefits and also provide assistance one-on-one. The billing issues that you're suggesting, HR doesn't see those partly because of HIPAA and privacy, but also I think that employees often wouldn't know if they're billed incorrectly. I sometimes wouldn't know, except for my experience in benefits, my experience in healthcare HR, and my own experience from different medical events. I've found errors where I've had to fight them to reduce it, but the average employee wouldn't even know to challenge it.
Yes, well, yeah, and I understand
Yeah.
that part of it. The thing I'm looking at is we, my wife has put a list together of who we go to, within the network, of course, who we go to for, like, say, for a hospital for a procedure, and then she says, this is the one that we should go to, because I think the employees would enjoy someone like that could give us a better deal. That's just down the road, Doug, but I'm just thinking out loud here.
No, that's part of the program that we're stepping into this year that Marissa outlined, which allows people to look at the cost benefit. It's also important to look at outcomes. Having worked in healthcare for 6-7 years, cost can't be the only factor you judge a healthcare procedure by.
Right.
If you have a department that has significantly better outcomes at a higher cost, some people will choose to incur the higher cost because the end result will be better. So
Yeah, we have our
we're
preference.
stepping into that road. It's very important, but I recognize your point, Councilman, having worked there. It is difficult for the average person to look at a hospital bill and have any idea what it says.
That's correct, yeah. I have that.
Yeah.
I have that benefit.
And I'll have to add, Gallagher, our benefits consultants, added a new call center this year where our employees actually can call and get assistance. Some of the things that HR could assist them with, but then there's that extra level of confidentiality, like HR won't even know their situation.
Yeah,
So that's an additional source that employees can access.
Okay, thank you, Marissa.
Yes.
I think the one thing I'm really pleased with is, in this last year and continuing, we've really been pushing, there's been a lot of education going out to the employees that Marissa and her team have been trying to work with all the employees on both wellness and the wellness checks so that we can catch things early. That's really, really important. And then also, like with this new offering, to where they can check. So we're really working to educate. So I'm pleased with that, because that, again, is part of that stewardship, and which is what you're talking about.
Exactly,
Yes, so thank you.
Another education piece that I'll be sending out shortly is also just to educate people on the difference between emergency room and urgent care. There are times where absolutely you need to go to the emergency room, but if it's a situation where you can go to urgent care, it'll save the employee hundreds of dollars, but it also will save our plan hundreds, or if not more, to go to urgent care when it's something that can be handled at urgent care.
Yeah, they think it's going to cost them less. It doesn't.
Yeah, it's only a $20 copay to go to urgent care, and the total bill might only be 100 or 200 and something, where if you go to the ER, minimum is hundreds of dollars, if not thousands.
You bet.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so is there anything else that we need to go over on the healthcare side?
Not unless there's more questions.
We've covered it.
Okay, so Doug, does this conclude your part one, which is informational?
Right. This is
Okay.
informational.
So I would like to move into, so that concludes, and Doug, thank you. So let me real quickly, as we've concluded part one, no action items, it was informational. Council, do you have any questions for Doug before we move into part two of our budget?
Mayor,
Yes.
I do. This is just a number that I want to see, so I'm just speaking it so that it gives you time to figure it out, whoever's going to do that. But
I cannot.
so I'm beating this dead horse, I'm sorry, but the full-time, the part-time, can I see the difference between doing the 2% increase for the part-time versus not doing the 2% increase? Or sorry, the 4%. If we were doing 4% increase for part-time and not do it for part-time, does that make sense? Can we see the
Yeah.
number difference between those two?
Is that, I'll have to ask Chris how quickly he could
I
match.
could get a reasonable number probably pretty quick.
We'll work on that.
Okay, and she's
while
putting
we-
it in the parking lot so that we've got it noted.
Chris will start
And he
trying
can
to
start working
dial
on
that
Only
up.
because we keep hearing, we've lost 13 positions in Public Works, 8 in water just this past year. If there's some sort of a way where we can pull funds to incentivize
So-
other employees to stay where they're,
I think
I don't want to
the-
say more valuable, but just positions that,
There's a couple of assumptions in there. One is, how many part-time people do we have, and could we in any way divert enough funds from part-time to full-time? And I would have to look and see. So the first question is, how many part-time people do we have that receive this
That
benefit
would
right
be
now?
eligible
Yeah,
for
would
the
be eligible.
4%.
So-
And then you've got a morale issue.
Yeah,
A little bit of a morale issue. If those part-time employees, many of which are in Parks and Rec, what kind of morale impact would that have on our part-time employees in those positions?
in what sense though? Because we offer benefits to people that are full-time, so would it incentivize people to become full-time if we offered an increase to full-time only?
Probably not in those part-time positions. They're part-time by design. We don't necessarily have a need for full-time, but also they're often students who wouldn't be available to work full-time, or some of them are individuals who are semi-retired and they just pick up seasonal hours in parks to help mow lawns for the summer to supplement their income, but they're not looking for full-time benefited positions. It's a different demographic.
So I think this particular question, if I'm just thinking, Parks is probably the most impacted by this question. So before we come back with an answer, I think we need to reach out to our Parks
I
Department.
would say it actually would be specifically rec center that would be most impacted. KIA assistants, front desk assistants, lifeguards, and group fitness instructors. And some of them might only work, say, 3 or 4 hours a week, so not giving them the 4% would not give us a lot of dollars to throw at the full-time employee.
and not to diminish that, your request, because I think it's a good request, Councilor Jengla, is, as Marissa indicated, many of those people are already skipping higher wages at McDonald's to work at the city. So it adds a little pressure to the calculation. But,
So looking at what that
Chris, do you have
actual
any idea
dollar
what the number
amount,
of people is?
It's pretty minimal. It's about 41,000 for part-time for the 4%.
for the 2% applied to part-time employees equals the
The
4%.
4%, yeah.
4% applied to part-time employees equals about $41,000.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not substantial
Thank you.
in scope. Okay.
But Councilor Jangle and others, please, those types of questions are critical. Please continue. We want to try and answer them. The intent is, our whole goal is to be as transparent, to provide you the facts for a good decision.
So why that's important is because, I'm sorry, Doug, did you? Okay, we are moving on to part 2 now, which is an action item. And so what we're going to do is we're going to take action on, in our agenda, part 2, action item, approval of the proposed employee market adjustment and merit increase. And then we're going to take a break, and then we're going to step into departmental budgets. So it was a very timely question, Councilwoman, and so at this point, we're ready to move to this action item, which is approval of that and discussion around that.
So I have a little bit of information to share on that
Okay.
action item, if we're all ready.
Yes.
Okay. Just a few basics. We know that this total wage increase is substantially lower than what we did in FY '23, and it's focused, and it's the entry level to us moving to more of a merit-based pay process. Our total non-wage benefits, we cut them and controlled them so we could focus on maintaining city staff levels because they're critical. We need to help stabilize a skilled position compared to our sister cities, and this is what this is attempting to do. Combined with the wage plan, we believe this will increase retention and decrease turnover to a rate that becomes sustainable and not a continuing burden on all departments of the city to deal with. And it sets the stage for us to move to more to a more moderate inflation-related wage increase. So we're at the top of the arc coming down. I want to continue projecting it. That's my goal, that we continue this downward arc and make this a sustainable level. With that being said, here is the breakout of the 4% with benefits and the 2% with benefits for the city by fund. It's important to note that in general gov, that includes the rule of 90 people that were moved over from the agreement last year. So $451,000 wages and benefits for the 4% and $229,000 for the 2% for $681,000. So you can look, and that's, again, all under the 2.5% cap that we have built into the budget. Streets and traffic, you can see the totals down there as they go along. Airports, a small amount. Parks is one of the bigger ones. Development services, water, wastewater utility billing, very minor, and engineering is, with a higher level of employment, wages is $129,000. But the total comes to $1.874 million. The actual number, as indicated on the 2%, will probably be less, and the 2% will not be put into play until December. This isn't in October, so we want to make sure that after we do the 4%, we have time to complete all the assessments, make sure there are qualified people that are receiving it. So the 2% will be effective in the first pay period in December, giving us 2 months to make sure that everybody that is qualified is properly qualified to receive that. With that being said, I'd open it up to the mayor or action item discussion, how you would like to proceed going forward. This is built into the budget, and I believe that it helps us close the gap a little bit with our sister cities. It doesn't solve the problem, but it helps us get a little bit closer.
Thank you, Doug. So council, this is an opportunity for discussion and further questions.
Mayor Kling, I'm ready to make a motion to approve this.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the table. So we either need to have a second or,
Did he make the motion or just say?
No, I just want to say that I don't have a problem making a motion when it's time.
okay, so that was not
I
an
do
official
approve
motion.
it. That's my point.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Haverfield.
So my only question is this exclusive of law enforcement? Because I don't see them listed.
No, that is not included in this. That would be a separate issue as the negotiations are ongoing right now.
Well, the administrative personnel is included in this. It's only the union, or the association, I should say, is not included because the negotiations, but there is a set aside for that
So it's
within the
a 4%
budget.
increase across the board for everyone then, that's rank and file in a sense.
Anyone who's not under the police association contract for wage.
Okay.
Correct.
So where are they listed as far as on this list?
They, in Gen Gov, the ones
Okay,
that are,
just under Gen
they're
Gov.
inside that Gen Gov line.
Okay, I'm fine then.
Okay.
Mayor, a quick question. Just how did we arrive at the 4%? I mean, Meridian, I understand, is doing a 7% or have, or.
Well, we were looking at a number of things. We looked at what our sister cities were doing and what have done in the past, and we knew that we knew we couldn't close the gap entirely, but we knew we need to make a little bit of progress. We need to make this a planned effort to sustained effort to close the gap, but we can't do it all at once.
Okay, so I mean, Marissa made the point of keep within 10% of Meridian, 20% of Boise. So is that where the 4% somewhat landed?
Well, it really depends on position for Meridian.
Yeah.
We're still trying to close the gap in many areas, particularly public works positions. It's all across the board.
They're great. I
Position.
think overall, in many of the areas, the gap is greater than 10%.
I mean, I know you just didn't pull it out of the air, but I'm just curious what, what type of criteria or formula that you may have instituted to come up with this.
I didn't have a formula in terms of catching Meridian in particular. When we updated our pay grades in December, we looked at Meridian data and their midpoints and tried to align our midpoints at a certain point. But it varies by position. Like if you look at administrative staff,
Understand.
we may pay on par with them. like an admin specialist. But then we have the example in Waterworks where their starting pay is $3.88 an hour.
So that's where your contingency funds
Yeah.
is the
That's
time
the
that
wage
you're
plan.
going to look at, especially with wastewater, as far as whether that there needs to be an increase beyond the 4.
Exactly.
Very
The
good.
two together will get us to the point where I think we're within the ballpark.
All right, thanks.
Yes.
Are there any further comments, questions? I see none. Okay.
Excuse me, I'll make a motion to approve the wage proposal, 4% increase with a 2% merit for FY '24.
Second that?
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion?
Mayor, I would just be curious if any council members have any thoughts on that, if we took that 40,000, roughly 40,000, and moved it into, we're able to use that somewhere else as far as positions that we're losing, like Public Works, there were 13 that we lost. If we were able to make increases there that would keep people that we've invested in, that have done educational work or licensing or things, if that's worth it, or if we want to keep it as is. Just curious if anyone has thoughts.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
My thought would be that those part-time employees are just as important as the full-time employees. I can speak from my youngest son going to college, being a part-time lifeguard at the rec center. It was important for him not only to have that income on a part-time basis, but the service he was provided those people in the pools, as far as their life safety was very important. So I think the full-time employees are just as important as the part-time. People choose to be part-time sometimes. If it was a position where they were being denied the ability to be full-time, that'd be a different deal, and I don't think that's the case at all. I think it's a choice.
And just clarification, I think, Marissa, the 20 to 29 hours are the ones that do have some per se benefits, right?
Correct. If they were
Anyone under 20 hours is not receiving any other type of benefits.
Correct. Under 20 hours, no benefits. 20 to 29 get per se benefits.
Right, thanks.
Yeah. Mayor, this is Darren. I'm online. Is it appropriate for me just to make a comment?
Yes, Darren, it is. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah. So most of the part-time people are at the rec center. And so most of them are instructors, and they're paid with fees that, for example, swimming lessons or other types of things, that savings or the fees to pay for the part-time people are mostly revenue that's earned by the rec center or the recreation department, and there's fees associated with that. So I just wanted to clarify that issue.
Thanks, Darren.
Thank you, Darren. Does that, do you have any further questions?
No, well, I just did a comment on President Haverfield. Yeah, I agree. Everybody, they're all equally important to us. It's just that where our monies are so tight and we're just losing people in certain departments that we're really needing to find funds to source them so that they can stay with us and we're not just having this turnover. That was just my thought, but I understand what Darren's saying. I understand what President Haverfield's saying, and I'm fine with it.
And Mayor, just to follow up on that, I think I normally not real concerned with the dollar amount. It's a philosophy of things, which I'll probably bring up later in some areas, but what are we talking, I mean, the 41,000 would be spread around with a few cents.
Yeah,
I mean,
unless
as
you're
far as-
focused on 4 or 5 individuals,
It's not, again, my point is, I don't think it's going to benefit, as far as keeping people by a potential morale sacrifice or whatever, as has been mentioned, so. But good point to bring up.
Yeah, specific to the rec center is a self-funding entity.
Yep.
So I'm just thinking, when we do an increase to the rec center, this is across the board, but they are self-funding. So the dues that are coming into the rec center actually are supporting the rec center. And so it isn't that we're necessarily for the rec center themselves increasing funding for the rec center, if that makes sense. So, okay, any further discussion? Roll call.
Brunner.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
I think now is a good time to just take a break so that we can just dig into our next section, which are these, we're going to begin with number 1, general fund, and this will be discussion and voting on specific operational budgets. So let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll start right back at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Make sure you keep everyone in order. If anything's off, you let me know, okay? Oh, I can text you.
Okay, guys, let's get started. Here we go. Yeah, I need a gavel. There's actually one in here. How's that? Okay. So this next section, Doug, I'll let you just mention the line, the operational line as we get started.
Right.
And then I think my understanding is that we're going to move through the general fund by department. We're going to take action. So council, we're going to take action by department, but we're not going to go, I'm going to trust, and I think I have a lot of feedback here on my mic. To move this pretty quickly, I think, Doug, one of the things we've talked about, we're going to go department by department, the top page, which is the overall, and then we're going to talk about variances, but we're not going to go line by line. I'm going to trust that you guys have reviewed your budgets, that you're aware of what that budget is, and we're going to go through the generalities. And we'll move and answer any questions. So hopefully you've reviewed, you have your questions ready, and then we'll go from there.
So, Mayor, Council, on this section, before we dig into each one, let me just go through a couple of distinct presentation differences between the department summary. Like if we look on page 1, right where it shows up here, not page 1, this page, facilities development, shows a summary of this year's budget versus last year's versus 22 and 21 actuals. The difference between this page and page 46,
the next page,
is page 46 has that blue highlighted area that shows the variance by line item. We don't want to go by line item, but we can look at grouping totals like salary and benefits total. We've already approved the salary and benefits, so we didn't need to go there. But if we go down to the very bottom line here, there's a line that says total operating expenses. $1.5 million right there. No, pardon me, the operating and labor budget. So the difference between these two, the total operating expenses is everything other than labor, and the operating and labor budget is the total budget excluding capital. When we get into departments that have capital, capital will start showing up, but this operating and labor budget will not have capital. When you see this total expenditures in all caps, that means there's capital included in it. But like I said, we don't want to go through each line item, but I do want to be able to provide a little commentary on each department to give you a little bit of flavor to understand this. For instance, in the facilities, we made a slight change in how we account. If you go back up to the summary, you see in the middle, bottom under column 24, there's that $1.5 million credit. We just changed an accounting allocation that used to come out of General Gov for facility support. And now we're taking it directly from facilities. We aren't increasing the cost, we're not decreasing the cost, we're just changing how we account for it. But it makes that bottom line look like it's lower, and it's really not. $1.3 million down from the 2.8. Actually, they're very close numbers. But this is one of the few departments that will have a difference where you can't compare that total excess deficiency between 24 and 23. Almost every other department will be very comparable on the flat level, but there's no variance column here on this section to read from. So
Doug, I'd like to say something real quickly. So a little bit ago, we were asking how many new employees were brought on. That term, new employees, when we look at new hires, those aren't new positions. Those were replacement positions or whatever. We, in this budget, the new hires, and Doug will go through this in each one, on the personnel summary, but if you want to scroll up just a little bit on the personnel summary, you're going to see here where there's a position. So when we're approving the operating budget, we're also approving the new position for that particular department. During the year, what we try to do, I hope we have stayed real true to this, is that any new positions come before City Council for their approval. We don't add new positions in the city. So the new position approvals are going to happen here, and then Doug will also mention that the capital expenditures will be voted on later.
Right.
That we're approving the operational budget plus new employees at this time.
Correct.
Capital will come later this afternoon.
So for the case of facilities, we're proposing a budget of $2,923,000, up, it's actually up only $48,000 from the prior year budget. This is kind of that operational control you'll notice as you go through. Most of these budgets are very close to last year with minimal increases, even the payroll. And this still includes one new FTE that you can see. If you look at the salary and benefits line, they're up $125,000, but other costs have been cut to bring that back down to a net increase of $48,000. So,
Their total operating expenses actually went down.
yes,
The increase was in labor
right,
for
exactly.
a total increase of $48,000.
That's a theme you'll see as we go throughout this. A lot of these departments will show the operational costs coming down, labor, maintaining are going up slightly. So that leaves them with the total operating budget of $2,923,000, $565 for.
Mayor,
Yes.
just for general go, so are the contractual services just included in these, or are those going to be a separate action item?
Contractual services are included in the total budget. For instance, up here on
It's
the
in the
contractual
operational
services,
approval you're
it's an
doing now.
operational line that's included in this budget.
Yes.
If you want to
So
look at the,
individual contractual, whether it be golf, whatever the
Yes.
case might be, that's in the individual department of government? So,
Right.
so as you know, you know I'm going to be asking, so where's the transit, where's that?
that will be coming up fairly shortly
I see it's
in the finance section of the budget, which will be part of general government.
In the finance.
Yes,
in
so
finance.
we'll point that
get
out
there.
when we get there.
I'll go through that. We'll get there fairly shortly,
Yeah.
I hope. All right, so,
We'll make sure it doesn't. We're good.
but as we go through here, Mayor, I don't know how you would like to proceed. I'll present the value, give a brief commentary on each department, and then proceed for you for questions or action items. So on this case, the revenues increased in facilities because of interfund transfers, the small increase in some of the charges for facilities. As I told you, maintenance contracts went up, and facilities provides maintenance for all of the city. So there was a slight increase there, and the FTEs, the one FTE increase drove a partial increase, a part of the $125,000 in labor increase, but the net increase to the total department was only $60,000, so that's facilities.
Okay. Are there any questions regarding, and again, I'm going to assume, council, that you've read these budgets, that you're prepared with your questions. So we're not going to go line by line. So are there any questions regarding the facilities budget?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
can I have an explanation on what the facilities project manager is? Or does, or,
Is that the new position we're adding?
yes?
Right. The facilities project, because of
And
the,
facilities is here if you would like
Yeah,
for them to answer
facilities.
that question.
sure, go ahead.
Yes. Brian, thank you. Since we're online, go ahead and state your name and your position for those that are online listening.
Good morning. This is Brian Foster, Superintendent of Facilities. And thank you, Mayor, Councilman Reynolds. The new project manager position is partly a result of a reorganization within our development services department, where we used to fall under building, and Patrick Sullivan provided a lot of project management for us. He had a certain percentage of our projects that he managed. We have reorganized, and he is no longer in facilities. He's just overseeing building now. And so that left a sizable portion of projects that we don't have the ability to manage. And so part of this position is to pick up some of that slack. We also reorganized a position internal where we had an analyst asset manager position that has been reclassified to an assistant superintendent to directly oversee maintenance and operations more so. The analyst position used to help provide with some project management as well. That position no longer can really support us in a project manager role. And then the other piece of that is my role. I manage a sizable amount of projects typically during a budget year, and it is increasingly more difficult for me to manage 40 projects a year and run a department. And so part of the goal is to take some of that stress off of me then as well, to allow me to work more on master planning, budgeting, and running the department rather than managing individual projects. And so I think kind of a three-pronged answer.
Okay, a follow-up. So we have a project manager we have hired in the city, if I'm correct.
That's correct.
And this, to me, it seems redundant. I'm trying to figure out why we need multiple project managers in different departments and why one of them couldn't handle. I mean, like at the state level, the project managers at DPW handle 60 to 70 projects at one time per project manager. And I'm trying to figure out if this is a redundant position in this department, if necessary.
Mayor Kling, Councilor Reynolds, no, it's not redundant. We've gone through and historically looked at how we've been able to manage projects and the project load that we can reasonably accomplish in a year. The project load has been high enough that we have been required to defer projects because we simply don't have the resources to be able to get to them, which then tax them onto the next year project load, and we're seeing our project load compound each year. And then with these reorganizations, that only makes things worse. Currently, our project load at this point in the fiscal year is 107 projects. And we'll have more before year end. Some of these are very involved, are year-long or more projects that require a lot of resources. The project manager that we have now brings a higher level of ability to manage more in-depth projects and help develop projects so that he can focus more on the more time-consuming ones, which then leaves a lot of the maintenance type projects, which we have dozens of those every year that are typically a little more fast-moving, but sometimes take a lot of involvement as well. This project manager position would be a lower-level project manager position that would then help support the construction project manager to handle that load.
And one more follow-up. So is this a certified project manager position or more like a project engineer that would report to the
It would not necessarily be considered a certified project manager, would not be required to be an architect or construction manager degree or anything like that. It would be more of somebody that has a facilities background, a construction background, understanding building, and would be able to step in and help manage trades in various projects.
Thank you.
Mayor Kling. So, like my fellow compadre over there, I questioned this position. But I did one thing different. I spent 2 hours with Brian and went over the budget and went over his department. And it seems to me that, Mayor, 17 people that runs the city facilities throughout all the city offices should have 30 employees. Am I right, Brian? Yeah, you're saying yes. So everybody's multitasking. One part that I really am concerned about is when your department receives a work order from the library or from another department, they expect you to return immediately within a day a response and how you're going to fix that problem. Everyone is doing the same thing back and forth, but with this project manager, is going to relieve some of that stress and allow somebody to get back to business. So having to work both this and the project directors is a tough call. So I support that. Now, do you have anything further to put into that?
Mayor, Councilman, no, I think you touched on it very well. This was carefully considered. We looked at this actually for the current budget year, and we did not add the position for this current budget year, waiting to see how things looked going forward. And we have many long-term projects coming up on the horizon, being some new construction buildings, some major additions, renovations, things like that, that are multi-year type projects that will require a lot of work, and that just further puts a load on our team. And so this position definitely would be a big help for that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions or discussion?
Mayor, I have a question since Brian is up there. So just curious, was there not an AIA conference last year? Is that not an annual conference?
Yes, it is an annual conference.
But you just, go ahead.
Yeah, the current position that we have now as a design and construction project manager actually is an architect that's on staff. And so we have not sent anybody to the AIA conference in the past, but now that we have somebody with the architecture that we need to maintain some credentials and things like that, we're opting to do that.
Conference.
Yes, it's an annual conference.
$11,000 for one person to go to a conference.
It's out, yes, out of state.
And what does that include? How many days? I see it's $5,500 for lodging, and another $5,500 for the conference. Just, I've not heard of a conference being quite that expensive. Is it overseas?
No, sir. No,
Okay.
it's not.
Councilman, it's not $11,000 for one conference. I think $11,000 is their total budget. On the detail, it breaks down.
I see it breaks down for $5,486 for Mark Tisoff,
Right,
and then another $5,487 for
Okay.
Mark Tisoff.
for probably, what did the conferences say?
The travel lodging was one line item, the other one was for the conference.
Oh, okay.
My understanding, I'm speaking with the mayor, that is, a concern that there's quite a few increases in those, and I realize that, COVID, there was not a lot going on, a lot online, but I understand that before anyone goes, there's also a committee or whatever that's
Yeah.
okaying or not okaying that, right?
There-
Yes.
So has this one been okay?
No, so the budget is the first step on these approvals. There's a secondary approval required that goes through both HR and finance before these are finally approved and authorized to spend money
I
on.
appreciate that. I'm just curious, this conference, what does it entail? I mean, it's architectural, I know by Councilman Haverfield, those things are expensive.
Yeah.
But for that kind of money?
If you don't mind, I could have my project manager step up. He could better explain that than I could.
I appreciate that. Where and yeah.
But where, I don't see,
Hello, Mayor. Hello, Councilman.
Thanks. What's your first name again? Mark?
My name is Mark Tersieff.
Okay.
Yep, I am this Mark.
You're gonna be a lot smarter after this conference,
Yeah.
I imagine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mark, for answering the question
Thank
about
you.
the validity of the conference and the budget
There's only a
associated with it.
few more months for me to put people on the spot, so you're just experiencing it.
Welcome to the
Correct.
team.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
don't,
So being able to speak specifically on the actual financial dollar amount, I can't definitely speak towards exactly what portion is going to what, but just like Doug did mention that this is kind of some of the budget money for some of the training that our department has for our positions that we have in place. But
Specific to the conference.
Yeah.
Specific to the conference. So looking at the detail, so we've got $1,000 for lodging, travel lodging, but that's got to be lodging. The conference is $800. And then we've got per diem meals, $300, and then airfare, $300, transportation,
so
$100.
I add that up to be $2,200.
$2,200 for that particular conference.
I apologize. 'Cause
Yeah.
I am not, maybe I do need glasses for sure. Because I was looking at budget numbers rather than total numbers.
Well, I thought that might have been the case, yeah.
I actually owe you about 10 apologies.
But the question still is valid, Counselor, because we're trying to pay very close attention to the travel, the training budgets, and the details there, so the question still is valid, how we're doing it.
So the total is 11,700 for everything combined.
Which are numerous employees in a lot of different trainings and professional trainings and technical trainings. Each one of those requests will now go to Doug and Marissa, Finance and HR, to look at exactly what they're looking for. Like the one that says Catherine at 1,500, I don't know what that is. That will go before anything at that dollar amount has got to be approved through Finance before they're allowed to use it. So we don't allow them, we're leaving the budget capacity in there, but they're not allowed to go until we get approval.
So Mayor, I dropped the AIA totally, and I apologize for that. But the difference in conferences this year is 14.2 compared to 2,500 in '23. So we're just doing more training and certification.
That's correct.
And Mark, I know yours is now not overseas, so.
That's important to know. That's correct. We have our maintenance group that is going through training, which we have locally. We just have a virtual training for them to keep costs
And was
down.
that just more employees to do that this year than last year?
Yes, we were extremely short-staffed last year, and we're staffed better this year, and so we're able to capitalize on the training a little bit better now.
Okay, so this is maybe a one-year increase, and maybe in '25 or whatever, we may see a little more of a drop, or do you see this as an ongoing?
This is probably, it's obviously higher than what we've seen because of the staffing situation that we've been in, but it's also, it's a little more clearly defined in the way that we put the budget together this year, where we had some costs in there before that were shared between some different object codes, and now we've put it out in one spot where it's very easy to see.
What you're noticing, Counselor, is a byproduct of adding all the new object codes. We found that in, say, the use of P cards, for example, sometimes travel got charged in a P card and then it ended up in a different object code. So we broke this out to make it more visible so you could ask more pertinent questions and see the data.
And there's more accountability. That was the goal, that we didn't have training go onto a P card that wasn't going through the approval process. So this year, we began the approval process. This entire past fiscal year, there's an approval process.
So there could be some lower costs once,
Yes.
if the approvals are not. And my main thing is, and just philosophically, and I'm sure I've said this years in the past, certification, those are requirements. Conferences, and training, and I think a lot of things, I don't love the online, but we're very good at that now since COVID. And so where we can merit that and just not going for networking and drinks after the, meetings or whatever, where the taxpayers are paying for that type of thing, if not necessary. Certification, by all means. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
And so, Councilman, I want to say one thing real quickly. Alcohol is not covered by city budget ever. Correct? Policy. Right, there's never allowed.
Well, it can
And
be,
so,
okay, or
yeah.
soft drink.
Whatever it is. Just so you know, I just want to make sure it's clear.
Remember from in and you, drink
Yeah,
is
it's-
different. Okay.
Thank you. Councilman Haverfield.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
Your name was Mark? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Mark?
Yes, correct, Mayor.
Did I hear that
Councilman.
you are a licensed architect?
I am a licensed architect.
Okay, and the reason to go to the AIA conference is for what?
Well, a portion of that is continuing educational credits, and then also just to see the overall state of just the industry when it comes to construction, when it comes to design, and just how we can better serve our city by seeing also what our larger nation is doing as well. But a portion of it is the continuing educational requirements
Right. So,
as an option.
again, I'm a licensed architect myself. I've been licensed for several years. the continuing education credit, as Councilman Bruner mentioned, a lot of that's available online at no cost. You could easily be getting your credits per year to maintain your certification without having to go back to a conference to do that. So that's where my concern is as far as the benefit to you, the benefit to the city of you being there when you can get this same type of information just through self-study. The aspect of mixing with others, to doing travel, to see what's going on in other locations, I don't know how long you've been licensed, but a lot of that is just gleaned from your practice, if you've been in practice. So I do have a concern about that conference being an important conference to attend. The reason for it, because if it's just for the continuing education credit, you can get that anywhere at any time, 24 hours a day. So it's not an issue. So again, I concur with the concern. So yeah, it kind of heightened my thoughts too, as far as when I heard that. But, okay, now we're back to hiring the architect for being for the city and paying for them to do what they're doing. But, so I just wanted to know, if you're going back for specifically a conference to help you understand better what the code compliance requirements are for a municipality, that's something else. That's just a different conference. That's not an AIE conference. That's just a get-together, good old boy type thing. So anyway, I'd have a little concern about that as well.
Correct. So do I have an opportunity to respond to that, Mayor?
No, you can't. Sorry.
No, okay. No, that's fine.
But you have to put up with him for 2 more years, will you?
I am happy for that.
Yeah, okay.
But just also, because of the elevation of just some of the positions that we're trying to bring in for facilities, it's not just continuing educational requirements, and it's definitely, I would agree, that our time in position and our time in our community does bring a tremendous amount of benefit to our ability to perform our job. A portion of it is that when we have the opportunity to go to a larger type of conference, the amount of information that we can gather, especially since we're facilities, we are not just looking at code, we're not just looking at operations, maintenance, all of that. The amount of information that we can gain and the wealth of all of that, and then also seeing how our larger nation and all of the local jurisdictions and in everything, the amount of information we gather at that time really is where the value is. And it's because of the position and the type of professionalism that we're bringing to facilities to better serve the city and to better serve what we are asked to do as far as managing all the buildings, all aspects of the buildings, design, construction, new, existing, historical, all of that. It really does bring that value.
Thank you for your
Thank you,
thoughts.
Thank you.
My only concern, again, weighs on the reality that we're asking the taxpayer to pay for you to do that.
Yeah.
So that's really what it
So-
comes down to. I see both sides of the issue.
Yeah.
I can be standing there right now talking to us with the same type of comments, but the reality from my side of the position here now is we're asking the taxpayers to pay for that.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, so this is going to be my suggestion. I think, based on some discussions I've heard from council, there are concerns generally over travel, our travel and training. And so this year, what we have implemented this new process because we agreed and we heard it last year. So it's amazing what we didn't approve last year. So we could get stuck on this one line throughout the entire budget. And what I'd like to recommend is that we do have this approval process. Now, it doesn't come up to me until it gets up to a certain level, a dollar amount, 2,000. Okay, so, but Doug and Marissa actually are the ones that are reviewing these and approving or not. And when it comes to leadership training, we're really saying not individual one-offs on leadership training. We're trying to bring in general training to train up supervisors, department heads, and leaders and maximize those dollar amounts. But I would like to possibly suggest that we put together an internal committee that is finance, HR, and 1 or 2 city council members that we come together and we sit down after this budget process, and you guys help us establish that criteria for travel and hear the concerns, and so you guys can have input with Doug and Marissa. In fact, they could even bring you in to some of it. Now, some of this is operational, but it's also budget. And so I think it would be nice to have council, especially those that are really have questions, to join them and say, okay, so let's look at all of the training and travel. Let's highlight those areas that we're concerned about, and let's dig in, and then let's put together some policies so next year we can follow those, because I appreciate it, but if we go one-off on every single one, we're going to be here for a long time.
Mayor, I think this just kind of maybe highlights something that might be an ongoing process across the board.
Yes.
And if we can provide to our employees where they can go online to be able to get the continuing education credit, if it's a requirement, I don't think it's a requirement for everyone, but it is for some, that is provided to them, rather than, again, spending a lot of money to send them back to hopefully get the same type of information that they could get right here. I don't want to put cold water on something, but I think it's just something that might be a little bit larger issue than we were aware of until about 5 minutes ago.
Well, I think, yes, I agree with you. I totally agree with you. And one thing that we learned this last year when we were going through this process was that sometimes our timeliness of response, it's important for departments to get the requests in for approval so that they don't miss the early bird registration, because we were finding that we were having at times when it was approved, we'd miss the early bird registration. So I think what I'd like to suggest is at the conclusion of budget, before we step into next fiscal year, and my suggestion would be to approve what we have in the budget, but it is not allowed to be used until we'll create those benchmarks. So I'm going to use an example. I got a request, and it was Darren's travel to a local meeting that was $275 that was in Idaho. My thought is, I don't need to approve that. He needs to be there. It's part of his department, parks across the state. It was right here local. It wasn't costing us very much at all, and he needed to be there, but I didn't need to be approving it. I would rather us, before the beginning of the fiscal year, sit down and have a meeting with council, the ones that raise their hand, whoever decides they want to be a part of it, and actually go over some of these and approve them now or disapprove them now, so we're not waiting and we know what gets approved and disapproved.
Mayor Kling.
It's just a thought.
I agree with you, but you know what? I don't want to belabor, just argue over $11,000. That doesn't make any difference to me. That doesn't make no sense to me. What does make sense to me is this, that the city pays NDC $200,800. That's what bothers me. And that is to library, downtown garage, and NDC janitorial service contract, downtown garage funded by NDC. That's the numbers that I need to be concerned with.
So the city pays that, or?
It's in the fiscal year 24, 5588, 200,800. That's what I'm concerned with.
What page are you on?
This is under, okay, so this is in the detail that council has.
Yes, yes.
This is detail that council has,
That's
and it's, you've got a line item in here of $200,800 for a maintenance contract.
That's correct. That's the number that the NDC should be paying themselves.
Mayor Kling?
It's funded by NDC.
Right.
Right, which is good. The
Yeah.
NDC, this is funded by NDC.
Yeah.
So this is the janitorial services contract. It is not funded by the city. It's funded by NDC.
Okay, my mistake, yes.
Yeah, it's funded by NDC.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Randy, I'm sorry. Darrell?
Thank you.
Okay.
We can start charging the city more then for, instead of $1 a year for the use of the library.
Oh, my gosh.
Let's not go there today. Let's not go there today, because we'll be here all day. Yes,
Okay,
Councilman
my bad.
Reynolds.
My bad, I apologize.
Okay.
I just want to say thanks to finance for breaking these categories down. I know last year I used about half of one of these.
Yeah.
This year I used a whole one, going through my book. I'll just say, all the way through this budget, I'm looking at things like the food meetings. It seems like we have an awful lot of food and an awful lot of travel and conferences. And so I agree with what the mayor said. We should leave it in there as a placeholder, but we need to have that approved separately.
That was actually one of our concerns when we started going through the detail. We saw food, so we wanted to provide the visibility to make it transparent. Then we can make the call, is it correct or not?
Yeah, and as we get into it, there's a one line item that says coffee, plates, and forks, and $4,000, and I'm like, huh?
Yeah.
So we'll talk about those as we go, but.
But I would say also this, overall, what you have seen is we had an object code 5330. That was operation supplies. That was a black hole. Everything went into that. All of these food, all of these various accounts you're seeing. So some of the lines went up, but 5330 went way down. The net was a net decrease in expenses. We decreased by doing this, but now you're able to see we're spending. Then that allows us to make the judgment call, is it the correct spend going forward?
Yeah, and I appreciate that transparency. And training-wise, I have to do training all the time for my business, and I appreciate the employees wanting to better themselves. But there's a certain time and place and a certain dollar amount. There's a lot of stuff I don't go to in my business because it gets to be too top-heavy.
I would tell you very briefly, my feeling on training is it needs to be spent wisely, but we probably don't do enough internal training of our staff.
Agree.
We let people sometimes flounder without giving the correct guidance, and that causes productivity problems. But we need to, and this is what Marissa's helping guidance on, we need to find that sweet spot of what training to do, where to do it, hopefully online, hopefully locally, and minimize the amount of travel related to the training.
I agree, Doug, and if we could, that was one of my thoughts, was if we can set up some in-house university-type situations where we can train in-house, we're gonna save a lot of money.
Sure.
And that's exactly where we're going. So the new codes have created, it's raised the visibility, and I love it. The reason these weren't there before had to do with our whole Tyler problem. And so this year, I'm really pleased with the transparency and the detail that we're getting into and the breaking out of these codes, because now you guys can really see it. And also the 5030, that both P cards and things going into this one hole, I wasn't able to see it. Today, there is more visibility to our budgets. And so I think, as far as I'm concerned, based on this discussion, we will create a separate meeting, and I don't know if we want to do it as a full council workshop, or if we want to do it with just a couple members and staff. I'm happy to do it either way, to where we come back and we go through the travel, and we break it down and let council be a part of approving our training, travel, and food. Those areas that you guys go, I question that. Let's separately sit down and just really dig into that. I would appreciate it staying in the budget, recognizing there is not, in department heads, we'll talk about this Monday, there will not be authorization to use your training and travel or your food budget next year until we get through this process. And we will do this process before probably September, because some of that training and travel will be taking place right at the beginning, could be needed at the beginning, but we'll get it done right away. So I think that's my recommendation, and then I would like to hear from
Madam
council.
Mayor, I'd volunteer for that, and I'd volunteer Randy.
I think Natalie would like to be a part too.
I'd love to be a part of that.
Yeah, because she's, so you know what? I'm thinking it is a quorum, so I think we need to have a council workshop to where we come, it's an open workshop to where all council can be a part of the process. So we'll find a date for that.
Mayor,
Yes.
on that as well.
I'm sorry, Randy.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Did you want to finish, Randy? I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, that's kind of the line I was going down, or the path, as far as on providing opportunity for our employees to find those type of internal, what'd you call it, internal university? I like that, but I think if just, my last idea was if you could involve ICRIMP or someone to determine where our greatest liability lies, and focus on those areas, so that we're kind of killing two birds with one stone. Because I think that's where our focus should be on, and that's why I was talking about code compliance. If we're going to seminars that are helping us to understand what we're supposed to be enforcing, what we're not really necessarily needing to enforce, I think that's a part of this whole effort as well.
This year, this fiscal year, Marissa has hosted 4 specific mandatory trainings for all supervisors, department directors, department heads, and supervisors, including me, and I still have one to listen to. So, and that is for that express intent that we want to ensure, that's why it's mandatory, that everyone that is supervising or has any direct reports understands the liabilities and responsibilities that they have. So we're actually doing that this year. Next year, we will be doing additional trainings, and we will get into some leadership trainings, and we are going to also be working with ICRIMP as we move forward.
That's good, because I think if it's mandatory, it's even like general contractors having an OSHA compliance meeting at the beginning of every project. It's for the sake that somebody later can't come on and say, I didn't know that I was supposed to do this. Well, you weren't a part of the meeting, or, you know, it was there. So you kind of cover yourself from a liability standpoint, and that's what we need to focus on.
I fully agree, and I appreciate those comments. Thank you. That's why, I tell you what, that's why I appreciate the council. Even though some of these are operational things, they're budget things, and we're all better when we have the collective voice of everybody. So thank you. Natalie?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I met with Marissa, Doug, and Leslie for hours on this, so I also had a lot of concerns as far as the trainings and things. And for us, we don't really understand, and we know that different departments are going to have certain CLEs or whatever acronym would fit for the department, but have continuing education that needs to be done, and we don't necessarily know what that is. So my recommendation is that if it is something that the department is required to do, if on those lines, if it's some sort of a conference or something, can they just put in there that it's required, or CLE or something that would like trigger us to let us know that that is something that does need to go, that they do need to go to? And then maybe if we could know ahead of time how many CLEs are required for the department, maybe that might be helpful. Then we can look at it and see. I don't know if that piece is necessarily the most important, but if we could know that this is required, then that helps us look at what they're maybe trying to slide in versus what they really need to do, because it is important that our staff is educated, and we want them to be educated. So we just, that would really help me. And then I guess my other important question would be, on this new position, is that going to be part-time, and how many part-time employees do you guys have? I'm just kidding. Failed joke.
Oh, my gosh.
There we go. Okay, so with that request, and I appreciate it, that sets the stage for what we're going to be looking. So we have a director department head meeting on Monday morning, and we'll be talking about this very thing. And because each department has already prepared the budget, it'll be pretty easy for them to be prepared for this meeting, with the exception of adding what your request is. And that is to make sure that included in your presentation is what is a required mandatory certification, and the fact that you have to attend in person versus some other way to get it. So we'll talk about that, but for those of you sitting in the room, be prepared, because here we go. So we will, and I'd like to make sure that that meeting takes place. It may require an extra special council workshop, an early morning workshop in August. So we'll be working with everybody to see if we could get that in, or early September, because our other council workshops are already full. So does that sound good? Are we good? Okay. So with that, am I clear that for training, travel, food budgets, we're not going to discuss them in every budget? We recognize there are going to be questions we're going to come back to. No, that's okay. I don't mean that way. But we're going to come back and dig in and have discussion around that in the next month or so.
Mayor, one more question, if you please. Okay, Doug, what is the total amount of the entire city departments? What is the amount of training that they've all requested?
Do you want the total training, conferences, training, travel, everything?
In every department?
$807,000.
Okay.
Is that big enough to care?
Holy moly. Thank you.
Now, I should point out, let's look at 22 for just a moment. In 22, the budget was $709,000. We only spent $393,000 in 22. In 2023, we have spent $386,000 on a budget of $724,000. So we're not spending up to our budgetary totals, and which leads me to believe that there's room for improvement on the budget as we move forward.
Okay, thank you.
but it's also because of the approval process that we have in place. Yeah. Okay, so are there any other questions regarding the facilities budget as a whole? And what is the will of the council when it comes to approving the budget? Because with this facilities budget, I would, if you approve of the budget, based on the discussions we've had, I would ask for a motion. And let's, just for clarity, because in years past, we've kind of tripped over this a little bit. Doug, I want to make sure we do it right, and the clerk, that we do it right. So I think we're going to ask that the motion is that we approve the total operating and labor budget of, in this one, it would be $2,923,565, because we're not approving capital right now. Capital comes later.
Right.
So would that be the correct
That's
motion?
correct.
To make sure that when we've approved it, we've done it correctly?
That is correct.
Okay, so that's how we'll do our motions, which is this total operating labor budget line item.
So moved.
So that number was, I'm sorry, second, was that number 2,923,565?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Crooner,
Yes.
Pingula,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Let's move on to the clerk's office then. Chris is bringing that up on the screen. And let's go down. So in the clerk's office, there are, on the page here on the summary, there are two major or notable changes. The revenue has gone up from 310,000 last year to 342,000 based on the strength of the number of passports we're doing. The operational cost increase is from driving the net deficit from 147 to 313 is primarily coming from 2 new FTEs and some additional software that we're using this year to help manage the council meetings. So I think the significant increase is the FTEs, and perhaps if there are questions, Shar could address that with the staff.
Thank you. Shar, would you like to speak to the FTEs? And I guess I have a question. On the city clerk specialist FTE that we're adding, if we were to have a decrease in passports and not have the revenue coming in, would you retain that position, or would that position not be needed?
Madam Mayor, if our passport numbers decrease, then we would not hire for that position.
So in many regards, that's a self-funding position.
Correct.
Yes. And the archivist position, it's my understanding that the archivist piece is extremely critical to the city of Nampa, and we really haven't had the staffing to appropriately, and it's important that we get that position. Would you like to say more?
Correct, Madam Mayor. So right now, for the archivist, which is included in our city code of all the duties that they are required to be doing, we have not been able to do that due to very low staffing resources. And those duties basically include the records retention schedule. And that has not been updated since 2015 for a major edit, and then 2016 was very minors. So we need to actually go through that. We need to work with the departments to ensure that they are following their records retention schedule, do training. And another component of the archivist, which I feel is also extremely critical, is the preservation of historical documents. That is something that has not been occurring. We have been finding documents in cabinets, in sheds. So we are trying to gather all those, and we'll start preserving those as well.
Thank you. Okay, council, do you have any questions regarding the overall budget and the FTEs that are requested? Councilman Reynolds, do you have a question?
I'm afraid to say anything. I'm sitting really close to Shar, and I'll get it.
You know, we welcome your input, and Shar does too. And there's a thing between you guys, so she can't kick you under the bench.
He carries a big stick.
He doesn't wear high heels at least.
Yeah. We still have a split, but I can still get Darrell when needed.
Mayor Klein?
I
I'm
think
sorry,
Councilman
Dale.
Reynolds and Councilman Rodriguez.
No, I don't have anything. I mean, I highlighted the break room refreshment and supply, but we talked about that early on. So we're gonna skip over it and keep moving.
Mayor, just a quick question on, oh, yours first. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
yes, it is, Councilman Rodriguez.
I know, me too. I'm concerned with the two new positions here, because I know that there's a priority in my list of who we really need for community service, and one would be code enforcement. They're running 100 miles an hour and their batteries are getting low. So my priority is not here. It would be over to another department. So unless we can really come up with a better idea, I don't know, Mayor. I'm concerned about this one.
Pardon me, Council, if I may, without interjecting, there is, when we get to code enforcement, there is an FTE increase requested in code enforcement. So that's coming in,
right?
yeah, right.
Well, and I don't think it's enough. Yeah. So when the community, when we're serving the community in other areas of this nature, what the code enforcement does, I think that's our priority, or water, or wherever else, but I don't know about these two positions. And I haven't said that I'm not going to support this, but I'm just going to say I'm concerned.
Okay. Well, and just for clarity, the one position is funded through, they're self-funded. As you can see, the revenue that comes in for the clerk's office, and I'm sorry I put a bunch of papers on top of it, that actually, I think you've budgeted in your revenue conservatively, because each year their actuals are about $123,000, is that correct? And you budgeted, adopted budget was 115, 120 is what they generate in revenue. And so the actual clerk specialist position, if they're not generating the revenue in passports to help fund that increase, then that position will not be used.
Right.
So that's just the clarity that it's tied to the workload, very tied to, the archivist is different.
Yeah, that's okay.
And Madam Mayor, Councilmember Rodriguez, I just do want to state that it is a community service as well. Passports are not statutorily required. It's a service that we've been providing, and there are not very many agencies in the Treasure Valley that are doing that. I think we are now one of 4. And the increase has been incredible. We were doing about on average about 20 a day. We have been averaging about 25.5. We have, just for transparency, we have dipped down just a little bit the last couple of months, but that is historical due to school and holidays and such. But that is why I am asking for that increase, is to try and address that community service.
Yes, I understand that, and I also say that what the clerks do is important. Yes, don't get me wrong on that. But the thing about it is, I believe the passport should be given to Canyon County, where most of them are done. Yeah.
Does Canyon County provide passport service?
Madam Mayor, right now, the only agencies that are doing it in Treasure Valley, that are processing passports are City of Nampa, City of Meridian, Canyon County, and then City of Star just started a couple months ago.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
So one thing I just caught was that on the break room refreshment and supply list, where it says $1,500 for city council and city meeting refreshments, actually that's budgeted in the city council budget. That may be redundant and come out of there.
I was going to talk about that later.
Yeah, I think that's a redundancy that we missed. Yes, thank you. Good catch. Yeah. So, yeah. Rick, would you like to make a comment? So, thank you, Rick.
Quick, sorry.
He is hovering, yeah, thank you.
Just a few things here. In Canyon County, I think they're appointment only, and they schedule 1 per hour. We're appointment only, and we accommodate walk-ins. And just so you know, sort of as a PSA, the accommodation of walk-ins has been a godsend for a lot of people who are up against a very tight timeline to try to do traveling, and I think we're the only agency in the valley that accommodates walk-ins, and I can't underscore how appreciative members of this community are when they can do a walk-in passport. So the accommodation of walk-ins, of course, is going to be contingent on our ability to service them. They know that they're coming at their risk of having to wait in line kind of behind our staff. But I can just say that Shar and our staff, they're able to do passports much more efficiently than other agencies, how much time they're scheduling for those slots. So we're able to do the confirmed appointments and squeeze walk-ins in. And so, but that obligation to accommodate walk-ins comes at sort of this price of being available and accessible, and it is revenue generating. I think we get $30 or $35 per passport. So we are one of the few Gen Gov departments that's generating a lot of revenue that's public facing in City Hall. That's not, I mean, not all departments are built to be revenue generating. So it's really a policy preference. If you deem this a worthy customer service for citizens, again, we're the only ones who accommodate walk-ins. And so the other thing that the mayor was alluding to that might be redundant on the refreshments, we do have council refreshments under the city council budget that we handle out of the mayor's office, that cubby hole with snacks that are in kind of this break room. But the clerk's office has also provided bottled waters and some coffee that they've made there. So we can collaborate a little bit more. We kind of divide and conquer a little bit, and that's why it's landing in two places with two different amounts. So.
And that'll go down in January.
Yes, less coffee for Darrell. Okay, yeah.
For sure.
Mayor, may I ask you, just on the contractual services, which is doubled, can you help me with the agenda management software when meeting? Is that going to be an annual cost, or is that just a one-time?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Brunner, that is an annual cost.
That will be an increase from here on out, if it's so. And help me I know what agenda means and management and software. What is that actually going to provide the clerk's office?
So, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Brunner, the agenda management software is actually being used citywide for all of our boards and commissions. So now we have a standard format for our agendas and minutes. It basically is going to streamline the process. It's making it much more efficient for not just the city clerk's office, but also for the other boards and commissions. We now have a meeting portal where we can have members, public members sign up to provide comments or to sign up for meetings.
Okay.
It's much more efficient. It's like a one-stop shop.
So this will
That
just
is
be
used citywide.
budget from clerks, not other departments, though?
Correct. It's
Is my
basically
understanding.
being.
But you're covering other aspects.
Correct. It's being budgeted in the city clerk's office, but it is a service that is utilized by all of the city departments.
And Idaho State Police, it's been an ongoing $10,000 for licensing?
Correct. That is regarding the fingerprinting.
But that's been happening before. That's part of the 20,000. So the big increase is going to be on this agenda management software.
Correct.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Just my add, in my former life, I was a county assessor at one time, and I inherited a vault full of old documents, and we had an archivist come in and store those in an efficient manner so we could empty that vault. And I think it's really important to have that for the city, for future councils, for whoever, for our grandchildren. I think it's really important to have that archivist position, and it puts us in a good situation for the future.
Thank you. I think that one thing I will say is that if the council chooses to approve the budget as proposed with the additional clerk specialist, we will ensure that we are good stewards of that position. And I know Shar will be. If we don't have the work for that position, we will not fill that position. Currently, we have 2 open positions, I believe, because we've had some changes. So we have 2 open positions. We will fill those first. And obviously this is FY24, but we'll look at the workload and ensure that we're really good stewards of the use of that workforce.
Mayor, really
Yes.
quickly, I just want to say, I got my kids' passports earlier this year, and did the walk-in thing, and it was a fantastic experience. And I will say that it was very smooth, and I really appreciated that. So I know it's a good moneymaker for us to have that. I don't know if this is the right time to talk about it, but it's the first time that it's come up, and so it will keep coming up. But we were budgeting for mileage. So I'm wondering, I'm assuming that that's like just mileage reimbursement for travel.
Correct.
What are we budgeting? Is that how many cents per
Well,
mile?
That would be at the federal rate, which I believe was, I think it just changed. It was 55 cents. Do you know what it is now?
Is it 71?
I don't recall. It went up recently. But it's budgeted at that rate. And the only differential would be if you rent a car. Sometimes it's more effective to rent a car for local travel if you're driving a lot because you're just paying the gas and not the mileage. 65.5.
So my question is, how many extra cars, city cars, do we have that are not being utilized?
Extra car, I'll have to have Doug Adams talk to that, but I don't know that we have a lot that are not being utilized, but he can tell you the utilization capacity.
I'm just curious because we have 10 departments that are budgeting for mileage, and so I just didn't know, and there's some that are a lot more than others, so some would maybe need more cars than other ones, but I'm just wondering if that
Well,
might
if
be...
it's mileage, it means, okay, I see your point. If it's mileage, that means personal vehicles being used.
Personal.
Is that what that's what it is, right?
Yeah.
It's personal
So
mileage.
if we were using city cars, if we had them available, then that would be feeding, we wouldn't be paying the mileage, which is including maintenance.
Correct, if the mileage is sufficient to justify the purchase of a vehicle.
But if we have them already and we're not purchasing
Right.
anything in addition, because
Right.
we're paying, included in mileage is also going to be maintenance, and therefore that's taking money that we could be putting
Mm-hmm.
towards the fleet department, which would be funding them versus us paying it through mileage.
I can let Doug speak to that more accurately.
Mayor and council, when I took over, we developed a fleet plan, and that fleet plan was kind of a lean model. We analyzed every department and every division on what their actual needs were, and we reduced their fleet size accordingly based on a 2-week downtime. So long story short, if the vehicle is down for more than 2 weeks, it's not a critical vehicle if it affects the service level. When we did that, we right-sized the fleet quite effectively. And over the past 10 years I've been here, the physical city fleet has not increased at all. So we've absorbed all the growth with our current fleet. So I would argue that there really aren't any spare vehicles for what you're describing. There are vehicles in certain departments that may be utilized differently, but there's no real spare vehicles.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Doug. I think one thing that is important to do, and this is across the board, is that we do, if someone doesn't have a vehicle and there is a city vehicle that they could borrow to utilize, that we do that. So that we don't have to do the reimbursement.
If we have extra police vehicles, we'd have more traffic control, like.
Mayor, I was going to ask if I could borrow the Bearcat for this weekend.
Yeah, you can, yeah.
I'll take it next weekend after.
Mayor, perhaps as your travel committee meets, that part of it could be considering if you have a group of people traveling or significant travel to Boise for training or extended services that we don't use city, we look for the opportunity of using a city-owned vehicle.
Right.
Mayor, please.
Okay, yes.
And Doug, that's a huge red flag for me, is having our city employees take their own vehicles when they're working for the city of Nampa. And I don't know what liability that we have on that, or where that stands. If our employees were involved in an accident, where does that lie? Maybe that's Rick, but that's definitely a Todd question.
Rick can speak to it.
Yeah, briefly.
And Rick, I'll just say, it's Chief of Staff Rick Hogaboam, who works with ICRIMP and oversees our risk management. So for those online, they understand where the speaking is coming from.
Yes, from the ICRIP. So if, in the few instances, and they do occur where we use our personal vehicle, to your question, if there was an accident that in the transporting was in the context of doing the job, then our insurance is primary, and then ICRIMP would be secondary. Okay. But there is exposure, and if an employee only has liability insurance, for example, which is a legal minimum requirement, and they have an at-fault accident, ICRIP is covering that third-party claim as a secondary against the person as the primary. So there is some benefits to trying to mitigate or minimize as much as possible employees driving their personal vehicles in transport to doing their job. To be clear, HR could probably clarify, driving to your job and back is not that's not counted as on-the-job transport. But if you are transporting between buildings, for example, between the NDSC building, City Hall, and staff moving around the city, if they're jumping in their personal vehicle and there's an accident, they're primary and ICRIP is secondary. But if they only have liability and there's a total loss on their vehicle, ICRIP is not covering the recovery of the employee's replacement of their personal vehicle if they only have liability, if that makes sense.
No, I understand that, and I worry about that, but that's a different topic, Mayor. I'll bring that up later.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other questions related to the city clerk budget as it is proposed? And what is the will, based on our discussion, what is the will of the council related to this budget?
So move as printed.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the city council operating and labor budget at $655,875. Is that the motion?
The clerks, you said city council.
I'm sorry, clerks.
Boy, you guys are going crazy next
Thank
year.
you. Yeah, I'm sorry. Don't ask me where my head was right there, but, okay, so the clerk's office budget is that correct, $655,875? And is that your motion? Okay, and second. Okay, is there any further discussion?
Mayor, just to kind of clear my mind, one is self-funded and the other isn't, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
No,
Are
we
there
have
any-
two openings still that haven't been filled, right?
That are recent openings.
Recent openings, okay, so you'll be receiving a total of 4, but under this budget, it's only 2.
Well, they're not receiving a total of 4.
Two replacement and 2 new.
2 replacement, but those have been ongoing. Those are just recent.
Yes, okay.
Well, one is still here, but with a change coming, yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted.
Yeah. Any further questions? Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez,
No.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Jingula,
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
4 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Okay, we're ready for 1.3 on the agenda, and this is the code enforcement, which is your next budget in your book. And you'll see it's under, and Doug, I'll let you explain this, the summary of the 3 orgs, but that are called out separately on our agenda. You've got abatement, operations, and parking, but those are each included in a summary budget for code enforcement. So Doug, are you going to go through these just in the summary
I would
unless
propose
there's a
we go
call
through
out?
them in the summary. If there's detailed questions, we can obviously address those, but I would propose rather than going in through each individual one, and this would be a pattern throughout as we go through the summary as the presumption. So for code enforcement, this year, they have a, let me find my summary, okay, my summary. They have a 2024 budget of $702,912 compared with a 2023 budget of $622,727,000. And they have an FTE increase of 1 going from 7 in '23 to 8 in '24. The increase in the budget is due almost entirely to the merit increase and the FTE. There are very little operational changes in this budget.
Okay. So I don't know if we want to go over any of the specific line items, whether it be the revenue, the salary and benefit line, which is at the 597 versus the 512, difference of 85,000, which would be that new position, plus the 4 + 2, and then
Yeah, I'm just going to make the motion if there's discussion that we accept the code enforcement budget as printed.
I'll second the motion. For clarity, it's 702,912, is that correct?
The net expenses are $806,412. They have a degree of revenue that reduces that to 702 for net, but the expenses we're improving are $806,412.
So that's what the
The
motion is for.
motion,
I'm sorry, and if I make a motion in the future, I can quote that if you so desire.
I think we should.
Okay.
As we're going through, I just want to make sure of the number. So it's 806,412.
That's correct.
My second's okay.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to approve the code enforcement budget at $800,412. Is there any discussion?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I agree with the additional position 100%. I'm just questioning whether or not we should have two instead of one additional position. It's a very important role for our city, position, and I'm noticing more and more issues of transients coming in with motorhomes and trailers and this and that and the other and parking them in our parks and on our streets and all over the place. And I know code enforcement is getting hammered. And so anyway, I just question whether or not it should be two instead of one.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on that?
Mayor Kling, I 100% agree with Dale on that.
So I guess I have a question on that. At this time, so we could do one of two things. We could go ahead and figure out where we pull that from to do that at this time, or we actually hire that position, let them function, and see what their capacity is, and at some point with the operational contingency funds, come back before council after this position is hired. And this is what I would recommend we do, is come back to council and get authorization for that position later in the year if we see, based on the new hire, if we still need it. Yes, and Councilman Haverfield.
I would totally agree with that. I mean, if necessary, you're the chief executive officer, so you look at the hires and fires as far as throughout all those departments. So I would lean on your judgment for that. We could always have an amended budget into next year. So I don't have any desire to go beyond what is being presented at this point and what the motion was. I still second.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I just want to add, I agree with Dale as far as the motorhome and the changes and things. I've actually been really dissecting this. The Ninth Circuit has made it very difficult for us to enforce certain things. However, one thing we have to remember, though, is code enforcement only enforces when it's on private property. It's police that enforce when it's on city streets. And so a lot of that we're seeing is going to be police officers actually that are enforcing that. But I do think that we just need to keep it as is and maybe just look at our city codes to see how we can better adjust those to make it easier for code enforcement to enforce. And maybe we just stay with the one for now.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Are there further comments? If not, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Just to confirming that we're saying one now and one possibly in the amended budget of 24.
It will be reviewed,
Okay.
yes.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
I'm making note of, we'll review the one. Okay. Okay, we're ready to move to 1.4 on the agenda. This is the economic development. We will do it just the same way we did this last one, where we'll go over the summary, but open it up for any questions. So Doug, would you like to walk us through?
Economics development has a net budget, $385,822,000 compared with the prior year, $322,659. So that's about a $63,000 increase. If you look at the detail of the roll-up of the economic development, on the next page, you'll see revenues increasing $98,000 and salaries and benefits increasing $156,000. The NDSE is funding a position in here, and that's driving the revenue up and also driving the cost up. But the net impact to the economic development is fairly minimal at the $63,000, and those are the primary cost increases, other than there was about a $24,000 increase in total operating and maintenance.
Thank you, Doug, for that clarification. So are there any questions regarding that? That on the salary side, it has to do with the NDC funding, the position that they had agreed to fund up to that dollar amount. Yes, Councilman Haverfield?
So So Doug, what is, again, the number that we're being asked to approve?
The number asked to approve is the $518,322 of operating labor budget on the economic development summary.
Thank you.
Okay, so did I have a page that was to be replaced in mine? Maybe I'm
What's that?
wrong.
No replacement page.
Okay, got it. I'm sorry, I was wrong page. Thank you.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
I don't have any questions on the budget, but I do have a question for Doug. If I could ask Doug a question or two?
Doug?
Yes, yeah, you're Doug. Oh, I'm sorry, Doug Adams. Doug, I spent a couple hours with Robin Sellers and going over this budget. And one thing that I did notice is that when they use their private vehicles a lot. And also, which I have a problem with, the other thing is when a developer comes to town, or when they're having to go give a presentation to prospective developers, builders, that they don't have a vehicle that they can transport them. They've got a small vehicle that everybody drives. So I'm wondering, and it's not going to increase the budget at all, I'm just wondering, is it possible that we give them a suburban type vehicle so they can do that work, and plus not having to borrow their own cars? I've told the mayor the same thing, that she also needs a vehicle like that. They can, if a developer came to town and then they drive up, our city staff drives up in a small little car, it don't work, or their own vehicle. So think about that if you would, or can you answer that now?
For economic development, having them have a vehicle assigned to economic development?
Yes.
Yeah, it's, for a type of vehicle you're talking about, they're, in this climate, about $65,000 to $70,000. So they would just have to make the budget request, and we could certainly get one for them.
Oh, I see, I
Yeah.
see. Don't we have one, like a pickup, that they could take people in at least, so we wouldn't have to buy a new car? Well, yeah, not a four-door
Mayor
pickup.
and council, as discussed earlier, there are no spare vehicles that aren't being used to that type of vehicle. And in fact, the type of vehicle you're describing, we don't really have in the city at all. We don't have any large SUVs.
Oh, okay.
So we have small, mid-size, and pickups. So we'd have to purchase one separately, probably for that.
Oh, I see, okay. Well, I'm just thinking that they need a vehicle, it doesn't have to be a four-wheel drive. I mean,
Sure.
It could be a mid-sized vehicle.
I
but-
certainly keep my eye out through the disposal process and through our allocations. I'll certainly keep an eye out.
Oh, okay, all right, that's fine,
We do have a Bearcat.
yeah. That's all I had, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilwoman,
Yeah,
excuse me.
yeah, whatever's fine. I just wanted to point out that, and I'm not calling anybody out, it just happens to be that their names are listed, but we just have some people, again, for these trainings and things that were of concern for the amount. So like one of them was for a total of $14,046. The other was for a total of $6,090. Those are non-grant funded. That's just a lot of training. I'm just wondering, again, I know that we're going to touch on that. It's just putting it on the radar that needs to be discussed. And I would just like to know what ones of those are actually going to be recommended and required. So I'm just pointing that out.
Yes. So those will come up. Thank you
Yep.
for mentioning that. Okay, yes. Councilman Haverfield?
I'm ready to make a motion, if we can
Okay.
move along, that we authorize the projected $518,322 for economic development. Approve that.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the economic development budget in the amount of $518,322. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Turner?
Yes.
Chingula?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So section 1.5, or agenda item 1.5 is finance, and included in this, beyond operations, Darrell, this is your section. So,
We will not go through this in summary, we will go through each individual org in this group.
and approve it separately, thank you.
So let's bypass the summary and go to the finance department, Department of Finance. 1003010. And in this, I'm going to kind of skip right to the bottom line. Tried to set a good example. My team has supported this. We come in with a budget of $1,551,468 compared with the FY23 of $1,612,183,000. So it's actually a decrease in the budget of $60,715. Some of it, honestly, is we're moving pieces around a little bit, but we really focused on trying to keep the budget as tightly controlled as we could. Labor is actually going down, not because I have decreased our FTEs. The FTEs actually went up slightly, but we've used our budgetary authority more fully this year and have little excess left.
Mayor, I have a question on this one.
Yes.
Sure.
Doug, I know you're very diligent in what you do and what your staff does. It's just a matter of philosophy. What I was going to ask you about is, last year we had 1,612,183, and this year it's 1.6. But I'm wondering, why don't we keep the same level as much as you can, so it gives you some playroom going to your fund balance? So maybe down the road you wouldn't have to keep jumping over the bumps. I just wonder about that.
2 years ago, I think at the end of '22, the finance budget was favorable at the end of the year by about $160,000, $180,000. And most of that was excess budgetary capacity in the FTE, so I hadn't had everybody employed. We are basically fully staffed in the finance department. And I have left room in here for contingencies if something spikes upward. I don't anticipate exceeding. This is part of how I lived at Albertsons and St. Luke's. We lived on a budget very close to the edge, and we tried to budget what we needed, not what we might need. If I can't find that I might need more, we'll come back for an amendment. I'm not anticipating that, and this is the philosophy I'm trying to encourage across the city. Budget what you know you need, not what you think you might need. And then if you find out you're short, let's come back and make the adjustment. But I do not try to under-budget myself because I don't want to come back and say, oh, I need more money because I squeeze myself too tight. But some of this is because we're also moving the cost of my staff around, like Chris Boaz, he does capital and grants. A lot of his salaries are charged out to the departments that receive the benefit of the grant service. So that's part of this movement. It's a valid question, though. But that's my philosophy.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion or questions regarding the finance budget
I
specifically?
might as well jump in here, huh, Mayor?
Okay. Thank you.
And number one, I know I have the reputation here. Number one, I want to just compliment Mark, who's all the way in the back, for his service and great job. I'm also very impressed with Director Clegg, and I'll be very open if a new director.
We're not quite there
Ask a
yet.
question. We're not quite there yet.
We're not there yet.
We're
That's
just
the next
on the
one.
finance.
Finance,
I
general
thought you said it
gov,
was in finance.
general gov is next. It's in my finance grouping.
But we're going to break these out into three separate motions.
Within the finance grouping are three cost
Boy,
centers.
I'm actually ahead of the game, huh?
Finance, general gov,
I
and
should run
legal.
again.
We're going to make sure we don't miss it, though.
You're totally on the spot there.
So this discussion right here is,
Just me and my team.
this is just directly related to the Department of Finance. The next one is Gen Gov.
Right, that's where we'll be.
Yes, and so, yes, Councilman Haverfield.
So as I look at the bottom line here, it's 1,551,458, is that?
468, yeah.
468. So that's a net decrease from fiscal year '23 of 60,000.
Right.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second that.
So it's been moved and seconded that we approve the Department of Finance operating and labor budget in the amount of $1,551,468. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner.
Yes.
Pingula. Yes. Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, so the next section
See, I
is
thought you said
our-
it was my time last time. I
I'm
was all-
sorry.
Now, let me very
The next
briefly,
section is the Gen Gov.
right. And let me very briefly, this is Object Organization 1003020. This is where all of the sales tax and property tax revenues come in to the city that belong to general gov. So the revenue section of $46,504,000 is primarily the property tax of $31.8 million. And then secondarily, the shared state revenues of sales taxes of $10.875 million and the shared liquor state taxes of $1,250,000, plus some other court revenues. And the only significant change this year is the interest income that went from $106,000 last year to $1.2 million this year. And I expect in the future years that to come back down, but that's just a function of the higher rates and of the changes that we made with Wells Fargo to move our accounts into sweep accounts that gather market rates of interest. So that's the driving factor.
And Doug, I would like to just say one more thing. The property tax revenue dollar amount here that is tied to general gov, could you speak to the rest of the property tax revenue will be reflected in the various budgets?
Right. The rest of the property tax revenue for parks, for the library, for airport, for the cemetery, and streets are all reflected in their budgets.
Right.
In my summary, up on page 14 or 15, is a list of the breakout of all uses of property tax dollars.
I just thought we'd double.
We
this
received,
one.
the general government, this portion is dedicated entirely to police, and we'll get to that later, but they need this plus more. So when we get down to the expenses, then let's look at the totality here of the expenses. In the bottom line, the total expenditures is listed as $10,508,755. In the brackets from the revenue down to the expenses, Darrell, we'll get to your VRT. We see a couple of significant changes. The adopted budget last year was $8.165 million, so we have an increase of $1.7 million. Most of that net increase on that total expenditures line, and this line does include capital because it's general gov, so that increase of $1.7 million is driven mostly by the addition of the horse park monies of $1.6 million, and the additional other increase is primarily related to Darrell's topic of the VRT, which went up this year. So let's go back to the expenses between the lines here, and let's look at the total operating expenses of $3,358,000. We have items in there that have come up with the council on the topic before. $15,000 in the operating supplies, that's for our portion of the fireworks. Engineering services, Daniel's group provides some services to general gov, that's the portion of the cost this year, down substantially from last year. The dues and memberships, that's AIC, Compass, some other for this, I think $11,000 for Southwest District Health. That's substantially similar to last year, up a little bit as cost increases based on population drives some cost increases.
So Doug, just for clarity, the 9,000 is not in there. So let's go through those just carefully. So dues and membership, you've got $60 for Costco, but the Association of Idaho Cities is $42,500.
Right.
The Compass membership, which is on a per capita basis, and so is AIC, Compass is $50,687.
Right.
The Treasure Valley Partnership is $10,500.
Right.
So that is that dues and membership budget. When you see that line at $103,747, that's what that is. Then let's go line by line on contractual services.
Certainly.
If you don't mind, I think for transparency and
I think that's the
clarity.
appropriate approach. We have the economic incentive of $75,000. We budgeted this as we have in past years in case of need and use, but that's the same as the value from last year. The legislative research, internal planning, and intern funding of $75,000, same as last year's value. And here's the $9,000 for the mental health for Southwest. That is pretty much identical to last year. I'll come back to the VRT at the very last. The West Valley Humane Society, We found, interestingly, that we had a spike in '23 of costs going up to about $96,000 to dealing with the pet situation. And we looked, the mayor and I and police have looked at this for a couple of years. But the recent trend brings the average cost for the West Valley Main back down into where it's been in prior years of about $75,000, and that's the current level of the contract with them. Very little, so it's about a $20,000 decrease from last year. The Main Street program at $35,000, that's consistent with the prior year. And then what is that? Is that
Looks like
reprinted?
we have a repeat in there.
Yeah, just because we deleted some lines.
Okay, they're not doubled up in the budget, they're repeated on the printout, so forgive us there.
So that actual dollar amount does not include the duplicative
No,
75,000?
they're not doubled.
Okay.
All right, the 740,856 is the correct value, they're just reprinted on accident. It's just-
Okay.
Now, back to.
And the Main Street program likewise is in twice.
Exactly, those
Okay.
last two. So back to the topic on the VRT. We have budgeted this year $471,856. $378,000 was the base from '23, and an increase in '24 of $92,856 for the total of $471,856. If you wish, Mayor, we can have Mark come up and talk about it, or?
Mark is here, and so if it's okay.
Yeah, I think if you can just remind the public how much VRT is contributing to their federal
Right.
assets for at least this year and partial next year.
Yeah. Thank you, Mark.
Well, he's coming up, if I may, Mayor. Quick, so where do we show actually the revenue from the horse park of the $100,000? Or is that
The
in here?
revenue of the horse park is back up in the, I recognize that. That's in FY '23. We
Okay.
received the money in this year, so that'll actually be in the amendment in next month for FY '23, because we've got the money now.
Okay, so that, I mean, the .6, the extra,
Yeah.
100,000, okay,
Yeah.
got it. Thanks, Mark.
So just a quick little summary on here. As you remember, back in May, we had a workshop, and Elaine Clegg, the new executive director from VRT, provided her budgetary request, and then I also gave some alternative options for the city. At the end of the conclusion of those presentations, you directed staff to go ahead and do a 3-year MOU with VRT. Just really quickly, that MOU will include the on-demand Route 150 service, and then routes 40 and 42, which have had some alignment changes and also some scheduling changes as well. But all in all, basically the same routes and services that we have been enjoying thus far. They did go out for public comments on these routes and some of the changes that they made, and based on that feedback, this is what they are proposing to the BRT board this coming fall. These services, as are shown here, will not be implemented until summer of 2024. So until then, we'll be just seeing the current services that we now have. So these are some of the services that are provided in addition to the MOU. We do not pay here at the City of Nampa for these additional services. These are also all the same that we've been currently enjoying, with the exception of the shopper shuttle. Funding for that was discontinued, so we will not be seeing the shopper shuttle that was, I think, St. Alphonsus and a couple of other private entities that contributed to. So here's kind of the meat and potatoes of the 3-year MOU. For fiscal years 2024, the cost allocation model, so that's basically what City of Nampa would be paying, is $821,856. However, VRT will be contributing $350,000 of assistance. This is past ARPA money that was unspent. After applying that, we end up at a number that's in our current budget before you, and that's $471,856. In fiscal year 2025, we were able to negotiate with VRT to keep that cost allocation model at $821,856. They will go ahead and contribute another $116,350 of ARPA money to that. So in fiscal year 2025, it'll be $705,506. In 2026, there's a 5% increase on the cost allocation model, and there will be no contribution of ARPA funds at that point, and that will leave in fiscal year 2026 a total of $862,948. That will be the budgetary request in year 3.
Mayor,
Yes,
And
Councilman
that's,
Haverfield?
that's it.
if you
Yes.
go back a slide,
Sure.
those fiscal year 25 and 26 increases are still subject to council approval, correct?
That is correct, yes.
There's no obligation at this point to have to do that going forward, but it's the anticipated route that we're looking at doing, based upon the MOU with VRT.
That is correct, yes.
Thank you.
I will note here that VRT will come each and every year and give a presentation on those services. And one thing that we did include, and I know the council was interested in this, we went ahead and had them include, quote, VRT will report of annual performance metrics, including annual ridership specific to NAMPA by route, boardings per hour, and on-time performance, and that'll also be available upon request on any given month or year.
Mayor, but just follow up on that. When you say boardings, also there'd be an individual number as far as how many actually individual riders? I know I'm not, I've never been real concerned with the number of boardings. My concern is how many are riding and the demographic of the ridership. So is that going to be also included?
Yes, and they are implementing new software that they didn't have before, so we were able to provide that level of detail as well.
And when I say just for the public aspect, I know Mark knows this, when the demographic, I'm looking for the age, I'm also looking for the objective of the ride. So whether it's for school, for work, for grocery store, I know we have on-demand, and that's why I of course, have not been happy over the years, is because I've been asking, now it's been 6 years I've been asking for that information, and I know Director Clegg is concerned about the software and wanting to improve that, so I appreciate that.
Mark, so just two things real quickly. Elaine Clegg offered to come today. I told her she didn't need to. So she did offer and was willing to be here if she needed to be. So I just gave her the privilege. I didn't know what time it would be, and I thought it's not her best use of time to sit here. So regarding that specific information, I don't know if we can drill down, except by survey, to where are you getting on to go to the grocery store? Are you getting on? Mark, are we able to drill down at that level? I know that the other information as far as the individual ridership, but I don't know if we know the why behind every single ride and if we even have right to that information.
Well, some of that can be established by surveys, and that's one thing that I intend to work with VRT in the future, is having them perform surveys, and perhaps maybe we perform the survey with their support. So we are looking at trying to get that level of detail if possible.
So we could actually conduct the survey ourselves.
And I realize that would not be exact numbers, but at least you'd have an indicator of
yes,
what the main objective.
Yeah. And then just a couple of other things. So Mark, initially the MOU, they were looking at a 5% increase for next year, and we said no. And then the hope was it'd be nice not to even have a 5% in 26, just to keep it level. I don't know if we've been able to accomplish that.
Yeah, they agreed to just a 5% increase in 26. I asked for all 3 years, but this is their best foot forward.
That's where we are, okay.
Yeah.
Then the other thing, so this year in our budget approval, it is the additional $93,000 coming out of GenGov. The future years, I guess a thought would be, is that we cap our budget at the 471 and that our transportation funding will absorb the difference. If rather than GenGov absorbing it, it would be coming out of transportation funding. And just as an FYI, some of the transportation funding is GenGov, because for a number of years we set aside 1% to go over to transportation. So in essence, it is partly, but it's the allocation that we put over there. So our GenGov budget would not be absorbing more than $471,000. The difference as we move forward in the difference between the 862 and the 471. I mean, next year we've got the grant, but it would be coming from transportation. Is that correct?
And we have that availability, Mayor.
Thank you.
And Mayor, if I may, so just clarification, so from the transportation fund, that those assets though could be used for other purposes such as roads. Am I correct on that?
You are correct, yes.
So we would be taking from the improvement of roads to VRT benefit. Okay. Mayor, are you ready for me to make my final little comment so you don't have to hear about this anymore?
I am ready.
Okay.
Thank you, Darrell.
And so, I mean, I'll be very open. I would not be voting in favor of this budget just for this reason if we hadn't had a change of directorship and didn't have Mark. Again, I repeat, I'm very impressed so far with them, and I think Director Clegg is one that she verbalizes, but hopefully she's also will show action. I'm concerned, of course, in 2026, that amount of money and taking that away from transportation, but how I will vote for this is that we just maintain what we did in the past 2 years, and that's at $378,000. I will not be voting for the increase of $93,000 this year. And I repeat, I would not be voting for any amount if I was not so impressed with Director Clegg and the work that you're doing. Thanks.
Thank you, Darrell. Any other discussion from council? And any other questions regarding this particular, well, first of all, while Mark is standing here, are there any further questions for Mark regarding VRT? If not, Mark, thank you so much. We appreciate your help in moving us to where we are today. Thank you. It's been extremely beneficial. Thank you. So regarding this particular Gen Gov budget as a whole, this particular vote will be based on just this code 13020. And at a total, actually, Doug, this is the operating budget, not the capital, correct?
Yes, we'll come back to the capital later. We'll get the operating budget portion here, which is?
So the $8,908,755.
Right.
But taking into consideration Darrell's comments. So what is, council, what is the discussion on council?
Mayor, what page are you on there?
So in the detail we have, it's our page 97, which may differ from the public a little bit.
Clarification. The total is 8 million, no, 10 million.
But the difference is $1.6 million, which is capital.
Right.
So we'll be voting on capital later. That $1.6 million is the horse park, but that will come forward and we'll approve all capital budgets at the end of the budget.
You're looking at 8,908,755.
Correct, which is the operating budget.
And now, we also have the ability to, of course, pass, or we have the ability to deny because of BRT.
Or we can make a motion.
Or we can make a motion modifying that.
At $93,000.
Right, okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, we can. I will say, the MOU that Mark has been working on with VRT reflects the commitment and the discussion that we had as a council with VRT earlier was at the $471,000. If we don't move forward with the budget, then Mark's going to need to go back and we're going to have to figure out, we're going to need to be renegotiating with VRT, and it could change. I don't know. I guess, Mark, I'm sorry, I had you sit down, but if on the VRT itself, what is your understanding? Because if we don't support funding VRT, will they give us the $350,000 of ARPA dollars?
Yeah, we would have to go back to the table and negotiate with them. It's our understanding this would pass today, and then we would bring the final MOU back in August for final approval. So, I mean, by all means, we could make changes to that and continue negotiating with them.
Right, but if we don't approve the budget as we discussed earlier, and then that means that we may not receive the $350,000 ARPA dollars.
That is true.
Right, so there could be a significant impact on public transportation. Because there is a season, because the request that VRT has asked of us now for several years is higher, much higher than this.
Yeah.
And so it's a little bit of a quandary. I understand where you are, Darrell, but it really goes to funding public transportation. So I just wanted to make sure we understand that as a whole, as a council. Am I correct on that?
That is correct.
Okay.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
So the item 1003020, that amount is $10,570,000.
It's $8,908,000. It's the operating budget. We're not approving capital at this time. Capital goes to the end this afternoon, so it's the operating budget.
Okay, so for 3020 is 8,970,755.
It's 8,908,855. Are you on page 9?
Where is it?
755. Page 97?
I didn't.
Your page 97? Are you, look in your book, Randy.
My number's different too.
Are you,
Did you add your, was it, what are those new
Is
pages?
this a new page, Doug?
I put my new
guess I'm
pages.
looking
Here,
at
it's on the new page.
it's the new pages that they
Yeah, it's
handed out.
908.
Okay,
So that's page 97 in the book.
yeah.
Okay, so give me that number again then.
$8,908,755.
Okay, so that's what's in the book now.
Yeah. These updated pages will be, I don't remember, are they updated online already?
No.
No.
No, okay, so they will be
will
updated
be,
following
yeah.
this meeting.
Yeah.
We'll update the budget with these numbers, but this is the new numbers that we received hard copy for our books.
Mayor Kling,
Yes,
I know we had the meeting, had the workshop. In good faith, I think we need to move forward with this year's increase with VRT, knowing that future councils will make the decision whether the next 2 years will be approved or not. So I'll make the motion to approve the budget as presented in our packet, amended to $8,908,755 for 3020.
Second.
it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Okay, hearing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Well, I do approve of the budget, but I don't approve of the increase at VRT.
The motion includes the budget increase for
It
VRT.
does.
I know. I'm going to say no.
Brunner.
No.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
3 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries.
Thank you. The last section, I believe it's the last section in Gen Gov, has to
Is
do with
the,
legal fees.
the legal fee budget? Yeah, okay. This is the legal fees, the budget for 3030 is flat with the prior year, $1,168,336. Included in this budget are 3 components. The legal payment to Borton Lakey for our legal services, that's at a monthly rate. The largest portion of this budget is the amount paid to Canyon County for prosecutorial services. That's about 600, and I have to look back and see if the detail exactly what it is so I don't misspeak. It's $711,000, and then we have a legal contingent of $169,000 in case of need, but we've never had to invade that in the time I've been here. We just hang on to it in case we do have an issue. But the budget remains flat with prior year in the past couple of years, actually, at $1.168 million.
Are there any questions?
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Yes, I do have a problem with this. And one of the things I would like to is take a good hard look at this contract that we have with the prosecuting attorney. And in fact, if Huff was here or interim chief was here, if we could come up and answer some questions for me, please. I really have a problem with the city of Nampa paying their 3% COLA. I think that should come from Canyon County and not from us.
Just to clarify, we speak to it correctly, they have tied their increase to our market or COLA increase up to a cap of 3%. So.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so it will, if we went up 2%, they'd go up 2%. If we go up 4%, they only go up 3%. So just for clarity.
And so do we know the exact amount of prosecuting attorneys or clerical that we're paying for? Or do they should go to a fund altogether?
I think it's a complex question. Maybe the chief can speak to it better. I don't know the answer to that myself.
Okay. All right, could we find out and maybe discuss this later, Mayor, on the contractual stuff.
Yes, and you know what, it is a contract, and I think we need to come back and review that
Okay.
and the timing and the renewal, but we are under contract.
Yes, I know.
With them, and so,
Yeah,
Yes.
yes, that's correct, as Doug stated, Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez. I don't know the number of prosecutors that goes to. I do know they are fully staffed as of last month with number of prosecutors and I believe support staff as well. But we can reach out and find out exactly what number of prosecutors he funds out of that.
Okay, so the other question would be is what kind of work are we getting out of them? I know, I see there's a lot of plea bargaining, not a lot of going to jail, not a lot of restitution we're receiving. So give me a picture of that.
So they are digging out of the COVID hole. We had a lot of stuff build up during that time frame, and they did a lot of deals to make cases go away, quite frankly. That is with some push from Chief Huff and speaking with the prosecutor's office and the judges. We have seen improvement. There's still a lot of work to be done in that area. They do a lot of plea bargains and deals with individuals to, whether it saves money, whether to help facilitate cases moving through the system quicker. So there's a lot of that still goes on.
Okay, that's,
Mayor,
yeah, thank you.
Just to follow up on that, Chief Huff and I have been having several conversations about the level of service by the prosecutor's office and the concern about blame being placed on judges when it's not their fault for things. So I think it's an ongoing conversation that needs to be maintained. And I think what Councilman Rodriguez is saying is it's just echoing what's been going on. So we just need to stay on top of it.
Correct, and it is ongoing. We meet with them on a regular basis and try and keep that pressure on them to communicate with whether it's the officers or with us about cases and those plea bargains, Councilman.
Mayor, if I can just to follow up kind of on a side note, I just spoke with a magistrate judge 3 weeks ago, and he says the problem is jail capacity. And that was my understanding. No, it's
Well-
not. But of course, but that's what at least he was still saying.
Right.
So we know what the volume of percentage of inmates that in jail. Of course, when the bond was trying to go out there and for a new jail, of course we were hearing that by the hour. But I have not heard much other than I was surprised by the magistrate telling me that it was still a problem.
Sure. So to be fully at capacity at Canyon County Jail is 82%. They consider that full capacity. I don't have the breakdown this morning on what it is, but there's a lot of state prisoners that should be in the penitentiary that are actually over in the Canyon County Jail. That's something that we're working on right now because
the county's making money on that, then I take it.
Absolutely.
It's also immigration holds too as well, right?
I don't know on the immigration holds where they're at on that, but I know that there's a lot of people that have been assigned or been sentenced to IDOC, to the penitentiary, that are doing up to a year in Canyon County Jail, which is obviously taking space away from the Canyon County crooks that should be in jail.
Okay, I just needed confirmation, and I totally trust your numbers, and I'm just wondering how that communication to at least this judge, I can't speak for the other magistrates, but how that's being communicated to them. Whether that's from the prosecuting office or a sheriff or otherwise, but.
I think all of the above. I mean, we've kind of, I wouldn't say we've overstepped our bounds, but we've inserted ourselves into that conversation over at the county over the last 6 months or so. And the magistrate level judges, I haven't had a whole lot of conversations with them, but I've had numerous conversations with the district judges, and those are the ones that are above the magistrate judges.
Mayor, final question. So is there any public access to those numbers, including the number of Idaho State that they are housing from the penitentiary?
I'm sure you could get like that through the state, or I could try to find those as far as how many, what they're
I would just be curious, because I get asked on the public, and it seems like this jail thing's starting to.
Sure, and you can get on the Canyon County jail roster and see what's in there.
I'm just curious, I was not aware of the of the penitentiary folks that are.
I think we could do FOIA requests. We could ask you to research, if you don't mind, your department.
Yeah, when you since you're retired.
You'll be glad to.
Yes, you'd be glad to.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you, Kurt.
Came out fast.
Yes. I would like to say I have greatly appreciated the pressure that Chief Huff has put on both the judges and the prosecuting attorney's office. At this time, even with some of the challenges that we've faced, we've had considerable discussions, and we don't feel like as a city we could really make a change right now, but I think we do need to look at the agreement. We can look at the, I don't remember when this particular agreement expires, regarding the percentage of increase that's in there, et cetera. To the extent possible, I feel confident that Chief Huff has held our prosecuting attorney's feet to the fire to deliver the best services possible, and we need to continue to do so. So we appreciate the work that's
We'll
taken
stay on.
place.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you. Any further questions? Okay. So the action on this particular code, which is 13030, would be to approve the operating budget of $1,168,336.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Hey, Mayor, really
Yes.
quickly, Doug, can you give us that breakdown again between those three different fees?
Yeah, it's right here on, right there on the screen. 287,
Great.
it's in the detail too.
Oh,
But
I missed that.
287,100 to
It's right here.
Morton Lakey, 711,732 to the Canyon
next
County, and 169,504 for contingency.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brenner?
Yes.
Chingula?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, quick question. It is noon. We said we would break at noon. We can keep going and try to knock out some more real quickly, or we can go ahead and take a break for lunch and come back. What is the will of the council?
Knockout.
Lunch.
Lunch?
I knew that, whatever I said, you would say, yeah.
Okay. Since it is noon, and we did say we would take a break at noon, as far as that's what we publicly noticed, we will go ahead and take a break. Council, do we need an hour break? Okay, and so for everybody here, we'll do, let's say, a 30-minute break, and we'll just dig right back in and see if we can knock it out. So we'll all reconvene in this room in 30 minutes. So we'll eat fast. Thank you.
Lock your computers, people.
I only got 3.
think we're ready to move forward with the next agenda item, which is 1.6, Human Resources.
Thanks, Mayor. Let me sure, pardon me. My throat's getting a little dry. Maybe I should stop talking and just more voting, less talking. No, I'm teasing. The Human Resources budget this year for FY24 reflects a decrease from $944,685 last year to $870,227 this year, based on a reduction in FTEs where they gave up budgetary authority for an operations manager. That position, authority, was moved into the mayor's office, so it comes back later, but internally within Human Resources, they did a budget very similar to how finance has done it, and controlled expenses and kept things under control and reflect the decrease. And those, if there's any other changes, I'm sure that Marissa can speak to it. There's a little bit of internal training included in the budget, but overall, we're down about $74,000 from the prior year.
So are there any questions regarding the HR budget?
900,227, right?
Yes, it is the operating budget.
So moved that we accept that figure.
Second.
Thank you.
Would you like to repeat that?
900, yeah, since my mic wasn't on, which is good for most people. $900,227 that we approved for HR.
And that was,
That was my second, yeah.
okay. So it's been moved and seconded that we approve the operating budget for Human Resources in the amount of $900,227. Is there any discussion?
Mayor, I just want to say, because I met with Marissa about this, that internal training, the training there that's itemized on page 110 for the $54,500, she was just talking about how this is new because they're trying to get training, because we were talking about how I was concerned about all the training that was going out, and that's internal, so that's going to help kind of bring in, and she can speak to this too. I just want to let council know that I feel really good about that. I think it's on the right track. Marissa's done a really good job getting this figured out and bringing training in so that it's going to eliminate costs of employees going out for training, which is kind of what all of our concern was. So this is a net positive.
Thank you.
Opinion.
Thank you. Is there any other comment or discussion? Okay, seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Mayor, I'm sorry, one
Yes.
quick comment. Pardon me. I forgot to mention back when we approved the general government, and I told you this, that there was a very slight increase in funding from Canyon County for property tax judgments. It was $5,302. These judgments come from the county at the very end of the budgeting process. It's always after I've sent the budget book out. And what they are is judgments on property taxes, people that have appealed and they fail to appeal, and eventually the courts give them a judgment. And I wanted to request permission to let the council know that I was going to increase the property tax budget for that judgment by $5,302 so that I could actually get it into the budget this year. And the judgments themselves, if we do not accept this, then the property tax owners, the judgment's vacated and they don't pay the property tax.
Perfect, thank you. So it's in, but no action is required, it's done.
It's notification.
This is just more
yeah.
notification, thank you.
Right.
Appreciate it. Okay, so moving to item 1.7 on the agenda, information technology. Let's just start with department summary and then our total personnel summary.
Correct. So the budget for information technology increased from 2023's $2,335,189 to $2,404,649. And there was about a 0.7 FTE increase. There's a little moving around between 911 and IT, but there's a net increase that drove wage increases of around $113,000, and part of that is, of course, the merit and market adjustment. But that's the primary shift. The total increase to the budget is $69,459, which is almost entirely covered by that FTE. So we went from the $2.3 million in '23 to the $2.4 million in '24.
Okay. So there isn't any capital in this particular budget that we need to leave till later. So it is the operating budget of $2,404,649. Council, do you have any questions regarding any specific line items within this budget?
Make the motion to approve the budget of $2,404,649 as presented to us this morning.
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded. Councilwoman Natalie?
Yes. So we hired 2 additional employees last year, but our overtime is staying the same. And so I'm just wondering, I'm not picking on them. I've seen it multiple times throughout. This just happens to be the first one that I highlighted. When I see a number go from the same from year to year, to me it just kind of feels sloppy in a sense, like it's not really very thought out. So if we hired 2 additional employees, and if they are 40 hours a week, not part-time, and 52 weeks, then would that be roughly 2,840 hours of overtime? Like, why do we still have the same amount of overtime if we have
Right.
2 additional employees?
So I'll let, is Butch here? Butch can speak to that. I will say that in 2022, the actual overtime was $6,376. So the $7,000 budget doesn't appear to be outside the realms, but I agree with you, Councilor Jengla. So I'll turn it over to Butch to answer.
So our overtime is almost 100% from the police department. So we don't typically use overtime for the city side that we support. So the hours that for the new hires and things like that, they're using those 40 hours a week to do their regular work. The overtime comes in when we get the phone calls from the police department during off hours that come in that, hey, I can't get connected to the internet, my software's not working, or things like that. So it's really highly dependent upon what we see from them. But it's not necessarily, we didn't hire additional resources to cover for the overtime. It was for the additional labor work that we just do during our regular hours.
Thank you. Yeah, that makes more sense.
So Mayor, does the police department do training like in rebooting?
Can we send them?
There's a lot of things, no. We, just with the complexities, one of the things, and I know this may not have been on your mind, the additional resources is to support them coming on. When I came into the city about 4 years ago, it's hard to believe it's been 4 years, there was a lot of, there were some agreements made between the police and the IT departments at those times that the police department was going to support a lot of the software and the hardware over on the police side. They're now handing that over because we've earned their trust and we've been able to provide them the services. So they're handing that over to the IT side, and that's increasing our workload. That's what that additional resource will be for that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Yes?
Doug?
Butch?
Butch?
Yes, sir.
I'm used to calling Doug. See?
You know what? Since the day I started, I've had someone call me Doug. I don't know what that is.
I think I'll just call you Fred, so I won't mess up. Okay, so the first question I have is the travel, lodging, conferences, training, travel meals, travel transportation, conference training, that's all going to be addressed later, right, Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, as well as the dues and memberships, okay.
Mm-hmm.
May I add something to that I'm pretty proud of from our department? So we've gone to an online training system for the IT department where we're paying a subscription on an annual basis for our IT staff, and we've reduced our travel and training almost to zero as a result of that. The only travel and training we're doing now is required by the police for certifications that we have to have.
Okay, that's what I want to ask. So every time that your department needs to expand or needs more equipment, you rely on the other city departments to kind of give you what you need, right? Your allocation from each department.
So yeah, so like for software, for example, for like the Microsoft Office software licenses, we actually look at the number of uses.
West Park is.
Somebody needs to mute on Teams.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So let's say, for example, the police department has 200 people that use Microsoft Office licenses. Then the allocation would reflect that amount of the Microsoft enterprise licensing would be allocated out to them as a charge. So yeah, for those kinds of things. But in general, we look at the number of users, and then we allocate out according to the number of users that we support across the departments.
Okay. Let's talk about Tyler.
Okay.
You know how I feel about Tyler.
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. I want to know how much time you and your staff takes to fix, to correct what Tyler doesn't do or does, which always has a problem, and what you're doing about that regarding giving it back or making Tyler, whoever they are, accountable for what they're not doing, or they said they were going to do and have it. And I've asked you that 3 years in a row now, and hopefully you're going to give me a different answer. Because I don't see anything in the budget them paying you back.
Okay, Mayor and Council, great question. So we are actually at a point now where, so there was a 7-year contract that was signed with Tyler. And we had some obligations and commitments that we had signed to prior to my coming to the city. Now that that's been addressed, over the 4 years that I've been here, we have been able to remove several of the modules that never got implemented or never functioned the way that they were advertised, and so we reduced our contract significantly. It was well over $300,000 a year, and we're down under $200,000 now for that. In addition to that, we're also working on eliminating the modules that are currently implemented that aren't cutting what we need it to do, and so that's going to include the HR system, the timekeeping system, and payroll. So that is going to, we're actively working on projects right now to get the requirements put together so that we can go out for RFP, and we're going to replace those pieces. There's one piece that we are keeping from Tyler on the city side, which would be the financial portion, and that's per the request of the finance department. They're okay with what they're receiving from them on that. As far as what we're doing for Tyler to keep things running, those things have been significantly reduced because we've been working with them and making sure that those things get fixed.
Okay, one of the things that I'm concerned about is that the Tyler software isn't department friendly regarding different departments, and so now they've decided to go out to other intergov programs, and so we're paying another program, this, and then plus Tyler. Are you working toward intertwining these? Can you do that?
So here's how that works. So there's several different approaches that you can do to an ERP, Enterprise Resource Planning System, is what that stands for. But with an ERP system, there's two different ways you can look at it. You can say, I want a one-stop shop so that everything looks, feels, and talks exactly the same, or at least that's how they advertise it. Realistically, SAP is the only company in the United States that can do that, and they're a Lamborghini. We just don't have a need for that. It just can't justify it. So the other option is to find systems within each department that meet the requirements, but then also can be interfaced together. They're not the same companies, but they interface well together. That's the approach we're now taking. Let's go find what the requirements are for each department that meets those needs, and then what will interface together across the city, and that gets you where you need to be.
Okay, so where does the deductions that you just talked about, where do they show in your in your budget?
Well, I'll let Doug speak to that. It's not our budget directly that reflects that, like the license for that. It doesn't come out of the direct IT department. Doug can speak to that, but I know that we were originally over $300,000, and now we're in the $180,000 or $70,000
Was
range now.
that just last year's budget?
Right, so in FY '23's budget, we built in the decrease, the initial decrease primarily related to utility billing, because we couldn't quite make that program from Tyler work out there, so we pulled that out, and it was a $80,000 or $90,000 decrease in the FY '23 budget. So I imagine when we get to the FY '25 budget, there will be additional changes that will happen, because that'll be the time frame we're working on now. There may be some additional impacts, as Butch indicated, as we work on the payroll and HR functions that will happen during the course of FY '24, but the next budget change on this will be for FY '25.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Fred.
Councilman Haverfield, yes.
Butch, my concern lies more with cybersecurity and just making sure that we're staying current to protect ourselves. The increase that we're talking about is pretty minor. There's no increases needed for cybersecurity.
At this time, there's not. Going forward, there will be, and we're making finance aware of that because of the ARPA money that we received this last year that you approved for us for the Zero Trust. That bought us 5 years. So we have a 5-year agreement that we're using the software to cover all of that. At that point, at the end of 5 years, then we'll see that increase come in.
But Mayor and Councilor, let me clarify. The IT budget you're presenting here is primarily the labor support to manage all of the various systems. The cost of software is reflected in one of 2 or 3 different lines, but not from the IT line. So the cost for Tyler, the cost for the various software products we all use will be in the departments under either a software line or a contractual service line, depending upon the actual nature of the service.
You spread it out then over other parts of the budget.
Right,
correct.
Okay,
right.
thank you.
Great. Are there any other questions? Councilwoman Jane Giller, did you have any questions? Okay. So I believe we had a motion and a second, is that correct? To approve the IT operating budget of $2,404,649. If there is no further discussion, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Warner.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
The next budget is the mayor's office budget.
And
I think well, go ahead.
do you want me to introduce that, and then I can turn it back to you?
If you want to, or I
'cause
can do
it
it.
includes both the, it may not say it here, but does the agenda say both the mayor, 1.9 is shown as city council, okay. So the mayor's office budget increased from $572,773.23 to $780,255 in the proposed budget, primarily on the strength of increasing the FTEs from 4.82 to 6.82. However, roughly half of that increase is from the FTE we transferred from human resources. So the net increase between the two is probably closer to the $100,000 mark, not the $200,000 mark.
Correct.
And then, Mayor, if you want to speak to
So
anything else on that.
in working with HR, we realized that I appreciate Marissa and her stewardship and the reorganization of the HR department. When we replaced and Marissa moved into the Director of Human Resources, we did not replace, it was a Director of Workforce Development, so we eliminated that position. One position has been eliminated, and it's a Director of HR. And so taking that wage, we're requesting that it move over to the mayor's office. It's not new dollars, but it is a transfer over. And it's actually for this data analyst risk management position. As we've been really working on goals for the city, one of the things that I find in our office is that we don't have a way to measure and to track the work that's being done. So this position actually would be working with us in the goals that we've identified, which are measurable goals, for the city would be tracking that. They would be assisting with tracking the risk management within the city and working with the Human Resources Department on the workers' comp, because that is an area that they need support, is on the workers' comp, really looking at how do we reduce our risk as a city. Just in some of these areas alone, the position would pay for itself by tracking and managing our risk, but we actually need to track our accomplishments and be able to report out the work that we're doing. And so that's what that position is to assist with risk management. Prior to me coming into office, we had a, quote, risk manager. When I came in, the chief of staff took over risk management, in addition to overseeing a couple departments and in addition to now legislative services. It's a lot. And I think that it would be very beneficial to have someone to assist on both workers' comp, risk management, and then all the data. So anyway, the other position council actually approved a couple of months ago, and that was the social media employee that is a direct report to Amy that we hired and introduced recently. So yes, Councilman Haverfeld.
So the analyst position that hasn't been filled yet, is that correct?
No, it is currently, candidly, we have Ken Keene that we're borrowing from police. And at the end of this fiscal year, that position ends. And so short of this position being filled, Ken is helping us get it going as we're borrowing him from police right now. But outside of that position ends at the end of this fiscal year, and so we don't have a position.
So beyond risk management and the interface with human resources, is there other responsibilities that you see this individual being, or in whatever, this individual being responsible for?
They'll actually work with every department in the city to ensure that they're meeting their goals and that we're appropriately tracking. One of the new things that we're implementing is actually a dashboard that has certain metrics in it that we've identified, and you see that in the front of all these different budgets. You see not only the org structure, but you see the goals in there. And so we're really focused on goals. Like, for example, one of our primary goals is we listen to the citizens. Traffic and streets is probably, and public safety are the #1 issues that they're concerned about. So we have a goal, and that is to reduce travel within the city. In other words, how did we word that? I just totally went blank, but it's to reduce the time that within the city to move within the city. Well, we've got to be able to measure that. And so with our current traffic lights, and especially as we can implement our traffic information study, we're going to be able to track how long it takes to get from point A to point B throughout the city. And I think that's one where we don't have a massive budget to fix everything that needs to be fixed. If we can move people through Nampa faster, they're going to feel better about their life here and their quality of life. That's just one metric. There's several metrics. They're all in this book.
So again, I have a certain person that I ride with in the car quite a bit, and she keeps asking who's responsible for the signalization and the timing. I can say that it's now the mayor's office.
Good one, yeah. Actually, it is our Streets and Traffic Division, but I do work with them. And so ultimately, the buck does pass up here if it doesn't get done. So we're just trying to track and measure the work that's being done and be able to report it out to our citizens. So.
Mayor, he's talking about his little female dog, by the way. So.
That's who it is. That talks to him.
She's got a wedding ring on. I mean, it's
yeah.
A little more than a puppy.
I'm staying out of this one.
Mayor Kling, I'll make the motion if someone else doesn't want to jump ahead of me to approve the budget increase to $783,755 for the mayor's office.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or are there questions?
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
As I stated before, this is not a matter of priority to me as far as the new employees. I think that some of these could go somewhere else that we do need them. But I know you work 16, 17 hours a day, and so does your staff. Maybe this will help them a little bit.
Thank you.
So I'm going to go with you on this one.
I appreciate that. The goal, it's very difficult, especially for our office, to increase staff. And I know for the social media position, I was a strong advocate for that because it's, when we have someone that works 7 days a week and evenings and early mornings and everything, there comes a time you have to have the resources. This other position is important because I think we need to be able to track and measure. And by doing so and really having emphasis on it, I think it'll eventually pay for itself. So, and the good news is it's not a new budgetary. We're pulling it over. Any other comments, questions? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Pingula?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Everfield?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 1.9 is the city council budget, and there's no change in the personnel summary.
No, not in the summary. There is a change in the increase in the budget from 171,554 to 193,292, and that's entirely driven by adding another healthcare FTE. We're not sure what the makeup of the council will be in the election, so we put in there the coverage in case all council members elect to take advantage of the city's healthcare costs. And that's the driving increase. Now, also in the budget, Mayor, not in the budget, but up for discussion, would be, if you want me to introduce the topic on the council wages. Marissa has some work that she has prepared to discuss. There has been discussion in the past, which we recall, about what the appropriate level of council wage should be, and I know it's a difficult and sensitive topic. The challenge, as I see it, is we are falling further and further behind what neighboring cities are paying, and that could impact the capacity of new members to become, that might be beneficial to stand for the position because the pay may not be sufficient to help them make that particular choice to run for office. So with that, we'll turn it over to Marissa and her discussion of wages.
So I pulled data through FOIA requests, the same as I do for all of our employees' wage data. And I've summarized what each of our surrounding cities are paying as of April 2023. I don't know what other cities are having conversations right now in their budget meetings to possibly increase these. But if I were to treat you the same as any of our other employees at looking at the market data, I would say that it's appropriate to make some sort of a wage adjustment. If we were to follow our practice of trying to stay within 10% of Meridian, the recommendation would be to move the council member pay to at least $15,600 annually and $17,000 to the president in consideration of additional meetings and commitment involved serving as the president.
Marissa, thank you. And I just have to say, this is difficult for city council because you're voting on your own wage. And I know that it's natural to not support it. But I feel strongly that the wage for our city council members is low. And so if you look at the data, needless to say, we're usually 20% behind Meridian. Obviously, we're not even close to Boise. But I do think it's time. We have not changed the City of Nampa, the council member wage, for a number of years, and I truly believe that we're behind. And I think there is a principle that a workman is worthy of their wage. I know you guys don't do it for the money, but I think as we move forward, I think the council wage is significantly low, and I would like to support that we move forward with what Marissa recommended, which was bringing the wage from the $10,930 to $15,000 what?
600.
$15,600.
And Mayor, I'd like to add one more comment, that the way we have built the budget, should the council choose to approve this or another rate increase, it will not become an increase in the total budgetary cost. I have a wage plan built in and contingency reserves. I'll pull those down and this up. The net budget will remain the same. It will not increase overall.
Okay.
Mayor Klein.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, so since I'm the only one that's not employed, I'm retired, that I do take pride in going to all the meetings that I can. Last year, I believe I attended maybe over 600 meetings, and I drove a F-150. You can imagine that. So the wage that I get now is between $600 that I take home usually, that doesn't pay for my gas. So what I did, ladies and gentlemen, is I decided I'm going to downsize. So I got rid of my Ford F-150 and cried all the way to the dealer. Yeah, and I ended up buying a smaller vehicle because of the gas and because I wanted to continue my dedication to the community, because we get things done. That's what we're all about. Unfortunately, my fellow council members, or maybe with Darrell, are employed and they have to do what they got to do. But I'm here to serve. But it's not making it easy, because it's a job that I love, and I will continue regardless of you, if we increase this or not. I'll still do what I got to do, and I take pride in it. So my fellow council members, think about that. Maybe it's time. And if any constituent wants to talk to me about this, I would be more than happy to let them know that it's time. And I know I'll probably hear from Hubert and Ron Harriman and Glenn Rimby, and I've already talked to them about this. And you know what? We've got to get up to. It makes it easier for us. And so I luckily, hesitantly, I hate to say that, but you know, I think it's time for an increase. But I will still do the work if we don't get it. Rest assured.
Mayor, question, if I may, question for Marissa. What's the, those who take, and I realize, not to anything of mine, just it's a philosophical thing. I'm still working, and my major employer is Northwest Nazarene University. So even though the benefit package from Percy is much better, and this past year I did because of a spouse health challenge. So my final year, I have taken the health benefit. But what is the overall availability for what, I'm going to say this out loud, you're working full-time at it. We had a previous council person that pretty much made it a full-time job, but it is part-time. And so my reasoning has always been that it's not fair for part-time to receive full benefits compared to a FTE city employee. So, but what is the amount of money available from not a salary standpoint, but from a benefit standpoint for a council person?
Well, if you look at the cost of our medical benefits, it could be $15,000 to $20,000 a year, depending on if they have family coverage or individual coverage. I would say a full-time employee does receive more benefits than council members, for example, the paid holidays and paid time off and short-term disability coverage.
Right. So we're talking, so you're adding on to that approximately $11,000 currently to another, at least a minimum of $15,000, which is available to a person who does win office.
If they take our insurance benefits.
Okay. And for a part-time job, I think that is, my personal opinion, that is plenty. I realize I'm not going to be a part of this, and not to put down anything, because I know Victor and all of these, I can't, this lady besides me, she takes more notes and research than you can imagine. So I know everyone's doing a lot of work, and Randy, I don't even know how he runs a business. He's at meetings galore. So, but there again, I realize if that prevents somebody from running, I don't know why it should. A person has to prioritize. We had one council person that stepped aside, but it is a job that's going to affect family. And before you go into that or whatever, you need to realize that. And it's a servant's job. Unlike the mayor and staff, that's a whole different ball game. But as far as my consideration, and I'll be quiet, is it's a part-time job, and it should not be treated the same as a full-time.
You might just consider that a council member could receive the pay and elect not to have the benefits if they have sufficient coverage elsewhere.
Yeah, and that's personally my choice, but what I did for seven out of till this final year, where I couldn't get coverage for my wife in certain aspects, and then you did not cover, so from a health standpoint. Yeah, so that's choice.
Yes, Councilwoman Jankula.
I was just going to say that I will plead the fifth on my bad part-time jokes.
That was it? Okay.
You got to move that money elsewhere, right?
Okay. Any other comments? Legal, am I allowed to make a motion? I never do. I'm not allowed to. Bummer. Okay. And I can't vote either. So you know what my recommendation is, and I can't make a motion. So
Well, I'll make it, Mayor. You guys better not do this to me when I make the motion. I'll make the motion to approve.
The 15,600, the increase in
Well,
council.
the whole city council
Well,
budget.
that's not necessarily.
Oh, that's not it, that's okay.
It'd be a separate motion.
Yeah, the 15,000 increase. New council members.
And does that include, did you have a different suggestion for council president?
Yes,
And that was
17,000.
17,000? Okay, so then, would your motion include that, or do you just want it to be the 15?
No, that includes that.
And that, okay, so both the recommendations of HR to increase council wages to 15,600 and the council president to 17,000?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you.
I do want to say, Mayor, if I can, there's some things budgeted in here that we don't use, that I don't believe that we use. I guess any other council member can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's travel built in here, travel meals, transportation mileage. As far as I know, none of us are using that. It's just in here. So just to be transparent with the public, these are in here, but we don't use those funds.
And I would like to say, I would love for council to use them.
Yeah.
Especially participation in AIC, the Association of Idaho Cities. We have city council members that actually chair that association, serve as president. I would love to see council actually become more engaged at our, at the Association of Idaho Cities. And actually, former Councilman Rick Hogaboam attended the National League of Cities his first year, which is the one time I went. I don't think I've even gone twice, because I don't even do much travel. But I tell you, participation sometimes can be really beneficial, and so I appreciate it being in the budget. Needless to say, it wouldn't be used in an inappropriate way, but it would be great to have more council participation in some of our meetings.
And also, Mayor, the city council, when we do attend out-of-city meetings, we don't put in for mileage reimbursement.
And you really should.
I know, but we don't.
So, yeah, there's not a whole lot in here for reimbursement, but, yeah. That gets a little awkward, but I do think, yeah, if we can increase the wage, at least that's going to help.
Yep.
Yeah. And then we can talk about reimbursement. So can I ask a question? And I'm sorry, I've lost track. We have not had a motion on the overall city council budget. So it has been moved and seconded that we approve this increase. And so we will vote on that, and then we'll come back to the city council budget, approving that budget with the addition of this increase. So is there any further discussion on the increase in wage, the motion for that alone?
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
So to Doug, the question is, if there is an increase, if we authorize the increase, is that going to change the percent of increase that we're looking to extend? Is it going to be above and beyond what your balanced budget is?
No, I will pull another line item down. We have a wage plan, and I have some contingency reserves. The net budget will stay the same. So we'll cover that and just absorb it within what we currently have stated. The $280 million will not change.
And the budget, we budgeted at that 2.5%. It does not impact that at all.
Yep.
It stays the same. Okay, roll call.
Brunner.
No.
Reynolds.
No.
Haverfield.
I've been on council for 10 years, and we have not voted ourselves an increase over that period of time, because I think the belief is that it is a servant's job. And I fear for the future as far as people that are running for council, but I don't see the need to increase what I am compensated for being in this position above what's already been offered to us, so I'll vote no.
Chingula.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
2 in favor, 3 opposed, motion fails.
Okay. So then the next motion will be the city council budget. It would be to approve the operating and labor budget of $192,292.
So moved.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Mayor,
Yes.
I think it's 193,292.
Right, what did I say?
192.
Oh, 193,292.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. So is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call?
Brunner,
Yes.
Chingula,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Hammerfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, we are ready to move into the police budget.
Mayor.
So, yes. So I think, Doug, I don't know, do you want to just go over all of them into one budget?
Yeah.
You're not going to break them out?
Outlay it, because we changed the structure of the police. We added two new organizations into the police structure, one for all of their unique costs, whether it be canine or tactical or special operations group. We created a new organization, again, under transparency, and to help track those costs, that's one of the two new organizations listed in, you'll see on the top, it'll say Nampa Police Department, it will list 4 orgs, 7010, 7020, 7060, and 7070. The other new org would be for the integrated command center costs.
Not presenting directly.
Okay, got to catch up with the presentation. To allow them to track costs for managing all the cameras and such, that they're working in cooperation with the Streets and Traffic Department, and those are the two new orgs. But because those are new orgs, and they have no prior year history posted in their org, the best way to review this is looking at the summary of the expenses in totality, rather than looking at each individual cost center. But I would encourage the council to look at those new cost centers and see what those costs are that are being broken out, just for the sake of transparency. One other background item that needs to be noted here, and I mentioned this a bit earlier, if you will notice, the net increase in the aggregate budget for the police is $1,777,000. I need to clarify that the MPP increase we voted on last November will be in the August amendment. I should have put it in the amendment earlier, but for various reasons did not. So half of this increase, about $700,000, is coming from that increase that was voted on last year. So the net increase is probably more like $1 million overall, not the $1,700,000. Or in other words, $700,000, $800,000 of this increase in here is coming from the agreement we voted on last November. So.
But it's still $1.7 million increase over the prior year.
It is.
Yes.
That is correct. So the police department added 2 new FTEs, and they are to man and support the integrated command center. Those are they requested more. Because of funding restrictions and constraints, we could not add more. We absorbed about $96,000 of the DOJ grant that fell off for some of the police staff we'd hired a couple of years ago. That was one of the increases. But overall, the total increase to the police department is in the labor and benefits budget. The operations is virtually static, very unchanged. So outside, this is like I said, the recurring theme. Outside of labor and benefits, almost every department really worked hard to maintain their non-labor costs in order to make some cost avoidance and cost control. But that is, I think it's remarkable for an organization as large as the police to keep everything else flat and just restrict their increases to the staffing needs that they're dealing with. So the total budget for the police for the current year is proposed at $32,204,663. And if you recall, back in the general government, Mayor, you have a look on your face?
I do. I'm just looking at, I see it at $33,204,663. Am I looking at the wrong page?
$30,204,663.
$33,204,663.
Yes, 32, did I say 32,000?
Yeah,
My apologies.
32,000. So
$33,204,663. I need correction now and then.
Okay, right here.
But what I wanted-
33,204,663.
And what I
That was
wanted,
it, yeah.
thank you. What I wanted to recall the council's memory to is the amount of money coming from property taxes to general gov, which was $31,884,000. So there's almost a $2 million, well, $1.5 million differential between what we're getting in property taxes and what we're providing to the police for support.
So Mayor, I like that first figure. I just thought the chief was retired.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're paying him really good.
Are we okay for a question or not, Mayor?
Oh, certainly.
Okay. So I'm just curious on the rationale. I'm not questioning it so much, but on the command center, the two new FTEs, and I realize it's pretty much, it wouldn't matter where it came from. What's the reason the streets, is this not benefiting streets also as far as the
In
lights
the
and so
streets,
on?
that's a very relevant question. In the streets budget, there are new staff, 2 new staff additionally on the street side.
That's what I was thinking, there was 2.
This is the joint operation.
Okay. So it's taken four people to run this command center.
Well, I will say, though, the information that is derived is very different information. Where police is using it for crimes and for crime analysis related to the information, and candidly, it was the ancillary benefit. When we were doing the ITS system for traffic purposes and traffic mitigation, what we found was the information that was collected with access to that by the police and the data that they're pulling from it is extremely beneficial to the police department. And so where they actually had requested and wanted 4 or 5 positions to do this, we say we're going to just do 2 and use your analysts, your current analysts, to help derive the information. But there's a lot of information they're pulling. Do you guys want to speak to that? Okay.
So Captain Danny, if I'm running the yellow light a little late, there's a more chance of me being fined?
Mayor, Council, for the average person, no.
Okay. I knew I was going to get a good answer.
I'll leave it at that for now. No, very relevant question. So this partnership, which is 4 to 5 years in the making, really lays a foundation for how to move traffic efficiently through the city, how to accomplish some of the stresses that Councilman Haverfield experiences while driving with a person in his car. I think we all have to deal with the fact that traffic is just increasing in this city. And the little bit that streets have been able to do with some of their current technology, there's been some tremendous benefits that we've seen in their ability to move traffic. Once all of these intersections are linked, once everything's in place, once the cameras are in place, I think, as Mayor, you mentioned just a little while ago, we're going to see a tremendous benefit to how traffic flows through the city, which is a constant stressor, I think, for pretty much everybody.
Okay. Mayor, I had an engineer contact me not too long ago. I don't see Daniel's not here. Just curious, because I didn't have an answer. I gave him Daniel's name to contact. He said, what in the world are you doing going underground with this system? He said, that's way obsolete. No municipality. He, of course, moved here years ago from San Diego area. And he does, and they engineer sound equipment for the Pentagon and so on. But he said, you guys are way behind times. So I said, I have no idea whether we're behind times. I just take it for granted. That's what you have to do.
So Matt Ricks, Transportation Engineering Manager. The underground stuff is fiber optic cable, and that is secure communications. It's a closed loop, and it's more reliable than wireless communication or anything like that. So that's what's going on underground.
So that's the rationale that, okay. Maybe you can send me an email and summarize that so I can get back to him, because he didn't seem to be convinced that that was a modern way of doing it at all. So, okay. Yep. Thanks. Or maybe I can get him to talk to you. Okay.
So back to addressing the question on the actual staffing for the center. I couldn't speak to what Matt needs for traffic management, but on the real-time crime side, it gives us the ability to put eyes on the streets, well in advance of how fast a patrol car or an ambulance or a fire truck can get there. We can be getting real-time information back as to what happened on a crash, whether it's a property damage crash, whether it's a severe injury crash, and it can change how we respond. It can change the number of vehicles that we send. It can change the speed with which we send those vehicles to either increase or decrease as needed. So there's benefits that we could go on and talk about really for hours. But when you talk about this center, the center is going to be effective for the city when it's up and running 24 hours a day. You're not going to do that with 2 people from traffic and 2 from PD. So long-term, yeah, we're looking at I think a considerable increase in staff, but this is a good way to get going.
So Mayor, like, is this going to be advantageous to insurance companies on a traffic more type?
Yeah,
situation?
potentially.
Are they going to have access to this before they pay off?
Yeah, there are parts of it. So information that we capture and put into an investigation, video, for example, will be discoverable.
It won't be confidential.
It won't be confidential. It will be part of the public records release process. And that's all in our policy and in the plan.
Thanks.
Any other questions related to the police budget? Yes.
I do. This is, the holiday bank payout is $450,000. What is that?
It's probably a good finance question. Well, that is for the paid holidays that our staff experience, yeah.
Okay, that's what that is then.
Yeah.
That's paid out annually in, I think, November, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, no, all it
Yes.
says is holiday bank payout. I thought, what the heck?
Yes, that's the banked holidays that they get.
Just to
every
pay
year.
out for the employees.
It's not a sell back. If a police officer works on the holiday and doesn't get holiday pay, we bank it, and then at the end of the year, in November, they get paid for all of those holidays that they worked and didn't actually get to enjoy as a paid holiday.
Okay. No, I just wanted clarification. Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I was thinking on the personnel summary that I've heard, it would, your interest expressed to have a 6th lieutenant. Can you tell us about why that would be important to your department?
Yeah, so in our strategic plan that we've been working off of for the last 5 years called out for the deputy chief position, I think originally 3 years ago, and we've been slowly pushing that position back. And we were able to accomplish that this year with the promotion of Deputy Chief Schenkel, and then we backfilled his captain's position with Captain Skoglund. But in doing that, to meet budgetary restrictions for 2023 and 2024, we did not fill Lieutenant Skoglund's, or Captain Skoglund's lieutenant position. Yeah, I think as we continue to build out the agency, I think that 6th lieutenant is vital to the command structure, our span of control, and how we implement policies and procedures throughout the agency, what the workload is. It just really comes down to how much money is available to accomplish these needs.
Follow up. What kind of dollars would it be to promote a lieutenant? And are the current lieutenants able to fulfill their duties without having that 6th position? I mean, are they stressed in what they're doing?
Yeah, I think, Councilman Reynolds, I think the idea of backfilling the lieutenant is we probably haven't made it as high a priority as we should in some respects, but again, dollars are driving it. We can talk about the difference between a patrol position and the lieutenant's position, and that is a relatively small amount compared to adding an FTE to do this job. But I think where we're concerned is if we continue to promote command from rank positions, it's reducing those people that are out there on the streets every day doing the work. And as command team, we're willing to take on more workload to avoid that issue, but we're kind of at that tipping point. And again, we've worked really well with finance and the mayor's office on what our desires are. We certainly didn't meet the needs of, or meet all the requests that we had this year, but we are content that we can move forward this way. Is it ideal? No, but can we do it? Sure. It's kind of the Nampa way.
So you're looking at 15,000 or 150,000?
Well, I think if we were to use a current position, you're talking probably about 15 to 20,000, and Doug, I don't know if you want to weigh in on that. If we were to do a full new FTE, then you've got wages and benefits and everything else combined, it's probably closer to 103
Yeah, but so if it's a new FT, yeah, it's the larger of the two numbers. But it's not included in this budget.
I will say that we actually had talked at the time we did the deputy position about leaving a captain position open. And then we realized in visiting with Chief Huff that that really wasn't going to work, that we needed to go ahead and fill that position. And the decision, and I don't know, Chief, if you want to speak to that, the thought was that you could transfer responsibilities of the lieutenant position that's open, that you could carry those for 1 year. And I'm not sure if the captain's having to pick up the lieutenant position in that one lieutenant position that we're not leaving open. But I guess the question, and I'd like to follow up on maybe what you're thinking, are we leaving the city short? What are we doing to our staffing by leaving this position open, and can we really afford to do so for a year? Would that be the thought?
Right, because what I'm thinking is with your command staff, you have a culture, obviously in the whole PD, but especially with your command staff. And if you stress them, the lieutenants and up, either way, both ways, down to sergeant, that's incentive for them to go to another PD. It could be. So I want to make sure we have the staff we need. If you promote internally and it's a $15,000 need or ask or $20,000, and then you hire a patrol officer, it seems like you can hire the new guy out of the academy and create that culture versus hiring a brand new lieutenant from a transfer position or something like that, because he's already going to know your PD culture.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the last choice to hire from, an existing lieutenant or somebody from another department. We'd rather bring them up through our culture, like you said. And I appreciate what you're saying about needing another lieutenant. However, the only way that would work for us right now, because we're stretched so thin at the patrol rank level, is we would have to bring another full-time police officer in and then promote up through the ranks like that. So I think we can get by for this next fiscal year. I mean, maybe we have that discussion next fiscal year as far as broadening the command staff a little bit. But the real need right now is for the boots on the street, the patrol officers out there. We have several commitments already coming up over this next year with, another school resource officer. And so something has to give on the patrol level to, create that position. We don't know exactly what this integrated command center is going to, look like and how that'll help, or is it going to give us more work? Is it going to, make us work more proficient? I think that's what's going to be the answer. But rather than putting somebody this current year up into command, I mean, we're very lucky getting the captain position back when I guess interim chief Schenkel moved up. And we weren't expecting that. So, I mean, we're very grateful with what we've got so far this year, and we can make it work for the next, the next 12 months with the current command staff that we have. Absolutely.
I appreciate your openness to share that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Mayor, I do. It's kind of a side note also, but there again, shortage. The two things that are out there a lot. One is nationally and one is more local. Kenyon County local is where the crime rate has increased. I think the sheriff has reported on that. Gang activity is so on. So I'm curious on how short we are as far as to actually have a force that's working on the gang activity, would call one Kenyon County. The other thing is, of course, the movie is out, The Sound of Freedom. And there's been seminars here in Nampa as far as the child, especially sex trafficking. I realize there's workforce trafficking too, but we're not immune to that.
No, absolutely.
And then I know there's state laws and so on, or sometimes has our hands tied. But to those two areas, are we even dealing with that? Are we moving some people around so we can focus on those two areas, or is that just what's happening?
Knee deep in it, absolutely. So
if you can just, especially with the public, hopefully somebody's listening.
So we've re-implemented our gang unit. It's called the SET team. I don't know what the acronym actually stands for. It's something cool. It sounds cool. SET team.
What is it called?
It's the SET team, Special just special enforcement team, I guess fairly generic. But there's 5 guys assigned to that team, and they go out. Gang is one of their focuses. Obviously, right now it's a primary focus, and they're a patrol. They wear patrol uniforms. They go out and work with the patrol division, but they don't have other calls for service, vandalisms, theft report stuff. They just solely focus. It's part of the CompStat model of policing. If we find a problem, that's what they're focused on. And so we brought that back this last year. Sergeant John Parsons is in charge of that, and it's overseen by Lieutenant Jason Cantrell. And that's proven to be a great asset for us. As far as human trafficking, we've always worked on that through our Family Justice Center. However, this last year in the legislative session, Lieutenant Kimball, Senator Lakey, Representative Skog, they all, we've got a decent human trafficking bill now that that actually has some teeth in it. And so before we really had to focus, a lot of our cases had to go to the federal level, where now we can actually, and sometimes it's hard to get the federal folks to get on board with some of the cases that we had. So now there's some teeth in it. So that's a strong focus. In fact, we just had a meeting yesterday with the prosecutor's office on some of these cases that we're working and how we're going to actually get them into the court system now.
That was my next question, Mayor, was if the Canyon County prosecuting was working with you actually to have some teeth in
absolutely.
In arrests. Okay.
Yep, and we've got, there's no shortage, unfortunately, of those type of cases. This just became law on July 1st, but again, Nampa police officers were deeply involved in the crafting of that new code, and so, there might be some tweaks that we have to bring back to the legislature this next year, but we're much better off this year or this month than we were last month.
So being a man and woman shortage, what are you pulling from to be able to focus on these 2 areas?
Usually just patrol. So, but I am happy to report, so we have 144 allotted positions, and I believe with our lateral academy, we're doing our first lateral academy starting July 31st. Is there 4 or 5 going through that? 4, and so that'll bring us fully staffed to the numbers of the council, and that's the first time in several years that we've been fully staffed. Yeah. I believe it brings us to about 1.22 officers per 1,000 residents, and the number you're speaking of, the national average, is 1.5. That's just kind of a benchmark, though, because if you look at Boise City, I believe they're at about 0.8 officers per 1,000 right now, where Garden City is 2.0. So, it's just the makeup of your community and stuff. I think a good number for Nampa to strive to would be if we could get to 1.3, 1.3.5 over the next, 4 or 5 years. Yeah. That would be a good goal for us.
And Mayor, just a final kudos here. I know you were there, and Victor was there also, but you just had some graduates come through the training, and just they had the graduation, and I know I'm a little bit competitive even at my age, but to know that our one recruit was the overall winner. Meridian was also graduating there, so over the Meridian Police Department, we had the number 1
top student
candidate. Yeah, so some good people coming up.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks.
Mayor,
Thanks for all you're doing.
Council, could I make one more comment on this? It's important to note that in this budget, we have added 2 new police staff, but none for the sworn patrol officer. So population is still growing. We've added no new patrol. When we get to next year's budget, we'll have whatever year 2 impact from the association agreement, plus I am certain a request for new staff. That is going to tax us severely next year to make those ends meet with the current funding levels we're operating under. And I'm not making a proposal here, I'm just stating what we've done. We've come in with a budget of 2.5%. We did not request the additional $193,000. My belief is next year a couple of things will happen. The property tax revenues will dip slightly from this year, not aggressively, but slightly. I will have new costs. I'll have $50,000 more that I've got to cover for the DOJ grant, and whatever new staff need to be added, plus the NPPA impact. That's really going to push us next year. And as we look at the challenges we face, this is one we need to try and figure out a way to get ahead of. Where are we going, what's the cost, and how are we going to fund it? Because at the same time, we're seeing the state revenues, the state shared revenues right now are decreasing. So You can draw the math, what the likely request might be, but we are going to be straining resources next year to make ends meet.
Madam
Thank you,
Mayor.
Doug. Yes.
So if we were to split that, Doug, and add one patrol this year and one next, or whatever, the two officers, because it was 193 for two, is that correct?
You could almost get 2 for 100, not quite, but by the time you outfit them and all the gear, it's like $125,000. But on an ongoing basis, the cost is less, but the initial year is a little more.
Yeah, the fear of not having enough public safety is a reality in our city, and I've been traveling a lot lately, and I look around at what other states and cities have, and I come, every time I come home, I'm thankful that we have what we have, and we have the police department we have.
Right.
And we need to stay with the growing city.
I'm sure that the police would welcome one more staff as a starting point, either that or whatever the benefit would be of moving into the backup lieutenant position and cascading upwards, something along those lines is eventually going to have to be addressed. So, yeah, I'm sure they would.
That would be my motion or wish to add one patrol officer and have them promote lieutenant internally to add the money to do that.
So, Mayor, Councilman, so pretty much an even still patrol, then it would just be a even. Yeah, I guess my preference at least for the year, to add the patrol, but just add another patrol person, and let's leave lieutenant open for there again. I won't be around, but for one.
Either way would work.
I mean, I'd rather have the person on the streets. I realize you got to, but I think we have an amazing command staff, and the culture is there, and I think they can hang on to that at this point. So anyway, that would be my opinion.
Mayor,
I think it's a point well taken. Yes,
I
Councilman.
do have a question.
Yes.
So, Chief, let's say that we get one patrolman, you promote within lieutenant. That still leaves another opening for patrol, correct?
No, if we got a new patrol position, if we promoted from within now with no new patrol positions, yes, we would be one short on patrol, and I couldn't do that because we're already at skeleton crew on patrol. So if you're talking about giving it another new patrol position, another full-time employee at the patrol rank, and you wanted to promote lieutenant, I could do that, absolutely, because I wouldn't be losing any numbers at the bottom.
I see, okay.
So.
I think,
Right.
I think what I may be hearing, though, is in some ways, if we want to add a position, I would respect the wisdom operationally of the current leadership to make the decision on how they use that position. And I think that Councilman Brunner mentioned the need for officers on the streets, a patrol position, and that's what I'm hearing from you, is that we need patrol positions. So if we authorized a position, it would be respecting the wishes of the chief, yeah, as we look to the future.
We can just go to the captains.
We could just skip the chiefs.
It's about the other ones, so we'll go to the captains.
Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
So this decision, if it's made that way, does it affect other budgets like fleet? Or provide,
Thank you for the question. You saw Doug Adams stand up, and I think that's a very good question.
So just, Councilman Haverfield, just as luck would have it. So we, initially, when we put in our request, we did include one impact-funded patrol vehicle for 2 patrol positions. Those were ultimately cut, but currently still in the budget is $75,000 for patrol car and upfit. We would need to purchase that. That would be out of impact fees. It wouldn't come out of the Gen Gov budget.
okay, so we're not talking about a compounding number then?
It doesn't,
No.
it doesn't sound like it, but
No,
just to
it's in the
re-clarify,
budget.
it's already budgeted. Okay, so
There's a vehicle that we budgeted prior year in impact fees. We didn't get it because of the supply chain demands, so it's back in the budget this year to be filled, so it's in there already.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
So Captain Daniels, if we hired 2 officers, they would share 1 car, is that correct?
Correct.
Depending on alternating shifts?
Yeah, we're 2-to-1 ratio because of our shifts.
So we could, I'll say it because nobody would like to say it, I'm sure, but if we went from a 2.5% to 3%, we could hire 2 officers within that difference, which would be very good for the city of Nampa. And something I'd like to ask finance to do is if we moved, and I know that we're looking, that's probably not what is being suggested, but out of curiosity, if we increase from 2.5% to 3%, that 192,000, what is when you apply that to property taxes in the city of Nampa, what increase would that be to the citizens? Is that 192?
It's $192,000. I'm guessing here, the estimate when we added earlier in the presentation was that the $8 million was impacting by $181. So if you do a little bit of backwards math, you're probably $4 to $5 a year, adding the $193,000 in on the average home.
Okay. And if we could parking lot that and have I don't know if we need to right now, but it'd be nice to really know. So you think it'd be $4 to $5 a year
Yeah.
to add 2 officers? I don't know if Rick's in here right now. Amy, okay, so I'm sure he's busy.
He's got a file I need to find, and then I can run the
Who does?
calculation. Rick does.
Amy, would you tell Rick that we'd like to ask him where that file is, and we can figure that out?
It's a file he got
Thank
from
you.
Steve Honor. He gave me a copy of it, but I've buried it on my computer somewhere.
Okay, just text him if you would, please.
This is a file from Steve Onifray.
Text him,
Oh.
please. Please, thank you. So we'll parking lot that. So I think we can come back we'll have to come back to that, possibly, if we want the actual answer to know what that impact would be. Yeah. So, any further questions from the council on this budget and any comments? So how would we like to proceed?
Good question.
So, Madam Mayor, you would come back to the possibility of adding 2 police officers, or
Yes, later in the budget. I think we could later in the budget. Mhm.
Yeah.
if we can do that, then I would make a motion that we approve the police department budget at $33,204,663, and then come back and revisit the patrol positions.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilman Haverfield, did you have a comment or question?
I was just going to say, all that money we saved from raising the city council salaries.
Yeah. Go to patrol.
It's a little bit, maybe not quite enough, but yeah. Any further questions, discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brenner.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Angula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, so we will come back to that, and thank you for adding it in the parking lot side so we don't forget it. So the next budget, 111, is Public Works Administration. And just to, so that we're really clear, the Public Works Administration budget is really a very straightforward, simple budget because it's the administration budget. The next section in our budget discussions is special revenue funds, and that's where we're going to dig into the meat of public works as a whole. And this one will lead into that one a little bit later, but this is just the administration budget.
So this administrative budget, as in the prior years, just for clarity, it's classed as a general government fund, Fund 100, but virtually 99.9% of these costs are allocated out to the various public works departments. So it's in general government, but the total cost is essentially allocated out to water, wastewater, irrigation, so on and so forth. And that's part of the budgetary process, and there's no change this year to that. So the budget right now for the wastewater, or for the public works admin, reflects a net dollar value of $1.5 million, $1,507,667. That's up $72,417 from last year, and that's being driven by a 1 FT increase request for a federal aid coordinator. And I think it's worthwhile, I think this is the federal aid coordinator that was discussed, that over time would pay for itself in the coordination and the savings of contracts we have with other agencies that we connect with in many of our construction programs. So over time, this position would actually pay for itself.
One of the things that I think it could be that Public Works would talk about, that just LTAC alone, which is from the state, because of the amount of federal contracts and what we're working on, they're asking that we manage those. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but currently we're paying them to do it. And so as we hopefully transition over and we move forward with additional, because I tell you what, and I want to say thank you to Mark, and the number of federal grants that we're going after as a city, it's very good. And so this federal aid coordinator, to ensure good compliance and managing all the different projects from the federal grant side. Is that a correct statement? I just want to make sure that the real experts in the room, I see them shaking their heads, yes, so we're good. Okay. So are there any questions regarding this particular budget, the Public Works Administration budget?
Mayor, I do have one.
Yes.
This is for Chris. So Chris, can you and Mark handle this position without an increase?
Can you say that again, please?
Can you and Mark handle this position without an increase of another employee?
So currently, Lauren Locklear, our Public Works grant writer, is handling all of our federal aid coordination. And it is a full-time position once you get into multiple grants. She's doing a great job so far, but to do what we call the front end, which is the application, and the back end, which is the compliance side, that is adding quite a bit to her plate.
Oh.
And as men indicated, as we develop these contracts and grants, the funding from the grant will actually pay for this position.
And Mark is
Yeah.
actually here, and Mark would be over this. And so would you like to make any comments, Mark?
Sure. So you'll see two new positions. One is related to someone that can actually walk through the NEPA process. Currently, we hire consultants to do that for us, not only while we're applying for the grants, but when we receive those grants, finally, from design all the way to construction, we have certain NEPA compliance requirements that we have to follow because they're federally aided projects. So that's the environmental planner position that we're hoping to fill sometime this year. The other is the federal aid coordinator, which will basically, again, be walking these projects through from design all the way to construction. It's quite convoluted. For example, right now we rely heavily on LTAC to do that for us at a pretty extensive cost. So we'll be saving money on that end by actually becoming direct recipients of federal money rather than relying, for example, on LTAC to be the direct recipients, then we become sub-recipients. So there's going to be a significant cost savings there by having these two positions that will more than pay for the positions themselves.
Thank you for that explanation.
Mark, thank you for stating that. I appreciate that. Are there any other questions? So I would stand for a motion if there is one in order.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Move that we approve the Public Works Administration operating and labor budget for $1,507,667.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Werner.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, so we're ready to move into section 2, which is the special revenue funds, and you have that tab in your book. And the street division is our first one there.
The streets budget, as with the police, includes one new org for their side of the traffic, it includes two new orgs technically. One new org to separate traffic from streets, and then didn't we also have an org for ICC? Just one? Oh, that's right. We already have the EC, the environmental compliance in there as well for the stormwater. So it's just one new org, I stand corrected. So the best approach here is to look at this, and again, from the summary at the top, as the new org beneath will have only current year expenses. All the prior year will be in the other departments. The impact here is moving from a budget of, and I'm going from the operating budget line, not the total expenditures line, because the capital will come secondary, but the operating budget line shows $11,964,693 budget compared to a $10,598,666 budget last year, an increase of $1,366,000. The biggest driving factors there are FTE increases. On the front sheet, you can see we've gone from 36.65 FTEs in '23 to 41.16 in '24, and that translates into a labor and benefits increase. Where's that at?
It's 309.
Pardon me for a second.
Yeah.
But that's 300,000, right, I'm reading, an increase of $300,000 on the labor and benefits. Additionally, going through the other cost structures, there's increases in other streets, maintenance programs. We can have Crystal speak more, like pavement management is up $334,000. Some of their fleet costs are going up $98,000. Insurance claims are going up $64,000. A lot of that's ICRIMP related, as we have to account for the new cost and the cost of the potential deductibles. So they've had some significant other cost increases going throughout the system, in addition to the staffing. They also have, revenues is important to call out. If you look at the total revenues line, they're going from, and I apologize for bouncing around a little bit, the revenues are up $3,597,000. And that's, there was a bill passed in the state legislature at the very end of last year that diverted, again, some sales tax monies from the state level for 2 years, 23 and 24, to the local districts. So in 23 and 24, we'll have one-time pickups of revenue, $1.8 and $2.4 million respectively, that will help fund some capital costs, but cannot be used really for operational costs going forward because they won't repeat again in 25. But that's the biggest driver you see on this increase here to $3.6 million. The $2.8 million in intergovernmental revenue, to a certain degree next year in 25, won't repeat. So that's helping pay for a lot of the things that are being proposed to be spent this year in terms of the, like I said, we've got revenues going up $3.5 million and expenses are only going up $1.4 million. So you're getting a little bit of money dropping into the fund balance at the bottom, but they're using that on various projects, which is fine. Just understand it's not going to be sustaining over time. Perhaps, Crystal, is there anything else you'd like to add onto your budget for from an operational standpoint? Okay.
Okay. Doug, thank you, and I think it's important that we went back to the revenue side, right? Because this is dedicated revenue funds to streets and working within those dedicated revenue streams. So with that information, Council, do you have any questions for Doug or for Crystal? I'm going to pause just to give you a few seconds to...
I would also note that the property tax valuation of $2,561,000, prior, we used to give them 1% of our 3% evaluation to help them deal with streets. It's evident this year they don't need it as much because they have more one-time monies from the state this year and next year. And this is one of those things that as we look forward in 2 years in the future, as that money falls away, we're going to have to find a way to replace it. How do we deal with that? And again, it's not time to panic or worry about it, but it's time to be aware of it and plan ahead so we're ahead of it when that time comes.
All right. Questions, comments, and/or a motion?
Mayor Klein?
Yes.
So to be clear, Doug, $15,957,992.
No, because look up the line, says capital expenditures, 3,993,000. We will come back to that value as the capital. What we're proposing the approval is for is the 11,964,000 in the operating budget.
And then we'll come back and cover the other part.
The 3,993,000, or the difference between the 11 and 15 million, will be part of the capital presentation.
Which Crystal has a presentation that she will give us, and will, because it has all the various projects that you'll end up seeing coming forward this next year, that is broken out separately under the capital, so this is just the operating.
So the operating budget of $11,964,693.
Yes.
Correct.
I'll make that motion, Mayor.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that we approve the operating budget for streets, which includes streets, traffic, and stormwater, of $11,964,693. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Werner?
Yes.
Chingula? Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Everfield?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
The next item we have is the airport, which will be just next in your book, which you're going to have to skip that past traffic, et cetera.
So the airport budget for 2024 is, again, very, very consistent with 2023. The total operating budget is $680,594,000 compared with last year's $653,279. There is a little bit of a breakout in the differential in how those numbers are accomplished. This year, as we move into this section, it'll become more apparent. But what we've done this year in the budgetary process with capital, especially if it's being funded by the general government, we've taken all the capital and put it into one section to be reviewed under funding from general government or the capital projects fund. So last year, where you see at the bottom $407,000 of capital in the FY23 budget, that portion now is going to be carried over into the capital piece, so we can totally separate the operations from the capital. But inside the capital process, as we review and approve them, you'll be able to see where the capital is coming from and to whom it is receiving the capital. So there'll be very clear direction between where we're getting the funding sources and who is the beneficiary. But for this, we're focused again, as with the general government, on the operational budget of $680,594. The FTEs are the same, no significant increase. It's important to note that in this budget, last year and this year, is included $250,000 of grant matching funds should we eventually receive the airport grant to build the new terminal. We have at least a starting step, a move forward towards the grant match. The grant match will be significant on that one. These 2 years combined will give us at least $500,000 towards that grants match. And if we don't spend it, then it goes to fund balance and we can determine what to do then. But that's in the budget last year, and it'll be in the budget this year, and we'll just save it until we determine the nature of the grant.
So Doug, I think Crystal's coming forward. We have some new information on that just came through. I think, was that yesterday?
It was. Thanks, Mayor and Council.
Thank you.
We did just get new information yesterday. We found out we did not get the grant for the airport terminal. So we won't be moving forward with that this year.
However, we will be reapplying.
We will be reapplying, absolutely. There's 2 different grants that we have the option to apply for. So we'll apply for them both, and we'll ask for a debrief and hit it as hard as we can.
Mayor, just a reminder, what was the amount that we were asking?
Oh.
Yeah.
It was about $7 million for the federal portion. I want to say it was around 13 total.
Okay, so 7 million, and then we would have had to come up with 6 million?
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So with that information, Doug, I think we want to, knowing that, let's talk about what we actually budget this year versus the time frame with that grant, and because we don't, you know what it looks like. We inflate our budget and then we roll it over. So let's talk about what we do since we got that news yesterday. We can talk about that in the capital section,
Right,
right?
certainly.
We'll just push that off because it's in capital, correct?
Right, correct.
Yeah, okay. Good. Are there any questions about the airport budget? I think it's very straightforward.
Well, Mayor, I stand correct. Is the 250 in the capital? No. No, the 250 is in the transfers out of general government to airport. So that's technically not in the capital.
But it's not in this budget either.
Well, it is. It is in this budget, right. So the time to address that might be now. I mean, as you say, we can always take things down if we choose not to, or we can leave it in there and.
So where's the, okay, so it's the transfer,
Right.
interfund transfer in. So
Right.
maybe we should deal with that right now, is that correct? We would not do the intertransfer fund in. Now, what happens if we transfer the funds in and
we
it
don't
sets?
use them?
And don't use them, does it
Transfer them
get?
back.
Pardon?
That gives us options at that point in time. We can leave them in there for the airport to use for some other purpose as approved by the council, or we can transfer them back to general government capital for use in another capital project.
Can we dedicate them to this future grant? To where, because that's what it was for.
You
we
can
transfer
reserve them, yes,
Transfer them in, reserve them, and hold them for this next grant?
yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Are there any questions about that? Okay. Personally, that would be my recommendation, is that we approve the budget as is. We go ahead and transfer the funds in, and they're dedicated
Right.
for that next, so that they're there when we do apply for the grant, because, you know, we're going to get that grant.
And
We're
then,
gonna keep going
and then
after
when we
it.
do get the grant and spend the money, then it gets in the capital budget.
Yes.
Today, it's just the transfers.
Yeah, thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'd make a motion that we approve the airport fund budget of $680,594. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Everfield.
Yes.
Gingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Before we move on to Parks and Rec, I just want to say that, I tell you what, we desperately need a new airport terminal. If not, we're going to have to be investing, which we may have to anyway, into the terminal that then is money that is not well spent. Because that's like throwing money down the drain, in my opinion, because we know that it needs to be redone, and it's unfortunate. We've got ADA compliance issues, and so I really appreciate the work, the fact that we're going after it again, and we're going to keep after it. We've tried, this is our second time. We did encourage our congressional delegation to get behind us, and we will continue. Next time, their letters will go with the grant as it is submitted, and we'll continue to work to get funding for our airport terminal, so.
Mayor,
Yes.
if I may, I should have asked Crystal, any explanation when a grant is denied such as this, what needs to happen in an improved fashion, or do they give any reason or rationale?
Councilman Brunner, we can request a debrief afterwards where
Okay,
we will
great.
meet with
You
them. and
haven't,
they'll
don't,
give
of
us-
course, you don't have that yet in 24 hours.
We don't have that yet, but we'll get more
That
details.
request, they'll get it to you. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. So we're moving into Parks and Rec, and this is a section that was replaced with some changes, and the replacement that was handed to us is at page 211 through 252. So just to make sure, because I know I've kind of messed up once or twice today, and making sure I have the right page, so hopefully we all are on the same page, literally. And I'll get rid of
The only difference being as a change and a reduction in some of the allocation costs being charged to them, so their budget's improved slightly by this.
Okay, thank you, Doug. Okay, so Doug,
So-
where do we want to start?
What we have on the parks, and this one is, the presentation is a little bit different on the Parks and Rec in terms of where the roll-up is and the summary. So on the first pages that you're talking about in 212, that roll-up is the kind of the summary roll-up of all three orgs. It's 60-10, 60-20, and 60-30. But there's not a condensed four-line roll-up on this particular project. So we can probably approve this from the roll-up summary, or the detailed summary on 2012 to 2014. The parks roll-up budget, including the admin and the administration and the parks and the rec, is $5,124,535. Last year's budget was $6,740,566. but there was capital in the last year's budget of $1.49 million, and all the capital this year will be reviewed later at the end of the process. So the operating budget increased, the operating budget we'll be seek to approving is the $5,124,535 compared to last year's $5,250,212. So a very modest decrease of $125,000 overall in the total Parks and Recs budget without capital. The funding for parks, I wanted to talk very briefly about that. We had total revenues of $3,367,966. We have property taxes of $2.7 million. We took that up $250,000. They have a modest increase in fees for services of $71,000, and then donation and sponsors increased by $17,000. So they have a revenue increase of, looks like the value is blank there, I'm not sure why, but it's about $347,000 it looks like. I don't know why that number is blank right there. Something dropped out. Okay.
Mayor Glean.
Yes.
Doug, let me go back a little bit here. On page 18, you said that the city designated $2.8 million in property taxes. Goes
Oh,
to
the very beginning of my summary? Okay.
Yes, $1.95 million of shared revenue and $676,500 in franchise fees. Is that to parks or is it to Parks and Rec?
That's to parks, and that's down in the, it's reflected in the transfers showing up.
What page are you looking at?
Yeah, okay, there it is. Right below the revenues, it says $3.367 million. You look down below and you see the total resources, and we show an interfund transfer in and a use of fund balance. The interfund transfer in is $1,496,000. That's on page 212.
Oh, 212.
That $1,496,000 is money we're transferring in from Gen Gov.
Are you on page 212? Yeah.
212.
Interfund transfer. Okay, gotcha, thanks.
And then they have a use of fund balance. They're going to use part of their fund balance to augment their cost proposal this year. So you have total resources of $5,194,796,000 compared to last year's $6.7 million, of which they used $1.4 million in fund balance.
Follow-up, Mayor.
Yes.
So over the last 4 or 5 years, the fund balance has been reduced drastically.
Yeah, it's a problem.
And so leaving parks, I mean, not much now, 330.
No, the 25 budget's going to be a watershed year for the parks. They're at the point now where they probably used everything they can, and we can't continue to open parks and not fund them more money. But where we get that is going to be a discussion point.
Yeah, that's what I'm concerned with, is that you're reducing the fund balance, but you continue to support the parks. But I'm wondering, maybe we should be directing revenue to a different location to keep that. Hopefully.
Sorry, my battery's going dead.
Hopefully the fund balance is not being used for other departments within the Parks and Rec and golf, or is it?
Their fund balance is used in their department only.
Oh, okay, all right.
It is, but it does go to the point that, and it's a very important discussion, that we are increasing the function. We've increased our parks with Ora Brandt Park, Midway Park. We're increasing some of the functions within the parks, but we're not necessarily having the funds to increase to provide the operational support to maintain those parks. We're really coming to this intersection here where we need to really think about what we're doing. So we have the impact fees to open parks and to get the work done, but we haven't funded operationally enough to support the function of the parks. And then what happens is our pathways, whatever, we've run so thin that it's really hard to actually maintain at the level that we want to maintain. So I think it's something that we need to be considering is how we fund the Parks Department.
Well, Mayor, a follow-up on that. I wonder, and I know we're opening so many parks and we just don't have enough people to maintain them. So this is an idea, and an idea only. I do know that we have a contract with the Fort Idaho Center and the Civic Center with Oakview. And we are supplying, or we are maintaining the grass and landscaping and the irrigation and the water. And it's really, I think, what, two employees on the north side, is that right, Darren? Or Colby, if you want to come up. And so it's a real problem trying to match these together to how, and also how the Fort Idaho Center and Civic Center supply the water. And so I'm wondering, I have a follow-up after this. How many employees are we designated to Fort Idaho Center and Civic Center?
The Idaho Center is the largest user of the staff, but we don't have employees dedicated solely to that facility. They do maintain parks in that neighborhood. We call it Maintenance Zone 2 for the city of Nampa, but it's around 2 to 2.5 FTEs, counting the part-time help that are utilized at the Idaho Center.
Okay, so since the city, or since our departments are paying each other, I think we ought to take a look at that contract, Mayor, and say, Fort Idaho Center or Oakview Group, you need to pay the city of Nampa for your services for landscaping, water, and irrigation. How much would that be if we was to charge them now?
Councilman Rodriguez, I don't have a figure for you, but I could make some estimates and get it back to you later.
Okay.
And this is Councilman, this is the topic that we've talked about with parks, and I support digging up the data and finding out what the cost is and reviewing it, comparing it to the contract and seeing what we're allowed to do. I think conceptually the Idaho Center should be able to absorb the payment for this out of, I mean, their progress in growth has been dramatic. And I think they have the funding capacity to pay for more of their own services. In fact, that's the overall goal that with the mayor's support we've been working towards, is to get the Fort Idaho Center and then hopefully sometime the Nampa Civic Center independent of city resources. Am I echo? Yeah. I'm causing the echo with this. I don't know what to do about it. But that's the goal, and we're getting there very closely. If just for very briefly, we can talk about it. We'll get there. When we get there, we'll talk about the FJC budget or the Fort Idaho Center budget. We've substantially reduced our support to them over the years because they have increased their capacity.
It's just an idea, Mayor. Oh.
Sorry, my mic wasn't on, I'm sorry. So, thank you. We have discussed this, and the current contract, we're still under contract, so it's part of a new contract negotiation as we move forward. But I think it's a point well made.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. So, where were we? Where do we want to pick back up? And Doug, you might just push it back a little bit towards your computer, just because that one may be kind of hot.
Can you
You're
hear
fine.
me?
Yeah, we can
Okay,
hear you fine.
I'll sit up. I'll stop punching.
Yeah. Go for it.
I think we were at the point of questions, but not yet to a motion.
Okay.
I don't have any questions, but I'll just start with the motion.
Yeah.
Okay, I make a motion to approve the Parks roll-up budget of $5,124,535.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the Parks budget as stated. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Brunner.
Yes.
Gingula.
Yes.
Hammerfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So the next item is item 2.4, and we're going to move over to the Harwood Recreation Center. And that is on page 237, or 236, 7. And again, the council books don't necessarily, our page numbers don't necessarily coincide with the PDF that's out there for the public, just as a reminder.
So the The Harvard Rec Center reflects an increase in revenue from the, pardon me, I'm on recreation. Got to get the rec center. That's why I was off. So the Harvard Rec Center reflects an increase in revenue from $3.8 million last year to almost $2 million this year. That's a net increase of $303,000. And the expenses are going from $4.465 million last year to $4.488 million, almost flat.
So maintenance zone 2 for the
Amy,
city of
thank
Nampa,
you.
but it's around 2 to 2.5 FTEs counting the part-time help that are.
Okay.
That was Kobe.
That's interesting because it was a repeat of something that was just on that shouldn't be coming.
I think the live stream has a delay.
Okay. Was that me speaking?
No, that was Cody.
Thank you.
So what we're reflecting here is in the overall budget. Additionally, the FTEs are virtually flat, a very, very small 0.08 differential, so that's just part-time, and a modest increase in the total expenditures for operations of about $22,000. It's going down. Sorry, give me one moment. That's going down. I'm just working the capital into my head. Yes, we went from operating labor and budget, down $22,929 in the operating budget.
I have a question.
Thank you. I think Councilman Rodriguez and then followed by Councilwoman Adler.
The one of the questions I have is the contractual services. Is that within the city or out of city?
Depends on the item that's contractual. Most of that is likely external to the city.
Is it?
We can look at the actual line and see what the contractual services are. This is, contractual services is described as program contractors, gymnastics, martial arts, dance, et cetera. So that's external to the city. Those are all the programs they run.
Yeah, so it's just, And so would you like to answer that question? Feel free to, John.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilman Rodriguez. So a lot of the programming that we do there at the center is specialized, like gymnastics, martial arts, where instead of us going out and trying to hire for that, we're utilizing companies in our community to provide those. So that's why it would be contractual services.
Okay. So one more question then.
Yeah.
Stay up there. So when you pay facilities for their contractual services, for cleaning, would it be easier for you to hire your own?
We actually do not pay facilities. We have our own services for all custodial at the rec center.
Okay, so that goes to the golf.
No, this is strictly the Harwood Recreation Center.
Yeah, so what you're seeing contractual service does not include anything custodial. That's all in-house.
All right, my bad, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions with the, yes?
Just curious on the contracted childcare. So do members need childcare? Do they pay more, or is that just a service that we provide?
Yeah, Mayor and Councilman Bruner, we have two different child care services, if you will, there. One is Kids in Action, which is our large one. Those are being paid. It's a daily fee for folks to come and have their child there. Most of those staff are coming through Personnel Plus, but some of those are actually hired staff that we have throughout the year, and of course we have a supervisor in that department as well. And then another one is we call our Play Center, and that is a child care service for folks that are actually there working out. You pay a small fee and you can have your child watched. Yeah, it's a small fee, and then it's $3 an hour, and then your child can be watched while you're taking a class or working out.
So we still subsidize that to a certain extent, though? What's the contracted seasonal labor? Is that for our workers for $22,000?
contracted seasonal labor is going to be lifeguards, kids in action staff.
So it says childcare.
That one that's going to be both of those play center and kids in action.
That's paying the labor, and then hopefully the fees cover most of that.
The fees are going to cover most of that. Some of that is going to be supplemented, of course, by membership fees,
That's what I was wondering, if it's
which
just inclusive or whether it was an extra fee. Okay,
Yep.
thanks.
Yep.
So there is an extra fee, but just the reminder that the rec center is actually self-funding. So it's all generated within. So if it is somewhat supplemented by membership dues, overall, the rec center budget, you're self-funded.
Mayor, that's
with it.
correct. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions regarding the rec center budget?
Mayor, I have one more comment. I was, if you watch me pause a little bit, I was doing a little mental math and something didn't add up on the bottom of the page here. So on the bottom of page 240, it shows total expenditures of $4,519,000. For approval, whenever the council is ready, the operational budget, what that does, that includes the capital, and the $500,000 above did not get deducted from the operating and labor budget, so it's presenting a little bit of an incorrect number on this page. For the operational approval number, should the action item be ready to go forward, the amount will be $4,019,766.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the operating and labor budget of the number of $4,019,766, which is a different number than is in the document in front of us.
Right.
Councilman Haverfield? Okay. Thank you. $4,019,766. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner.
I'll turn it on here. Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, so moving to the next section of your book, we are on item 2.5 on the agenda, and this is the cemetery fund.
The cemetery fund for 2024 is showing total revenues of $438,558. That's a almost virtually flat with the prior year, but it does reflect an additional $21,000 in property tax revenues, offset by a decreased estimate in charges for services. The operational expense budget is $449,913 compared with the $409,593, an increase of $40,321. And they have no changes in FTE, so they're very flat there. Most of the increase here is driven by there's $10,000 in the labor increase, and they had a small, let's see, and then this modest increases in grounds maintenance and operating supplies overall, and contracted seasonal temp labor, equipment, vehicles. They're just spread throughout the entire budget. Chemicals are going up, but no one line going up dramatically, just costs increasing across the spectrum.
Mary, move we accept the cemetery fund budget of $449,913.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
The next item is 2.6 on our agenda, and this is the library, just a couple pages back. And we'll just start with, we'll do the overall with all the funds included. As you see, the various departments underneath that are administration, circulation, public services, technical services, and the bookmobile.
The library fund shows a revenue increase of $202,000 to, actually $216,000 when all funds are considered, to $3,053,019. The majority of that $216,000 increase is coming from property tax revenues of $150,000, and as we'll see as we move back through here, interest income of $45,000 going into the system. Total FTEs increased modestly by about 0.75. There was a shift in part-time employees to full-time, accounting for this 0.75 increase in FTEs. And then combined with the cost of the market merit increase and additional health care coverage for the individual going full-time, the increase in labor and benefits is $156,883,000. And then total operating expenses went up $42,579, resulting in a net operating budget of $3,039,390, up $202,646 from the prior year.
Are there any questions for Claire, who is here, or for Doug?
No, Mayor, I do have a comment, though.
Okay.
I don't know if you all know this or not, but the elevator's broke.
No.
And it doesn't go up and down. And
Claire's going to speak to that.
And come on up, Claire. And I went up to a board meeting yesterday and damn near died, so. I guess, and I'll talk to Brian about it.
Do we need more money in the cemetery?
Yeah, I think so. I do, but, you know, if I already talked to, please excuse me for swearing, I didn't mean to say that, but I felt the frustration from Claire and the board yesterday and the employees having to carry books from the first floor to the third floor. So I did talk to Brian, and Brian's going to get on it, Claire, so.
Actually, it was repaired this morning.
Oh,
It was down
good.
for 3.5 days, so you did a wonderful job.
Well, thank you, that's good. Thank you, Brian.
You did, yes. It went 3.5 days, it was pretty tough.
That's right.
So was it overweight, or what was the deal?
It was a problem with the door jamming. It was, I don't know.
You have had a few problems with the elevator,
We've
which
had
is
many problems,
interesting.
and I'm going to be proposing something to be used, our fund balance, so later on, not now.
Later,
But
you'll
yes,
discuss it,
yeah.
okay. Thank you. So while Claire's here, and thank you so much for your excellent work, does anyone have any questions for Claire on her budget?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
Mayor, I do, but you can
excuse me.
Go ahead.
if you want. On here, we have motor fuel. Is that for the bookmobile?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I assumed. And then there's mileage in here. What is that used for?
There's a little bit of mileage. So generally, the mileage was when people went out and used their own cars to go on outreaches. Now that we have a bookmobile, we've cut that substantially. I don't imagine we'll use much of that at all. Mostly when we go on, when we need to go to the grocery store or to another store to get things for programs, now we take the bookmobile. So that will be.
Okay. And then I guess we'll talk about, we're going to do food stuff later. Is that correct? Okay,
Yeah.
so I'll not address that. Those are all my questions.
Okay, so I make a motion to pass the library budget of $3,039,000.
Councilor Rodriguez, sorry, as we go through, I just noticed one more formula that looks a little fishy to me, and there's a number we need to change slightly. And Chris is adding that up right now. And I should mention that the numbers we're seeing changing here are very minor, and they do not affect the total we presented at the beginning. They are correct, is some of these departments. And
3,003,000.
3 million. So the amount to approve is $3,053,019. For some reason, the line labeled electricity, Idaho Power, was not rolling down into the total, which is why you see an excess deficiency of the exact same amount, 13,000. But the amount to approve is $3,053,019.
So moved.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded to adopt the library budget as newly stated at $3,053,019. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you,
Thank
Claire.
you very much.
Thank you. Okay, the Family Justice Center is next. This is item 2.7 on the agenda.
The Family Justice Center, I got to tell you, this is one of my favorite budgets to get involved in because it has meaning and impact to the city. You have some areas, finance, you could probably do without me to some respect, but the benefit to the city of the Family Justice Center is pretty significant. So I've always enjoyed the interaction with that team. And their budget for the current year reflects a, let's see how I look at this here. They do have an FTE increase from 8.05 to 10.93. Most of that, however, is funded by grant sources. There is a certain amount of revenue that is funded from the city, but the increases are funding primarily from grants. So as we look at this, the total revenue for the FJC is $422,687, excluding revenues that come from the grants, because they have grant revenues recognized in the grants. This is just dedicated revenues for them. Out of that $422,000, the interfund transfer of $358,000 and $718 is funds coming from general government to help them meet their operational needs. The operation expense for FJC is $423,687 compared to last year's $405,493,000. And these guys operate on a shoestring budget, and they manage every dollar as carefully as they possibly can. So it's a very modest increase covering them. And the FTE increase, and the reason you see the FTE increase here and not a dollar increase is we wanted to be able to present how many people are totally working in each department. But the FTE increase here includes grant-approved, grant-funded FTEs.
Thank you.
I move that we approve the $423,687 for the Family Justice Center.
Second.
Great work that they do. Thanks.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the budget as stated. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Mayor, I
Yes.
do. When you talk to Jeannie, you'll find that 80%, right, Jeannie, 80% of the employees are federally funded. And I worry about us using so much federal funds because once those funds are done or completed, they no longer have a job. And that part of the Family Justice Center goes away. So if you want to address that issue with me, I wish we could just figure out a different way to fund the FJC.
Mayor and council members, thank you for bringing that up. On our org chart, you would notice that at the bottom, we have how many positions are grant funded, how many are city funded, and how many foundation funded, and volunteers. So you will see that we have 2 3/4 positions that are funded by the city, and we have 25 3/4 positions funded by different grants. That'll be state and federal. We have 5.5 positions supported by the foundation and 75 volunteers. So I appreciate what you are bringing to the table here. We are doing well. The funding that we get from the federal government and the states have provided what we've needed. And we have had a really good reputation with our grant funders that continue to fund us. I will tell you that at this point, we are not concerned because we have had what we need from the grants as well as the support from the city. So I am feeling really good, and I thank you for the support that you are providing because it's been very necessary. And we're not at a place where I'm concerned at this point, but we are always looking for diversifying of funds in different locations. So, but thank you for bringing that up.
Well,
You know, one other comment regarding that is that we have approached the county. We've asked the county to increase their funding. If I remember correctly, is it 20% of our clients?
25.
25% of our clients at the Family Justice Center are not from Nampa.
That's correct.
I think they're from Canyon County, is that correct?
That's correct.
In general.
That's right.
And so I think the county funds us at,
they provide us with 20,000.
so if you looked at, if 25% of the costs, if they were to absorb that, it would be significantly more. And so any advocacy from this council would be appreciated. We have written a letter, and Jeannie has presented to them. I don't know if they've finished their budget and if it's final. Did they increase it at all?
We haven't heard from them at all. I've reached out to them a couple times and still haven't heard from them, so I don't know what to expect this year.
Yeah, well, it's unfortunate because really the county should be helping us. And unfortunately, we're not getting any help. And that is quite unfortunate when you think that 25% of our clients are actually not from Nampa. The service you provide and the work you do is excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So Mayor, that means there's probably some folks from Caldwell, to the city of Caldwell, I assume, right? So
Possibly.
Have we talked to the city of Caldwell?
We have, yes. We have talked to them, and we had a conversation with them last year. They're not in a position that they're interested in helping at this point, but I'm happy to have that conversation ongoing with them.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes?
Gula?
Yes.
Everfield?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
The next item on the agenda is 2.8. These are 911 services for the police department.
The 911 Police Department budget for 2024 reflects revenues of $1,099,936. That's a slight decrease from the prior year, primarily due to the fact we're using fewer fund balance dollars. The other revenues remain fairly static, with a slight increase in interest income, as we'll notice in most funds. As we move forward, into 25, we'll want to keep a close eye on this. There are some investments coming, but also potential new revenue sources that we've applied for and the grant and the council approved us to follow. The biggest increase in this budget is the increase in FTEs from 1.5 to 3.0 with a new GIS analyst. And then I think we swapped,
Yeah, it's a IT tech with a system admin.
Could you go on, Mike, please? Thank you.
Yeah, so there's a couple things. So they swapped out an IT tech for a system admin between IT and 911, and then the new system admin from IT is split half and half with 911 as well. So that the full-time GIS and then half of a system admin.
that's what's driving that increase. And that's also driving their dollar increase in the budget this year. They have an operating budget of $1,114,000 compared with last year's $905,901, or an increase of $94,214, essentially all being driven by the FTE increase costing $129,000. But we found, again, as I've mentioned in the past, operational savings of $35,000 to help blunt that increase to get to the $1 million budget for FY24.
And so the motion will be strictly on the operating budget. Okay?
Strictly on the operating budget.
Council, are there any questions on the 911 budget?
Make a motion to approve the $1,099,996. It's listed in the packet.
1,114,000, the operating budget.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, $1,114.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes?
Brunner?
Yes.
Gula?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Everfield?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, so we're ready to move into the next section on the agenda, which is the private venue fund. So that's the next tab. And the first item here is the Civic Center.
I was just looking to make sure Andrew is here. Turning around, he's with
There
us
is.
today.
Hi.
All right, so he can answer specific questions. I'll present the generalized budget. We always have a bit of a fun time with the Napa Civic Center and the Fort Idaho Center because you have to translate for-profit accounting into governmental accounting, and it always creates a really interesting dynamic. The way Andrew looks at numbers is different than we do, and we have to find a way to meet in the middle. However, this budget reflects revenues, total revenues. Let's go revenues from operations. That's what I'd call it. $732,381. That's up $207,000 from the prior year. So they've got more venues, more charges for services. They're bringing in more funds. The interfund transfer in is a combination of operational support and capital support. We'll get to that in a minute. So the total resources are $1,456,000, up $452,000. The operational costs are at $191,091,643, up 185. So you see revenues, operating revenues are going up $207,000. The operating budget's up 185. So operating-wise, they're adding a little bit more to the bottom line. The interesting point, buried in this interfund transfer in line, is the amount of money we provide them for capital needs and for operational needs. And in this case, as well as for the Fort Idaho Center, each year we keep chipping away at that city-used fund to support them because they're able to improve their operations, dramatically so in the Fort Idaho Center, but minimally so in the Nam Pacific Center, and that helps reduce the burden on the city. But the net operating budget of $1,091,000, even though it says it's going up 185, keep in mind that revenues went up $207,000 to more than offset that.
So Doug, just for clarity, the interfund transfer in at 724, does that include the capital of 365?
It does include the capital of
Okay, which means
365.
we've reduced. So just a quick comment. One of the things that Andrew and I are talking about, they've done such a good job. And so we haven't 100% gone away from supporting with GenGov funds. However, we've consistently reduced it. When there is an operating surplus at the end of the year, it goes over into fund balance. The goal for the Fort Idaho Center is, and which I think is an achievable goal. I don't think it's achievable at the Civic Center. But for the Fort Idaho Center is that we get a substantial enough fund balance that they're self-funding. It gives them a cushion. So we're trying to grow that to where then they're self-funding. Hopefully also, if the city passes the opportunity for the auditorium district, that's actually going to help us significantly because of the revenue that would come into the Fort Idaho Center, not for replacement and renewal projects, but there is an element of those funds that could be used for marketing and different things. So I think that will be positive. So we do have a goal. We're working, I think we're doing a really good job of getting to that goal for the Fort Idaho Center to be self-funding, but they can't be there until they have a significant or enough of a fund balance to offset the ebbs and flows in their cash flows. Andrew, is that a safe thing to share, or would you like to add to that? Or correct me if I'm wrong.
No, very well said, Mayor. Thank you. I appreciate that. Right now at the Fort Idaho Center, there's about 3.1 million in fund balance reserve and about 300 grand at the Nam Pacific Center. So that's up dramatically from 2015 when there was change in venue management. It was significantly less. And hopefully at the Fort Idaho Center, about $5.5–6 million would be the goal to fully fund itself without needing a city cash infusement.
It's good. Well, we're getting there.
Yeah.
With significant strides. So we're going there, so that's good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions?
I do, Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Reynolds, then Councilman Rodriguez.
On the Civic Center budget on page 297, it says PERT services Spectra staff. We don't have any Spectra staff anymore, do we?
We probably just need to change that. Just, it's the same line item. We just need to remove Spectra Services from that
I just thought it
description.
was a typo.
OVG, yeah.
I'll ask Michelle to check that one for us.
Anything else? Is that it? Okay, and Councilman Rodriguez?
Okay, so Andrew, since you and I have talked a lot, because we work together a lot. So I do know that the Civic Center is in dire need of expansion, updating of the facility. So let's go one by one here first. So I know with the reserves, the fund balance you have in there, give us some thought, and I also want the council to think about, we need some new seats in that auditorium at Civic Center. Do you know how much it would cost to replace them?
We're probably looking at between $400,000 and $500,000 for that project. Because it wouldn't just be seats, it'd be ADA updates as well, cement work, so there's a lot that goes into it.
I see. Also, the other thing is to getting somebody to name the naming rights to the Civic Center. That would give us more funds. And that's maybe for us or for you, I'm not sure. But like the Fort Idaho Center, that didn't used to be the Fort Idaho Center.
Right.
They paid for that. And now, is there a possibility that we could look into that to gain more funds for the Civic Center, to fix maybe what you're talking about?
Yes, of course. We're always looking at sponsorship opportunities. So right now, our sponsorship at the Civic Center is about $35,000, and 3 years ago it was about $5,000. So it has grown significantly. It's just much smaller in size and scope. At the Ford Idaho Center, it's about $700,000, and from 2015, it was about a third of that. So it is growing. There's always more to do there, and that could be a good mechanism to fund the seating.
Is there a possibility that you could fund, or you could switch over some of the funds from the Fort Idaho Center to the Civic Center?
The city probably could. I don't know if I can answer that, though. For our books, no.
Okay.
But I can't speak for the city.
No, that doesn't work, or what?
I don't think it's wise. These are two
Oh, you don't?
separate, no, there's two separate business items. And in fact, previously, they weren't even under the same management
Yeah,
company.
right.
And I would absolutely not recommend intertwining any of these dollars. I think we need to keep going the direction we're going. And I'm excited that the Civic Center has you have a good plan in place for those seats that you're exploring and ready to move forward. And I've said I'll be one of the first to jump in and sponsor. And so they've got a good plan in place. And so I'm excited about where they're going. I think they'll get there.
Yeah, Mayor got a sneak preview of the
did.
seating sponsorship plan, so I'll have to share it with you,
Oh, okay,
Councilman.
cool.
Oh, good, I was gonna ask.
Yes.
Yeah, we should just have you do a staff report. When you feel like it's ready, come before council and give us all a report.
Be happy
And you
to.
can do it Monday night if you want.
Okay.
But it's up to you. If you're not quite ready, you can wait till later. Yeah,
Sounds
August.
good.
And you want people to buy seats, right?
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, right on.
Mayor, just curiosity, it just maybe think between the Civic, and I realize it's different situation with the golf courses, but do we transfer any funds from Centennial to Ridgecrest, or do we keep those totally separate?
No, on the golf course, they are
a good question.
self-sustaining. So
I know they are.
we provide them no funds for operation.
But he's asking about
talking about for-
transferring funds between Ridgecrest and Centennial.
If there's need for a capital project, which I know there are needs for some things coming up,
The
so.
golf course operates on one fund with four organizations in it.
Okay,
The
so it's a
clubhouse is the
whole
golf
different
course.
ballgame
One
then.
fund, right.
I understand. I knew it. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, good question. Are there any other questions regarding the Civic Center budget?
Mayor, really quickly, not so much on the budget, but what is the status on the entertainment district moving in that direction?
So Andrew, would you like to provide an update on that?
Sure, yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. So we're out gathering signatures right now. We're feeling pretty good at where we're at. We're about 10% of collected signatures, so we have a ways to go, but we have a good plan in place. We're engaged with a signature gathering team, working with a temp company as well, and also employing independent contractors, which is new. We were just over at the Nampa Association of Realtors presenting to their luncheon earlier today, and that was a nice little turnout and some good information shared. But right now, it's all about beating the streets. So one of our big initiatives is going to the National Neighborhood Night Out, and we're gathering volunteers to hit up about 30 subdivisions and hopefully gather a big chunk of signatures right there. Working through some different events. We're at God and Country with the booth collecting signatures. We're signature collecting mode. I guess that's the summary.
How many do you need total?
2,700.
Is that something that we could do through a survey through Amy online? It's separate?
It can't be done digitally. We did check, but we were hoping that would be a nice route, but we can't do it that way. It has to be physical in person with a petition.
And you're
And the
about
city-
10%?
Yes,
You said-
10% of the registered voters within the district, and there's about 27,000 registered voters in the district.
So they have to live in the district in order to,
yeah.
okay.
And you
And the
live in that
city
district?
cannot. Yes, you do.
Yes, you do.
You live in the
I haven't signed
district.
it, can you bring it?
I will.
And you can help get
Goes up
all your neighbors in there.
Yeah.
Can will you give it to me?
Yes.
I will take it around my neighborhood.
Yeah. The city, though, cannot advocate.
can.
So the city has to be really careful. We can't, but I believe a city council person can, because you're an individual. But the city ourselves cannot advocate on, we can educate. And so our goal is to educate, because there's two different processes here. One is the signature gathering so that we can get it on the ballot. Once that gets done, then we've got to get everybody to get the vote out to support it and to help people understand it. So we'll get more engaged in educating.
Yeah,
the
Amy's
public.
been very helpful with the National Night Out too. We were provided a list, so that was really great and a great head start. So there's definitely attention and help, which has been great.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, so what is the will of the council?
I'll make a motion to approve the budget as said.
Okay, the operating budget at $1,091,643?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay, is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the Civic Center operating budget as stated. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Brenner.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Everfield.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
And item 3.2 is the Fort Idaho Center budget, just a couple of pages back.
So the Fort Idaho budget, let me call out a couple of things here. I think this is really dramatic, and it speaks into the capacity that Andrew and his team were able to respond to the dramatic market changes from pre-COVID, COVID, and post-COVID. So back in 2021, the revenues were $3.7 million. 2022, $9.6 million. Let me tell you, that caused a little bit of freak out with the auditors. They looked at it and go, how could they make that dramatic of a turnaround? And we spent a lot of time explaining to the auditors, yes, that number was correct. The budget in '23 was lower because at the time we didn't have the 2022 actuals to verify. The 2024 budget is higher, is still twice what it was in '21, a little more conservative because we don't record all the revenues, we don't record all the expenses, but the bottom line is probably pretty close, but it still represents a significant increase from 2021. And we'll see where the year goes. Maybe Andrew can speak more to the trending right now, but overall it looks very good. The expenses for the year, the operating budget is $6.4 million, $6,549,738 compared to last year's $5,129,337. So that's an increase in operational costs of $1,420,000, but you can see the budget and the revenue has gone up from $4.4 million to $6 million. So the revenue increase is $1.6 million. The expense increase is $1.4 million. So we're gaining a little more ground on the bottom line there with that. And that excludes, however, the capital that is being funded by the city.
So, Andrew, could you do me a favor? I have two line items that I questioned on the last one, but I didn't ask, but I see them here. And they're the purchasing services, that one, which has an increase of about $488,000. Mm-hmm. And then the program, materials and supplies, that we didn't budget it evidently in '23, but it's in '24 at $2,410,000. So what is the detail on that?
So you will see some variances last year or this current year to the next year because we went through and redefined all of our indirect line item categories closer to the city definitions of them. So you will see some variance amongst those, and that would be a good example of one of those categories. Another one would be hay feed and shavings purchases, which we aren't including anymore, or we're putting it into another category that more closer aligns to what city requires. Now for the purchases management staff, that's all the staff that goes into producing the event data or running the facility day to day or producing the events that are there. So it's me, it's a ticket taker, it's a cleanup crew, it's everybody. So that number can really be driven with higher revenues because with higher revenues come more events, and more events requires more labor.
But the expense doesn't take place unless the event is there producing the revenue.
Correct.
It's directly revenue related.
Correct. Well, we do have higher insurance costs, higher taxes, all that, like everyone's basically facing, but a lot of it's due to increased revenue.
Mm-hmm. So then program, materials and supplies, that $2,410,000.
So the closest one I have on my list, that's actually the management staff, is it 5633?
It's kind of it's moving from the operating supplies up above that was 1.9 in '23 and only 287. So there's a rebucketing because the program's going up in '24 and operating supplies are going down in '24.
Okay, there it is.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's what I needed to find. Thank you.
And that's the majority of it. Then the overall increase is due to the volume increase.
Thank you. I just wasn't catching that. Thank you very much.
Madam
Yes.
Mayor, I just have a comment. I'm concerned about the deferred maintenance at the Idaho Center. The facility condition is poor, at best in some areas, air handler maintenance and replacement and doors and paint and you
Fort
name
Idaho
it.
Center.
What's that?
You're talking the Fort Idaho Center. Okay.
Yes. So anyway, I'm just concerned about that. I don't, as far as a city-owned asset, I don't want to see us kick the can down the road so far that we end up with a piece of junk. And I know that it's important to you too, Andrew, to take care of that facility. And I'm not sure what the answer is to help out, but we've got to take care of that asset.
Thank you, Councilman Reynolds. Are there any other questions?
Mayor, I do.
Yes.
Is there a plan for the parking lot? The parking lot is really overgrown with all the cracks and weeds growing out. What's the plan there?
Yes, so we do have capital hopefully being approved later today for every year cycle, repeating every fourth year to do different sections of the parking lot. And right now we worked with the Snake River Stampede to finish 2 of the spots of the parking lot. These are all behind the scenes in the amphitheater, so horse park and amphitheater parking. But we're hoping to do public areas come October 1.
So when you say do them, what is that? Are you filling them?
Crack fill, seal coat, paint lines.
But not an overall resurfacing, just fixing.
As far as removing the surface and building another one, no. Right now, we do maintain the lots. We're out there, weed killer, fire, digging up the plants, but it's a challenge, to say the least.
You said that you're going to do different sections starting in October? Okay.
Yep, so we have 8 different sections in the parking lot that we've worked with a contractor for, a paving contractor, and we're going to do 2 of them come October, and we are currently working on 2 of them in partnership with the Snake River Stampede now.
Okay. And then also on donors and sponsorships, you have them kind of lumped together. It's for $645,000. It says revenues generated from sponsorship sales, and then it says for an example, for naming rights. So what, in addition to the naming rights, are lumped into that? What other sponsorships are you bringing in?
Any advertisement you see at the facility or premium seating at the facility. It could be physical, could be digital, could be
Do you know how many sponsors you have?
individual sponsors, between 40 and 50.
And how much is Ford paying for their name?
Right now, they're at about, sorry, I don't remember off the top of my head. I think can I follow up with you?
Yeah, definitely. And then is that in contract?
Yes.
Do you know how many years you have left on that?
The contract ends at the end of the year.
And so you could renegotiate
Mhm.
price on that? Yeah, if you could get us that number, that'd be great.
Okay.
And it would be nice to have a discussion before we renegotiate that contract. Thank you.
And Mayor, is that the city or is that your decision as far as if you open it up to other sponsors? I mean, as far as naming sponsor.
It would probably be a comprehensive decision. We'd certainly like to keep Ford on, though. Give them first right of refusal.
If we can just increase our revenue or potential, so that's why I think there needs to be a discussion because
Sure.
I think there's other naming opportunities. The horse park can be named, the amphitheater can be named. And so it needs to be a comprehensive discussion because there's give and take. There's some positives and maybe negatives if we do that. And so we need to really think through and talk about it. What the opportunities might be or if there's a risk in that.
Yeah, all the above.
Yeah.
Just tell Ford that Kia is interested.
Tesla's interested.
Hey, that Dodge is
Tesla horse park, I'm
interested.
not sure that works. but-
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
Yeah.
We could, we could have them repave the whole, parking lot and just put Ford big logo on it.
That would be nice.
That's a good idea. By the way, that's only 40% of, right? Isn't that the logo scale? Less than 40%?
Right.
Paint it blue.
And Mayor and Andrew, I expect with all the spectra of properties that you have I mean, naming, you pretty much have all your different.
We'll be able to
projects.
gather a lot of information from like venues.
Yeah, that you can utilize, yeah.
We'll be very
I guess-
willing to help.
I should have mentioned Toyota. Dave Edmark may be interested, you never know. He's right there.
I got to give a shout out to Ford. They've been here for going on 10 years
They have,
when
and
there
they-
wasn't a lot going on with the facility and stuck with us through COVID too.
They did, which is
I
wonderful.
give them credit. Yep.
I totally agree,
Yep.
and we appreciate it. Yes.
One more follow-up, Mayor, if you don't mind. How long are those contracts that you have then with that sponsorship?
For a naming right, they're usually around 5 years.
Thank you.
I think it was 200,000 a year at first.
Yeah, we're not up to 4, but we're above 3, but I want to make sure I get the right number.
Yeah. Thank you for getting it up a little bit. That's great. Okay, are there any questions, additional questions related to the operating budget for the Fort Idaho Center? So the approval will be based on the operating budget. The capital expenses we'll discuss a little bit later.
May I make a motion to approve the Fort Idaho Center budget of $6,549,738.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Brunner.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Everfield.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you, Andrew. So the next, here we have Section 4, Debt Service Fund, and Debt Service Fund is a couple tabs over in our book. So we'll flip over to that, and then we're going to do proprietary, after Debt Service Fund, we're going to take a break. We'll take a bathroom break, and then we'll dig into Section 5 that has a number of funds. So we'll just do this one more, and then we'll take a break. So Debt Service Fund, for council, this is on page 317. And again, for those that are using the other, our page numbers are a little off.
So for the debt service, this is the general obligation bond funding. The total revenue is $2,647,969. That's broken up into two components. We will use fund balance for approximately $601,000 and property tax assessment of $2,029,000 to get to the bottom line. This will be the last payment on the GO bond. And once we're done, we may have some slight true-ups next year as the county will probably send us again a little more funding from delinquencies or judgments, but overall, the $2.6 million is the total payment. The amount coming from the assessment is $2,029,000. And that's all there is primarily to this budget.
This one's really straightforward. So, and it is a debt obligation, so I would just stand for a motion to approve the GO bond operating budget of $2,647,969.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Everfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
I do want to say that we've had quite a few discussions internally regarding some of the capital needs we have in the city, the streets needs that we have, and so there will be a discussion that will come before City Council to discuss whether or not we would want to go out and bond again without increasing taxes at all, but it would give us the capacity to get some of the work done that we need to get done in the city and have no other way to fund it. So we will have a council workshop to have that discussion, and I can't remember when that is, which month that is, but it will be coming forward, just to warn everybody that I think that we have a responsibility to have the discussion about what we do, and because there's only one chance when it's already budgeted to actually not change our taxing, but to have that consideration. So that'll come forward later. Okay, so before we go into Section 5, let's take like a bathroom break, 5-10 minutes, not a long one, and we'll be right back.
Yes, we had a few of those.
That's the. Yeah, have everybody sign it. Okay, I think we're ready to go. Okay, team, here we go. It's like a reunion out here. I need my gavel. Oh, there you go. Okay, guys, we're ready to get going. Okay, here we go. Proprietary funds. We're in section 5 of our agenda. And we're moving into the proprietary funds, and we're going to start with golf.
Councilman?
And this was a new section, right, that we handed out, so we need to make sure that everybody has that in their book.
Golf
and
is
it's
new.
page, yeah, there we go. Thank you, Doug.
323. So golf is very, again, one of those growing areas. What I like to do on these when they're more enterprise-related and they're, even though this isn't technically a for-profit organization, I like to look at the revenues coming in. Oh, am I? I'll lean back. Look at the revenues coming in versus the expenses increases. So in the golf course, the operational revenue is $5,230,794. That's projected an $846,000 increase. By contrast, the total expenses are going up $279,753,000. So you've got revenues going up almost $850,000 and expenses going up only $279,000. That's good expense control. That puts more into the bottom line of the fund balance for the golf course to use as they develop themselves now that we own them. With that being said, they're also projecting an increase in FTEs from 11 to 14.5, and that's reflected in their salaries and benefits increase of $224,000. They have some additional capital expenses, which we'll address in the capital section, but the overall operating budget, of expenditures is $4,004,643 compared with last year's $3,724,890. And open it up for questions.
Council, do you have any questions on golf? Thank you. Council, who is that? Excuse me, Haverfield and then Rodriguez, I'm sorry.
So again, the original online number has been changed to $4,004,643, is that correct?
That's the operating expense budget, yes.
Okay. And that's what we're being asked?
To approve here, right, correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Rodriguez?
Okay, so I have a question. It looks like to me that, what is the interfund transfer out? The 364, 488? What is that?
Those are the costs. When you see the word out in this context, it's a cost being incurred by the department coming back to general government or another fund. In this case, it would be the combination of facilities providing any support to them, plus the general government providing any support to them from IT, from HR, from finance, from the mayor's office, from legal, so on and so forth. That's true throughout the entire budgetary process when you see that transfer out.
Okay. There's a number of $340,797 that was taken out. Can you tell me where that number is?
Where are you looking to see that number? The detail?
Well, I'm trying to find it. I know it was taken out of the golf budget. And maybe, Darren, can you, or Jennifer, one of the two? 340,797. Is that what you're taking out from the golf budget right now?
Taken out for what?
That's what I want to know.
And where would it have been taken out from?
What's the object code it's coming out from?
What would it have
Is
been
it part of the
coming-
transfer? Is it one of the two elements of the transfer?
I wonder if it is.
He's looking at a separate sheet.
I guess, I'm sorry, Victor, did you have a discussion directly with Jennifer and Darren?
Yes.
And did you share with them that the city was taking something out of the budget? Was that corrected? Was that based on the discussion you had had with Doug?
It could have been before that we've had with Doug. I haven't
Oh, hey, Darren, come forward to the mic, please. Thank you.
So we've expressed concern about the internal transfers and what those transfers are. And so as we met with Councilman Rodriguez, we did express that concern. We had it, and the reason it was a concern is in 2021, we were paying $100,000. Then the internal went to $340,000. So it's went up about 50% each year for the last 3 years. And so that is what we've expressed. I haven't seen the adjustments that were handed out to you today. So I don't know if that's been corrected or that's been changed. I simply haven't seen it.
Based on the meeting that we had, so we had a meeting with Darren regarding not only allocations, I want to say the city allocations, but also the allocations from Parks and Rec admin to the other departments. What we realized was the original allocation wasn't done the same as what they had recommended. That's why this has changed. So what Doug did was he corrected that. Then he also, one of the questions that you had was why an additional, Doug, I want to say it was 20%?
25%.
25%. There was a 25% amount of the allocation that there was a question on it had going up, and so he actually removed that. There was not a redo of all the allocations, and so one of the questions sometimes departments have is how do we arrive at the allocation that we're arriving at? The same allocation methodology is applied to all departments. So the thing that we've talked about, and I think I've shared, is that we're not going to do a change on the full allocation method for this budget, but the corrections were made to those two areas that you brought forward. One was that your allocations were corrected, and then secondarily, the 25% was taken out. So those two things were done, and what he just handed out, and you know what we should do is give you a copy of it. Do you guys have an extra copy of this? Because I realize if you guys have not gotten...
The ones for the golf section?
Could you print this section? Because I realize you know what I think we should do, maybe, is pause on their budget, go to the next budget, come back, because you guys need to see it. And I realize if you haven't seen the changes that were made to your budget, it's very difficult for you to sit here and speak to it.
All right, thank you.
So I apologize. But Doug, if they weren't given the corrected budget and they don't have it, then we need to pause and come back to it.
It was time frame, Mayor.
That's okay. We're good. So let's, I think, Ron, this is just the golf division. Is that the only one yet to see? Because we did the other. Let me see if there's another.
The golf one is the only one that
That's
has...
the only one yet to be. Okay, so they just need to see the golf. Okay.
And the only change is on that interfund transfer line. That's the only change.
What's the numbers?
Can you hit print? Can we hit print real quickly on it and give it to them?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how many pages in here.
Actually, it was 321. I would do 323 through 336. Actually, you don't have to do all the detail. You really just need to do that top page because it's just the allocation. So you would want to do 324. Unless your allocation is detailed out. Is it, what page is that on? Okay, so let's do 335, 336, and 330, what? 320, 324, 325, and 326.
Mayor, if I just maybe an off question. So Doug, what is the projected hopeful timeline for the golf revenue to pay the amount the city paid the state for the golf courses?
Well, with Darren, I think we set, what was it? I think it was 10 years.
10 years. And so we think that's pretty conservative and realistic?
But it's internal, and
Understand.
we have the capacity to jointly increase it or slow it down as needs may dictate.
Got it. Just from a public standpoint, so
Yep.
I had forgotten how many years we were hoping for.
Okay. So the change, can you speak to the change from what they were seeing versus what we have in front of us on the allocation?
I should have kept my old copy.
I've got it if you want it.
Yeah, because
got it right
if you
here.
look up on, let me see it.
There you go.
Oh, you got it?
I've got it right here.
I can see exactly what it is then. So the line for the golf course, the one in question, the interfund transfer out, was at $451,011 and is now at $364,488.
Which page are you on?
This is on page 336. That's the interfund transfer out.
Okay.
And that is reflected on, in summary, on page 326. So the detail I'm looking at back on 336, it decreased from $451,000 to $364,000.
Okay. So that is the change
Yes.
in the allocation that's gone down. And then our discussion is that in the midst of the budget, we don't have the capacity to go in and totally redo all of the allocations. But after we get through the budget process, we will be looking at the way we process allocations. We will do a discussion regarding that as we look to the future.
And I'll be honest, I will never be able to satisfy everybody on the allocations. I've never in my entire career, 35 years of doing this, been able to. It's a challenge. But the decrease you're seeing is the 62,000 we pulled out from the 25% and the shift of costs from golf into the parks and recs, because you had your allocation change was different. That's why you're going down that $90,000. Okay.
So a question. Doug?
Yes.
Okay. So administration allocation to general gov in 9,900 is $61,898. And then you go down to the other one, it says administration allocation to general gov, administrative services.
What page are you on?
I'm on page 336.
Okay.
It's duplicative in there.
Yes, it's a
repeated.
duplicate, right?
It's a duplicate.
But in the golf course, we have this unique circumstance where we have 2 clubhouses and 2 golf courses. So it looks like they're being duplicated, but
This
it's
is
the same charge for each one. Right.
One's from Centennial, one's from
I see,
Ridgecrest.
okay.
Crest.
Exactly.
Okay, got it.
And then you have the Parks and Rec administration allocation,
Now
31,000.
that's, the Parks and Rec, that's from Darren's side of the fence. So he has his admin section, and he allocates his admin costs out to golf and to parks and to rec. That's from his side of the fence.
I guess what I'm getting, it appears that it's a triplication of the same numbers, but it's not, right?
His number is his group, so his salary for Darren, for everybody that is in his administrative, if you look back on, was it 226010? Isn't that your admin unit? 226010 is the admin unit for Parks and Recs. All of those admin costs gets allocated out to the various responsibility centers he's over. So that's the rec center, Harwood Rec Center, recreation, the parks, and golf. That's that 31,618. That's coming directly from him. So he controls that, and we changed it to how they want it to be spread amongst their, but it has nothing to do with general gov. That's from his side of the coin.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a question. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I want to go back to this duplication. So on page 335, crossing over to 336, I see the allocation to GenGov in that 66,000, it's in 4 times. Facilities, Parks and Rec allocation is in several times. Facilities is in 1, 2, 3, 4 times. So help me
It's just-
understand,
it's just
because
been-
we've got,
Yeah, it's all 4.
it's 4 divisions that's in there. It's not just golf, it's Centennial and Ridgecrest.
2 clubhouses, 2 golf courses, 4. So if we have,
Okay,
let's see.
so that is a lot, when it's a separate allocation to a clubhouse, a separate, I see what you're saying, a separate allocation to, yeah, there's 4 separate allocations, not just a Centennial and 1 to Ridgecrest, but to the clubhouse, to, yeah.
I need my, sometimes I really need my 10 key to add numbers up, and I don't have that here. Let's see. Well, I can get it, hang on just a second, let me check something very quickly.
Well, I'm sorry, maybe I'm looking at the, yeah, that's it, it's right there. I'm looking at the old one, though, I need to switch over to the new one.
This is-
You okay, Doug?
Did I do that?
Richard Galloway. I guess my point, Doug, was this, is that the 61,000 is a double dip, and I don't know why that number can't handle all 4.
Okay, you can, I have a hard time adding and responding at the same
Sorry,
time.
okay.
I can do one, I'm not that good. He might be, but I'm not that good. I gotta go back.
Well, and let's go in, so, that's public safety, golf division, so, yeah. Get it back here. So these are all 4.
It's adding up correctly. So if we've got facilities allocation, the facilities allocation, that's fine. That's for the 18,617. That's for the 4 allocation units in there. That's completely fine. There's 4 allocations, there are 4 units. There's no problem there. The Parks and Rec admin allocation, there are 1. Let's see if there's 1 for the Parks and Rec admin, 11, and 31 and 31. So there's 4 of those are good. So the 11,000 once, the 11,000 twice, the 31,000 once, and the 31,000 twice, those are all good because that's their money going out to the 4 units. Then we have the admin allocation of 58,000, that's twice, 2 for the golf courses, and then we have the 43 and 43 in there for the admin to the clubhouses. So nothing's been doubled up in here, it's just because there are 4 units and there are 3 different allocations going in. So if I do this right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, yeah, 12. If there are 4 organizations and 3 allocations, I should have 12 entries, and I have 12 entries.
You know what, Doug, what I think on the other ones, we had all the orgs that rolled up, but we also had the individual orgs behind. This one, we don't have the individual orgs behind.
Okay.
So it's very difficult because we can't break them out to see what the individual orgs are. And so this is, and how it's applied to the individual orgs.
Okay, We continued what we had done last year, so we just didn't change that from last year's presentation
But a little different than
We
the
can
other
certainly add
ones.
that in, yes.
Yeah, it's different than the other ones, and so let's correct that for next year because, and then let's also maybe give access to that. Because typically, you've got the summary document at the top that has everybody, and then you've got the individual orgs behind.
We typically do.
That
We
give
should have it
you
here.
the explanations, so that's what's a little challenging right now. I have a little bit clearer understanding to the concern. And so I mean, I'd like to see the separate orgs at some point.
The presentation of the numbers is not incorrect, it's just that the data sets beneath it with the individual sheets
Right.
are what you're asking for.
Right. Yes, that is correct.
So Doug, my issue is this, is that we're charging this much for interdepartmental costs, 300-something thousand.
Sure.
Now the golf courses are paying for themselves, which is another, whatever, $400,000 payment. That's $800,000 or so, rough estimate, that the golf courses have to fulfill their requirement and still run on their maintenance of whatever money there is left. That's why I'm concerned with this. And what its bottom line is, it's going to go back to the cost of the golfers. It's going to make them, it's going to make Tony and Darren increase the fees, increase the green fees, increase everything out there. So that's what I'm worried about, and that's why I was concerned.
There's two things to be considering here. The intent is, first of all, not to make them increase fees. That's not certainly the intent. If they chose to use their fund balance and buy the entire golf course outright, they would have limited access to capital for improvements. Therefore, they chose to borrow the money from General Gov and help facilitate capital improvements. So that's kind of a choice made by us and them to say, how do we want to best go forward? I'm very flexible. I'm sure the mayor is flexible on how that is handled. As for the increases, I don't know what their budgeted revenues were back in 21 and 20 and 22, but I know I'm not sure exactly how much COVID impacted you guys. A lot of people might have been sneaking on the golf course, I don't know. But the challenge here is that when we look at the costs, the city is not immune to the effects of inflation, whether you and the effects of growth. And here's the challenge we're talking about. If IT costs grow and HR grows and other departments grow. When I got here in the city, HR had maybe 3 people and they did not have the capacity to anywhere nearly serve the needs of the city. So now we're much higher than that. My finance department's grown to meet the nerds of the city. IT has grown. So as a councilor, I'm completely fine sharing this and going this, but if my costs are going up faster, if inflation is driving the cost of general government up, and I've also got the cost of dealing with growth, which compounds that, how do we as a city deal with that cost increase? Do we absorb it and throw it on the taxpayer? Or do we spread it around to the various departments? And I completely agree with the departments look at it and say, why am I going up? Well, yeah, I get it. I have 2 choices. I can throw it on the taxpayer. I can try and pull it out of public safety. I can pull it from different places, or I can share that to the best of my capacity among all the departments in the city. It presents a challenge. That's why I said I can never please everybody. If you want me to say, we'll take golf course down, the balloon gets squeezed somewhere else, something else has to go up. What is that goes up? I am completely open, and I've told this to Darren and everybody else, I'm completely open and looking at this as a systemic issue for the city and figuring out what we want to do as a city, where do we want to push this. But there is no magic bullet to say, to give relief to the golf course and not impact somebody else. So if, let's say we took theirs down, then maybe somebody else can say, my allocations went up, what do I do? Well, if I don't take them up, then I have to eat it in general gov. And I already do eat quite a bit. It's a challenge.
Yeah.
I do think it's important, though, and this, our commitment is to ensure that it's a fair allocation and that
Yeah.
everybody understands it. And right now, like Doug said, we'll never please everyone, but I think we do need to be committed to the transparency of the allocation internally. Obviously, we need to be really careful because the allocation needs to be consistent because of how it does get expressed out to the enterprise services. And that's why we have to have an allocation, because there's a cost of doing business and the services that we provide. So we will address that as soon as we get through this budget process. For today, I know there's a concern about the increased allocation and the percentage that's gone up every year. And the only thing that I might suggest is that as a city, we could not ask Gulf to begin their repayment this year, but give them, or cut it in half and then begin their repayment the following year once we get it figured out.
And I'm completely open.
And that might be one way to offset it, is to give them a year. We could give them a year on the whole payment. We could give them a year on half the payment. Just to give them the grace to not deplete their fund. And then we can go through the allocation process, ensure where it is, and obviously we'll involve council in that.
Yeah.
And so that's just a thought.
No, those are completely viable options, and I support that discussion, and even that, it's an internal discussion. How do we want to use our resources? And I think that's appropriate for the council to look at and the city to allocate. So we're good.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Doug.
So with that, how would we like to proceed?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the golf budget. Is it $4,406,643?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the golf operating budget in the amount of $4,004,643. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Pingula?
Yes.
Hammerfield?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
We will come back and address the repayment piece. We'll work on that. Okay, the next item on the agenda is 5.2. This is Development Services. It's the Building Safety Department. And we will go over the budgets with the roll-up of administration. Well, Doug, do we need to do these separately because of Building Safety and Planning and Zoning? I think maybe we should,
That's fine.
because they are different, traditionally have been different departments. And so I think it might be good, since they are different departments, the Building Safety Department and Planning and Zoning.
With the understanding that reviewing the Development Services Administration is a brand-new unit, which has no prior year history.
That's
the
correct.
only
Yep.
catch to that, but certainly. So if we do, we will start off with the Development Services Admin Unit. That's on page 341, I think. So let's see. Hang on.
Yep.
Yeah. And this is reflective of the of Cliff Long and his administrative costs and operational costs of salaries, wages, and operations. I think if there is a point to be discussed here, the mayor has addressed it earlier. The discussion might revolve more likely around travel and lodging in this section, but as the mayor's already said, we'll come back to that with the approval process. That's probably the best course of action on this one, because there are some increased costs there. But the net budget for this unit is $371,750. And like I said, most of those costs were incorporated into the main development services budget last year, except, almost all of them were, except for the increases for travel and occupancy.
And again, the funding source, just to clarify, this is not Gen Gov.
Nope.
No funds here are from Gen Gov or property taxes. This is all from the building
This is the building,
development.
right.
Yes, side.
Would we accept the amount of $371,750 for Development Services Administration?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Pingula?
Yes.
Hammerfield?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, building safety.
Building safety, we probably need a little discussion with Marissa on the FTEs and the employment issues surrounding them, but on a budgetary construct, their revenues are for '24, $7,409,734, as compared with the adopted budget from last year of $5,857,414. And I should note that that adopted budget at that point in time reflected what we knew, but the actuals are coming in stronger, so it's a lot closer to the FY24 budget than the adopted budget would show. And the expenses are set right now, excluding capital, at $5,268,840. That's down about $428,000 from the prior year.
And Doug, part of that had to do with that we pulled admin out
Out of this section.
of
Exactly.
this section last year. And so the reason why it's down to 371,000 plus it's down in addition to that.
Yeah,
But that's why it's down.
yeah, that is correct, Mayor. I don't, open it up for questions or discussion. I know that one of the areas that we've seen recently, I think there is some degree of FTE challenge in there with the people we can hire and the staffing levels. I don't know if Mayor wanted to go into that at all. It'll come back to us next year, but as an issue, but.
I don't know that there's, I mean, it obviously looks as though there's one less employee, but that is because we did move 2 employees out.
And
So really, it's plus one.
plus one.
Which is, I think that's our assistant building. Is that our assistant building?
it's a plans
Nope,
examiner.
they were in
Plans
there.
examiner.
It's a plans examiner, okay. One of the challenges we've had, though, is just staffing, and so we've had a number of positions open, and it's been hard to hire some of these positions, and that's why you see the contracted services come forward on a regular basis, because we're having to heavily use contracted services in order to get the work done. But we are working to continue to hire and fill the positions.
Mayor, is this Patrick's
Yes, it is.
area? I know you're way in the back, Patrick. Are you done with your coffee? Yeah. Okay. I'm just need a little history education.
Okay.
So total permit revenue in '23 was $6,377,000. That which was quite a bit higher by about $280,000 compared to '21. But yet the building permits were down by about 1,200. How does that work?
Well, we've seen over the past few years the effects of inflation on the construction market, and the value of permits is based on the valuation
So
of the project.
That's how you charge.
Right, so we may be down permits, say this year we're down, I can't recall what I have in here, but about, probably 40% in permits, but we're actually up about 30% higher in value for those permits.
Interesting.
And the other thing, we had a lot of large industrial buildings, and their related TIs as well, which were much higher than some of the smaller warehouse buildings that we had prior.
So the type of structures and so on makes a big difference.
Correct.
Okay, well, to me, that's a good way of doing it. Less buildings and more revenue, right? Okay, keep that up.
Madam Mayor, I have some questions on this budget. Doug, can you tell me what the difference is between revenue and expenses for building safety?
You mean you've got revenues going up $1.1 million and expenses going down 428? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, what's the total number of the difference?
Well, the
Total operating expenses, actually, if we go back up to that line, are down $265,000. If we
right.
just go back
Just
up
if you're
to
looking just at
total
the
operating,
operations, right?
total operating
Well,
expenses.
what I'm wondering is what the permit revenue generates for building safety. And let me tell you where.
Permits generate 6.8 million, almost $6.9 million. You can see on 349, the revenue is broken out by source.
Okay, I'm just looking at, I've always had a real hard time with every city having its own plumbing and electrical inspectors. It's expensive to have employees and a whole department and all that kind of stuff, where the state manages it quite well.
Yep.
And it got to be that way when the building construction industry was up and revenues were up, and it was a revenue maker for the city.
Yeah.
And I understand that. But when I go through this budget, I look at page 353, I look at this whole page of IAPMO conferences and you name it.
Oh.
I mean, there's a lot of money sitting on that one page. And then, I'm looking at what point are we better off to give it to the state and let them run it? I don't think we're at that point.
That's a bigger question than I could
I
address.
think we're at that point.
I'm a good numbers guy,
But I'm
but
looking at these numbers. And then also, this can be for Patrick, on page 354. We've got a state plumbing, electrical, and architectural licenses, license renewal. So my question is, are we paying for our plumbing inspectors to have a renewal on their license, on their plumbing license?
Mayor and Councilman Reynolds, yes, we are. Per state law, to inspect plumbing and electrical, you have to be a journeyman plumber or a journeyman electrician in the state of Idaho. It's unlike in Oregon, Washington, or California, where you can get.
I understand that.
But yes, we are, because that is a requirement for them to be employed by the city as an inspector.
So if
And
I
they
go to
aren't-
work.
They aren't using it for being plumbers. They're using that license to be qualified to be an inspector.
If I go to work for the state of Idaho tomorrow as a plumbing inspector or a mechanical inspector, I have to put my licenses on inactive status. They will not let me have those licenses because it's a conflict of interest to stay licensed while I'm working for that entity. And the reason is because if you have an active license, then you're competing against the people potentially that you're inspecting. So I saw this line item of the license renewal. It's a relatively low cost to renew my license every year. My contractor's licenses are different. My plumbing license is cheap. Continuing ed requirement got dropped this last legislative session, so that's not an expense anymore. But anyway, I have a problem with paying for those license renewals for our plumbing electrical inspectors.
We can look into making them inactive. I didn't realize that was an option to make them inactive. We
Yeah, you can park them with the
historically paid for those licenses because it was our understanding that you had to maintain your license and pay the minimum annual fee. So are you saying that if you put a license as inactive, they don't charge a fee for keeping
You still pay a
you
fee,
as-
but they're listed as inactive, but you still
Right.
pay a fee.
So we would still have to pay the fee then?
Yeah.
Are you,
Yeah.
could I ask just a clarifying question? Are you saying that the state doesn't pay the fee for the employee to maintain an inactive license? You're saying it's the responsibility of that person if they want to maintain their actual plumbing license, because we're not using that license.
Right.
We're using them as an inspector.
Correct.
And so is there a separate license that they have to carry to be an inspector? I believe there is.
They have to have a certification as an inspector. However, I mean, it all comes down to what you believe is fair. I believe it's fair that if you need a certain license in order to be employed to be an inspector, and it is a fairly nominal fee, then I think it is, I think it's good for us to pay for that license rather than be nitpicky about it and say, hey, you pay for your license so that you can maintain that inactive license so that you can be a plumbing or electrical inspector. I mean, we're happy to do it either way, but I mean, that has been practiced since before I was here.
Is
I've
the
been here for 10 years now, and that's just been the way it's been.
Is the license required to be made? So are we requiring, they have to have had a license but then the additional certification as an inspector. But in order to work for us, is it a requirement that they maintain their license? Once they're in and we already have established, I think this may be, I'm not sure, maybe I'm not understanding it, but once we've established that they have their license and they get their license, their certification as an inspector, if they're not planning to go back into the industry, do they need to maintain their license? Why would they need to? Unless they chose to, because we're not requiring it, are we?
Well, Mayor, we separated from a plumber who was our plumbing inspector here for 5 years. If he would have let his license lapse, I don't think it's as simple as you just pay the back fees and pick it back up again. I think you have to retest for it, just like my architectural license. So,
I think that's the point that Councilman Reynolds is making.
So I think that it's, I'm happy to do whatever you'd like to direct. However, it's been precedent that since you need to be a licensed journeyman, that means you need, whether the license is inactive or active, you have to have that proof of that license, or we can't hire you. We have people come to us all the time from California, Oregon, and Washington where they have all the credentials to be a plumbing, mechanical, electrical inspector, but not in Idaho because of that rule that you have to, state law, you have to be a journeyman. And, that is the hardest thing for us to compete with, and with the private sector. We need another electrical inspector, we need another plumbing inspector. We're offering $30 to $35 an hour. Industry, if you look on Indeed, if you're just a green, they're paying $30 an hour just for a green journeyman that just got their certification. And you're going to pay up to, if somebody who could go out and do inspections on a hospital that has at least that commercial experience, they're out there in the field making $45 an hour.
I appreciate your comments. Go ahead.
It's the whole reason that they do it that way is because there has been inspectors in the past that run a side business and they compete against the people they're inspecting. And Meridian had a real problem with that in years past. And it's just a bad practice all the way around. But the state will make you put your license in inactive status to be employed by them, and I think that we should follow suit on that. If they want to maintain their license, whether it be a plumbing contractor or plumbing journeyman, or HVAC contractor, or HVAC journeyman, electrical contractor, or journeyman or contractor, either one, then that should be up to them. If we hire you as an architect and we need your architect, that's different. We pay for your fee. I understand that. But these other licenses you don't have to maintain to be an inspector, and you shouldn't have them active. And then the IATMO conferences, that's something we can talk about in our special workshop. But all these different ones that, I see Jeff Miranda on a lot of these that they're going to, those are volunteer. Those are things that you don't have to be part of. You can read IATMO code online. You certainly don't have to go to these conferences. There's a lot of things that I love to go to, but I don't because it costs money, and I have to answer to my bookkeeper, which is myself. Anyway.
So could I respond to that?
Quickly, and then we'll go to Councilman Haverfield very quickly.
So Mayor and Councilman Reynolds, the reason we have the IATMO and the ICC conferences, it's not every year. We do it when there's actually voting, because jurisdictions throughout, there's over 200 jurisdictions just in Idaho, but every jurisdiction that is either under IATMO code or ICC codes, we can send voting members to there, both from our fire service, fire protection from the fire department, and also from us. And so we at least have sent at least one person to those voting when it gets down to where they're voting right before that they're ready to get the code ready to issue. So that's something we've done historically here, and we don't go just for fun. We sit in the code hearings. We don't go for the entire conference, which is a lot of, handshaking and things like that. And, but we do go for rolling up our sleeves and bringing common sense to a national process to adopt the international building codes, mechanical codes, fuel gas codes, and then also the plumbing code. So that's why we have historically sent at least one representative to those.
And Madam Mayor, if I can real quick. So yeah, the state sends one individual from DOPL to the IATMO conference, and they're voting members of that organization. We have adopted the UPC anyway, and so I'm like, let them make the changes and bear the expense, and then we don't have to as a city. That's my opinion.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
Since Councilman Reynolds took us into the weeds, can I ask just a couple more questions?
Yes, you may.
The architectural license, is that just state occupational license?
Yeah.
That's not NCARB, is it?
Correct.
Okay, so, and then I see nothing listed as far as American Institute of Architects, as far as the associations. So that's not one of the dues as well that you're paying each year, is that correct?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any
We're out of
other?
the weeds real quick.
That was good, yeah.
Good job, President.
Are there any other questions regarding this particular budget?
We decided, Mayor, this side, it was way above us.
We let that side go.
We're just politically correct.
So as you know, there was some discussion regarding travel, so this particular travel and training budget will be subject to the city council meeting that we will have post. So what is the will of the council regarding the planning, building safety budget?
Make a motion to approve it, and again, I believe it's $5,268,840, is that correct?
Yes.
In that amount.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt the building safety operating and labor budget as stated and as stated on our document. Is there any further discussion?
Just, Mayor, that these other areas that have been brought up that, like I said, are over my head, those will be discussed as far as, and could be changed. It just can't go above it as far as what we could.
Yes.
Right.
Agreed. So noted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
But I do have a question on that, though. On the dues and memberships equals certification, so does that count or that it involve their merit increases?
The question again is,
Okay.
does the certification impact their merit increase?
That's correct. If they don't go to these trainings.
I don't believe so. I'm deferring over here to HR because the merit increases are based on other criteria.
Oh, are they? Yeah.
If the certification is required for the position, then they would have to obtain it and/or maintain it to be eligible to stay in the position. The merit pay would be a separate matter.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
The next budget is planning and zoning, and we can just slip right over to that one, a couple pages back. And just real quickly, there is no change in the personnel summary, so Doug, you can take us right to the budget.
Sure. I apologize. Sometimes the accountants in efforts to make clarity sometimes create a bit of misdirection. In FY '23, we showed a use of fund balance of $1,202,000. And all that was transferring fund balance from Development Services Fund to fund the planning and zoning. We did not make that entry here, and this year it doesn't make a difference. It just means that some of the numbers will look a little different, that it doesn't change the budgetary approach, and I'll try and clarify that. The net operating budget for the planning and zoning is $1,510,999 compared to $1,372,922 from last year, or an increase of $138,077. Salaries and benefits went up $42,000, primarily due to the merit and market. We had increases in the engineering services, internal allocation of cost, that was $53,000. And then we had contractual services increased by $67,000. And I'm trying to see what that contractual services was. The contractual services include a specific area plan consultant service of $134,000 and a Southwest Napa rollover of $50,000 for FY '23 for $190,000. That's what's driving that one up mostly. Overall, other than that, the budget's fairly consistent with the prior year.
Mayor, just question, it may be in the detail report, but help me with the 2023 fund balance allocation, 1,002 million. I mean,
So-
1,200,000.
This is why accountants, we can sometimes be our worst enemy in trying to provide clarity, but there are 3 organizations running out of development services now. There's the administrative, there's development services, building safety, and there's planning and zoning. But there's only one fund balance for all of them. So last year, what we did is we transferred money from the fund balance. We just made an entry to transfer it from the fund balance to the planning and zoning to fully fund them. And that's why their budget last year, the net, the excess deficiency was 0. This year, we just didn't make the entry, but the money still comes from the fund balance.
Still comes from the same source?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Thanks.
I do have a question. I'm sorry, I should have asked this sooner, but Rodney, hi. So can you remind me, I do see this question regarding the specific area plan consultant. We've got the carryover of $50,000 from the Southwest Napa plan rollover from FY '23, but we've done it. Which one are we doing now? What is the next one
So
that we're
this
budgeting?
Southwest Nampa?
So
Specific
the
area
total cost of that's more like $180,000?
No, there's another one that we have we're coordinating with the Public Works Department, and we decided to delay it so that we could coordinate it on public participation in that one. And that one's for North Nampa, and looking at the land uses, we call it North Central Nampa. And that's the one north of the railroad tracks that we decided to coordinate better with Public Works on their public outreach. And they're not moving forward until this next fiscal year. So we're waiting on that one too.
Okay, so that's the one that you're funding at $134,000.
Yeah, and there's quite a few other projects that I'm going to review all of the different plans that we have outlined in the comp plan with you, and then just prioritize anything else that you would like us to do. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
I met with Rodney the other day, and this is another agency or another department that has 10 employees, and they should have 25. The work they do is just amazing. So thank you, Rodney.
Yeah, they do. They work very hard. Okay, is there any other discussion or questions on planning and zoning? Seeing no questions, if you're up to it, I would stand for a motion.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I move that we approve the planning and zoning budget at $1,510,999.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt the operating budget for planning and zoning as stated. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Turner.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
Summerfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, the next one is our water fund. Do we need to separate water from irrigation? As we have just done, we may need to. Probably? Yeah,
And,
okay. Well, we'll start with
Unless-
the water division then.
Jeff has a different thought? Okay, all right.
Okay. I think the rest of these we're going to need to, possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah, do them separate.
So, water fund, as we indicated in my summary, there is try to make sure you can hear me. There is a 0% rate increase in the water fund this year because they're using ARPA funds for repairs. So the revenue increase is just volume only. It's $102,000 of the revenue increase. And the FTEs include an increase of almost three full FTEs And that's why you're seeing the salaries and benefits go up $355,000 in addition to the market and merit. The operating expenses themselves are going down from $7.277 million to $4.814 million. And primarily that's, you can go up to the meter parts, and you can see the meter parts going down $2,179,000. And I think that's the Eclair meters that we're wrapping up on, right? The Eclair meters that we're almost done on the installation, so we don't need to buy any more. That's the cause of the decrease there. Sorry, I had to make sure I wasn't missing anything. The operating, I have this circled here for a reason. Chris, was that, are we okay there? Okay, good. All right. So the total operating budget for operations is $8,980,881. The total expenditures, including capital, that's the $7,493,000 value at the top of the list. That's what takes the budget to $16.474 million. But the operation portion seeking approval here is the $8,980,881.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions about any specific projects? Now, we will go over capital in a little bit, but are there any questions related to the specific line items within the water budget that you'd like to question?
Just on the contractual services where there's quite a decrease. What were you contracting with last year that caused it to be 800,000 more? On page, it's on.
Jeff or Heather, any comments on
363.
contractual? Okay.
So 363 has a couple of funds. That's not just one fund. So we decided to go back to the Fund 530, 80, 60, just water. And so we're going through water separate from
So
irrigation.
this is not apples to apples?
Correct. Contractual services was $299,000 less for water. Just for water, and then we'll have to see on irrigation.
Okay, because this is just reporting about an $800,000 decrease.
Yeah, this is.
I always like those.
It's both orgs together, though.
Everything's together, I realize.
And then 553,000 is how much lower it is for irrigation, for contractual services. So irrigation, maybe you can answer,
That'd be the majority of it then.
yeah.
Okay, we're talking water
Well,
here?
we're on the water budget at the moment.
Okay, it's all three.
But if you can look at contractual services on water and then be prepared to answer that question when you get to, when we get to irrigation.
Mayor, City
Thank you.
Council, Councilman Bruner. So contractual services for water, can you bring them up here for water? So we had an additional $145,000 added for contractual services, and that is for lead and copper planning,
Are
which
you
is.
talking about this year? I mean,
This is
the
for
new
next year.
budget?
Well, for FY '24, you are down by 299,000. According to the budget. Am I missing something? Yeah, 299,000 less in FY '24 for contractual services.
Mayor, we're going to bring up that detail. I think you've got a copy of it, but we're going to bring that up and look at that.
I just don't have, yeah, that's true. We can look at it.
It's just water.
That's my question. It's just for one of them.
Wow.
We haven't done a hire where somebody's covering that
So
rather than.
can we check on that with finance? And can you bring?
And we can come back to it. We don't have to do that right now.
I think he's got it here. He'll scroll down to it. This is the file that we created to compare operational expenses this year to operational expenses last year. He's going to scroll down to that now. We're at water. Let's go to contractual services and see what the differences are. We killed several hundred trees this year, and we tried not to kill any more, so, online. Can you make that just a little bit bigger, Chris?
So you know what, groundwater modeling is one of the areas real quickly, and then the water system risk resilience assessment. Let's see, that's gone down by about 50,000. The groundwater modeling does not appear to be in the budget this year, and that was 135,000 last year.
Where are you seeing that, Mayor?
This is in a document. Could you pass over the?
I mean, I don't need that, I just.
It's on the screen right here as well.
It's on the screen.
Or down here.
That's that. So you can pass one that way and one. This is a year-to-year, but we didn't do a ton of them because it's killing so many trees.
Well, and I understand, that's
one
what he was
goes-
talking about, killing all the
They
trees.
don't have it.
That what you're holding is the entire city's operational
That's yours.
So this is
cost.
totally
But
comparison.
this is specific to water on the screen
Yeah,
from
and-
that
And
day.
like I said, don't, because I would just, but I think that would be interesting to not, if there's a great difference, and I don't know what that percentage would be.
No,
but be able to-
$299,000 is worth
But
discussing.
to be able to see a comparison
Yeah.
in the
Yeah.
next year's budget book.
Mhm.
You guys-
Or speak to the variance, be able to
Yeah.
do a call out on the variance. Thank you. And then.
I mean, I love that kind of variance, I just was curious how we accomplished that.
So I'm not sure we've answered the question entirely, but the mayor called out 2 or 3
Yeah,
items.
she called out,
Okay, all right.
pretty good amounts, so. Have that back, I'm not gonna. No.
Stressful.
There you go. It's hard to find things in there.
We've only been here 8 hours. We're young and fresh still. Come on.
But we're not done yet. Yeah.
Andy was talking about Randy's wife. Bad deal.
Okay.
Can we,
So the good news
follow up
is,
with that
yes, there's a significance. The good news is on the savings
Well,
side,
that's what I'm
right?
saying.
We're not spending it.
I'm complimenting, I'm just wondering, I like that, we can do that, yeah.
We need to
check
on that number, so.
Okay, so the question is, you can get back and provide an answer on that, but is it, because it's a significant amount, is it worth holding the budget approval on this one, or no? Okay, so you just would like some information back?
It's great, I'm just
Yeah.
curious what we're doing successfully to accomplish this type of,
Madam Mayor,
Agreed, yes,
I'd like to make a motion.
thank you.
And I'll second it, right before you.
I move that we approve the water budget for $8,980,881.
A second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the water budget as stated. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brenner.
yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, moving to the irrigation budget, we do have a variance in that same line of over $500,000. It went from 743 down to 190,000. So I did not easily see that, though, what it was, but that is a significant savings on irrigation. And then as we look at irrigation, is there any specific call out on the irrigation budget that we need to be aware of?
It includes the 6% rate increase, and
There's only a difference of $8,000 in the operating budget this year to last year, which is, it's pretty much the same,
yeah.
except for capital.
Yep.
So, and the capital we'll go over later. Any questions on the irrigation budget?
Make a motion to approve the operating budget of $5,365,179.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded to approve the irrigation budget as stated. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brenner.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. So we're going to move to 5.4 on the agenda, and this is the wastewater fund. And in wastewater, there are a couple funds that there's environmental compliance, and there is wastewater, and is it just the two, Doug?
They're presented separately here.
We'll do them separately.
Right.
Okay.
So
So we'll start on page 379 in our book.
384.
Well, 381 is the bottom of it. 381 is the final numbers. Is that?
Oh, no, that's the roll-up.
That's the roll-up. So we do individually, we're at
Okay, I'm
384.
sorry, if we're going to do it individually, we're going to be on what page? I'm sorry.
384.
384?
Right.
Thank you.
So, again, you'll see the revenues decreasing by approximately $35 million. That's entirely the fund loan proceeds decrease that we'll be pulling for FY24 for the year. It includes a 16.85% rate increase. The expenses net of revenues are coming in at, this is on page 387, $15,502,039 compared to last year's $15,388,236. So a modest increase here of $113,000, even though there are a salaries and benefits increase of $175,000 because we're adding a couple of FTEs. How many FTEs exactly? Three FTEs. Overall, though, the other costs have been moderated to offset that.
You know, one thing that I haven't mentioned as we've gone through the book, but obviously our org charts, our goals, everything is in here. And even when I've had calls from another city about org structure, I said, you know what, just go to our budget book. It's really nice. I appreciate it because you can find everything you want in this budget book. Our organizational structure, the FTEs, all the information that we need is sitting right here. So it's clearly color-coded, the two new positions that are there. It's called out, and I love the way we formatted. I just want to comment on that because it's so easy to find.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
This one kind of stinks, but I would make a motion to approve the operating budget of $15,500,000.
Took a second there to catch on to that one.
You caught me off guard.
Coming from a plumber, that makes sense.
So I believe that was a motion to approve the operating budget.
I think you need to apologize to a couple people that are out there on a daily basis, so.
They're used to it.
Good amount again.
$15,502,039.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the operating budget for wastewater as noted. Is there discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes, we'll flush that out, yes.
Zingulo?
Yes.
Hammerfield?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, and now to page 397 and behind for environmental compliance.
So the environmental compliance is showing an FTE decrease of 1 from 6 to 5. The total budget, cost-wise, is going from $1,385,221 last year to $1,144,493 this year. That's a decrease of $240,000, with the decrease coming in and primarily in the I guess salaries and benefits are going down, and then operational costs also going down by $166,000. And the operational cost primarily decreases again, as the mayor mentioned, the contractual services line is going down.
Move that we accept the environmental compliance budget of $1,144,000. Do my eyes to work here. Is it 493?
493.
Second.
I'll sec.
Good job, Darrell.
I got to bring my reading glasses.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Zingulo?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Hammerfield?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So we're moving to 5.5 on the agenda. This is sanitation.
404.
And sanitation is on 405.
Okay. The sanitation budget, total revenues are $15,794,000. This includes a 3% rate increase from the public. It also includes, I believe, approximately 5% increase in volume, we estimate, because that's the the number of accounts we're adding each year. So you have revenue increase of $1,136,000. This, for clarity on this sanitation fund, the entirety of these costs are structured so that all but 18% of the charges for services go back to Republic Services. The 18% we keep goes to streets. So this fund balance goes to zero every year because we don't retain anything. All we do is record. There's no labor in here. This is just us processing the fees for the sanitation and sending the money mostly back to Republic, and then 18% of the charges of services back to streets for street maintenance.
I just want to say, too, how thrilled I am that there's only a 3% increase. And it's because,
awesome.
and you know what, this is thank you to Republic Services National that brought it actually to my attention that we needed to renegotiate our contract. Otherwise, we would have been at the cost of living increase level. They may regret that now, but I'm really thankful because instead of having a 4 to 6 to whatever % increase, we only have a 3% increase to our residents. I'm very pleased with that.
Yeah, that's unusual for a company to take that proactive approach, but I believe they're taking the long view and trying to establish relationships with the customers, us, and hang on to us essentially.
Yep, they did that, and I appreciate it greatly.
Well, Mayor, I'll make the motion to accept and approve the operation budget, $15,794,202.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the sanitation budget as noted. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
The following are internal service funds. We're starting with 5.6. This is the utility billing department. And it's just, turn the page.
On 409, the utility billing summary reflects, this should be good news. We've been trying to control cost. We have this department going down. When the revenues are going down, that's a good thing because it's all the revenues we get in this department are because we charged water, wastewater, irrigation, and sanitation for our utility billing services. So if our revenues goes down, that means our costs have gone down, and the costs that are passed through to water, wastewater, irrigation, and sanitation have gone down. So the total decrease in the budget, if we look at on page 411, the $1,582,240 is down $179,082 because we have moved away from Tyler. We've cut some costs. We moved to half an FT. We had Leslie kind of split between utility billing and the finance department, and we decided to more appropriately split that and take her half FT out of them for the appropriate cost allocation, so we actually have a decrease in this budget. The only really increases we're seeing here, we're struggling with, not struggling with, is just we've got cost of mailing going up because we have 6 billing cycles every 2 months, and then we mail it out. We have some costs there, and postage. So those are the only costs that are really going up. Otherwise, this is the very effectively cost-controlled budget for the utility billing group.
Are there any other questions or any questions for Doug? Okay.
Madam Mayor, I would move that we approve the utility billing budget of $1,582,240.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, fleet services.
Okay, fleet services. At the outset, let me indicate that we have left in the budget for the loan proceeds of $5,254,000 from last year's budget in for the fleet building. However, this whole concept needs to be revisited with mayor and council as the costs of the project have increased. But we've left it in there to retain the budgetary authority. Should we choose to move forward, we only have to recognize the increase, and if we choose not to, we can pull that out. But therefore, the revenue stream for them is virtually unchanged, $1,500 difference from this year to last year, very, very consistent, reflecting no real increases in total. The costs on the operating budget on page 418, excluding the $5 million for the capital, are $2,386,000 compared to $2,111,000 for the prior year. That's an increase of $275,000, with the primary increases coming in from I guess it's the, oh, I missed that one.
The debt service.
Debt service.
It's
Yeah,
the debt service.
Yeah, that's it, the debt service.
And the interfund transfer out.
Mayor King, I have a question. So this would be for Doug Adams.
You know, Doug, you didn't sit here all day for nothing, right? Just waiting. It's your turn. I know.
Doug, this is something that I caught earlier that I'm thinking. I know we've been talking about certifications and travel and expenses, but this one we can't touch, can we? This one, your mechanics have to know what they're doing. They have to have those certifications to work on our vehicles, correct?
Yeah, Mayor and Council. The primary issue we run up against is training, because the automotive technology changes every 6 months. And especially on our on the oddball stuff like street sweepers and fire apparatus, I have to send technicians back east for multi-day trainings, often just to stay up on the fire apparatus stuff and street sweepers and stuff like that, yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make that out, Mayor, because this is a lot different than the others.
I like to think so.
Well, people's lives depend on it when they drive. Yeah, I know.
You made his day.
That's where you woke us all up slamming that thing. Mayor Doug, while you're there, so are these mainly federal regs that are affecting all this new training? Or is it just whatever we're driving that they're changing as far as how they're made and so on for retraining?
Mayor, Council, all the training is driven just by technology changes. It's just every year the automotive technology is just different. I don't know if you've driven any new cars lately, but you get a new car and everything's touchscreen. So all that technology changes annually at least. And then because of COVID, we haven't been able to send anybody back east for any of the heavy truck training. So we're a couple years behind on that. And then this year, Streets took delivery of 2 new types of sweepers that my guys aren't quite trained up on yet. So
you can't, it's not some online type training you got to go back to.
I wish it was.
I just want to get your personal opinion. You know, I haven't put anyone on the spot for a while. So what's your opinion on going with electrical type of heavy equipment vehicles?
Mayor and Council, my professional and personal thoughts align that it's a mistake. I think it's misguided.
Okay.
I don't believe it has any benefit at this point.
Okay, and not cost effective for the city, I take it from that.
In fact, through my calculations, it's a cost deficit.
Okay, thanks. I agree. I just want. Okay.
You go. Thank you.
Need to keep that guy around.
You know what?
Would your election?
Yeah. I will say, Doug, you're a huge asset. He speaks candidly. He doesn't hold anything back, and that's the kind of information that we need. And so we appreciate it greatly. Thank you. Okay.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I wonder if he's related to Chief Huff. They're a lot alike.
They're sitting by one another, both dressed in black. I don't know if that matters. Okay.
He's not retired yet.
No. Okay, so what is the will of the council on the
Make a
fleet budget?
motion.
Yes.
Is it $2,386,857?
Correct.
I'll make a motion to approve the operating budget as listed.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the fleet operating budget as noted. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Hammerfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
The next budget is engineering. So just flip your page and here we go.
So the engineering budget shows an FTE increase of 1. Its total revenues, well,
It's the GIS database administrator. Go ahead.
Revenues for the engineering department are essentially and primarily charges to the various departments for which they serve. So internal, except for the inspections and permits and interest income, which are external. Total resources are up $567,000 from the prior year. The salaries and benefits are up $352,000, with the one FTE driving a portion of that. And what the, Christian?
There's, had some market adjustments for engineers and the GIS technicians, I think.
And this was,
The market adjustments for GIS and engineers, correct? That was,
They get the same 4+2, we don't have. Are you talking
but like during the year, during '23.
We changed their pay grade, we didn't change their pay rate. Is that what you're asking?
I'm
Well,
sorry,
yeah.
we're not on microphone, so go ahead, thank you. Thank you.
We adjusted their pay grade. We didn't adjust individual pay rates. Was that your question?
well, here's the question I've been talking about. We have a one FTE increase, and I have a total of 352,000 increase in the salaries and benefits. So the one increase would cost for maybe a third of that, depending if there's any.
Well, they plan to upgrade the supervisor to a manager.
Right.
And they're adding the GIS analyst with 911 funds, and then the actual pay grades changed, but I'm not aware of individual pay rate increases for GIS outside of the proposed 4% plus 2%.
Yeah, I know there, since we budgeted midpoint and we've talked about the staff engineers who are at level 1, I think we've changed that to level 2, and so with the pay grade shift, we budgeted midpoint, so that has caused vacancies to shift up.
With the staff engineers in particular, the issue is twofold. One, we're just having trouble filling the positions. The second is we don't exactly know what we'll get. If we get an experienced person who qualifies for a level 2, we'd want to hire them at a level 2. But if they're brand new with minimal experience and they don't have their PE, then we would hire them at a lower level. So we really don't know where we'll land on those dollars until we can find the qualified candidate.
And the concept, it's just really evident here, is we're budgeting at midpoint just because we don't know where we'll land. And we typically try not to hire there if we can get away with it, but the actual dollars may come in less when we hire the vacant positions, but for now it reflects as an increase in their budgetary authority.
It is a pretty significant increase, and the downside is this gets allocated to a lot of departments across the city, so this increases the budgets of everybody because it gets allocated out. And so I think, it's interesting because we've seen these, this is not new to me, but it does stand out today that it is a pretty significant increase. But I understand that we've had a very difficult time hiring. So I think that the good news is that with position control, let's continue to come back and look at this because we need to be as cost-effective as possible with the city. Because the cost of this is hitting Gen Gov, it's hitting everybody, right? Everybody gets a piece of it, almost. So it does increase our costs. So we just need to make sure that, again, we're good stewards in this regard, but I get it.
Now, if on the positive side, if we hire below and fill the vacancies, the actual cost, because the way we move this, the actual cost going to the departments will be lower if we hire it lower.
Correct.
Right, so that's the benefit to this particular approach. The other impact here, if you look down, we talked about this earlier. This is the interfund transfer outline at the very bottom. It goes up $251,000. So let me explain what's going on here with this one. This was moved to its own internal service fund last year, and we allocated very, very minimal cost to that. This year, I absorbed impacts from public services admin and the general government to avoid causing a differential going out to the city last year. This increase of $251,000, there is no general government allocation going in. That's entirely the increase coming from the Public Works admin. So Tom's Public Work admin, all of his senior leaders allocate their costs out. And Public Works admin is part of the general gov budget, but almost all of that gets allocated out to the Public Works departments. and engineering is one of the public works departments. So this increase is just taking the total cost in Tom's network and allocating it across his units of operation. So it doesn't go to golf, for example, it doesn't go to fleet, but it does go to the engineering here. So if I didn't allocate, and last year I just ate it in general gov. I just absorbed it and sucked it up and reduced my overall funding level. But this is, I struggle with this one, but if I didn't allocate Tom's and his team's salary to theirs, I would again have to absorb it in general gov, and that's taxpayer dollar and shared services revenue that I would be using to do that. So if I do it here, or if we did it somewhere else, the cost would still have to be absorbed somewhere. I couldn't
Well,
not
this is the
absorb it.
discussion we're going to have when we go through the allocation process at the conclusion of this year's budget. We will come back and review that. So we'll just look at allocations across the board.
It's
Yeah,
going to be an interesting conversation.
yes, it is. Yep. Okay, so,
So their operating budget is $3,831,864. That's the expenditures, pardon me, the operating is $3,806,000, $684,000 less $25,000 in capital.
which is what we're approving right now.
Right.
Okay, so council, do you have any questions?
Mayor, just really quickly, can someone explain to me why we have more library workers than we do engineer workers?
It's because of the size, there's a number of part-time employees with the library.
Back to the part-time.
Well, there's quite a few, right, because you've got,
I'm just curious, yeah, because we have 33 and people that work at the library and then 30 in engineering. I was just curious. It just seems like it.
well, the library is open on odd hours. You've got a lot of part-time employees because they're a customer service public-facing entity. And so they have to be there Saturday, every time they're open, they have to have employees there. And so they've got a lot of part-time employees that are filling so that they can be open to the public. So, hopefully
Mayor?
that answers your question. Yes.
Probably have more life.
So Doug, the correct number is $3,806,684?
That's correct.
Okay, I would make a motion that we approve that number, $3,806,684 for the engineering services budget.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the engineering budget as noted. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Everfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, so I'd like to ask a question right now. So it's 5 till 5. We have got our budget, our capital budget to go through next. So I'm not sure how long it's going to take because we have our streets presentation, we have our water presentation. It's going to take us a little while to go through capital. So what I need to know is do we order pizza for dinner? Right? We order pizza for dinner. Okay, we'll hurry up and get that done.
You gotta pay for it?
Can we take just a short break? Let's take a short break before we dig into capital. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll get working on that, and we'll go from there. Okay. And hopefully not everybody here has to stay for capital. Does everybody have to stay for capital? Okay, so how much pizza do we order? How many of you are staying?
Mayor, may I?
No. Not please? Go. Recess is over. Thank you. I love it that it's like a reunion or something going on. Everybody wants to connect and get to talk to one another, which is so good. I hate to bring it to an end, but we do need to get started. Okay, here we go. So we're moving into capital improvement and grants. And so Doug, why don't you give us a little bit, you've got a couple of things here
Sure.
that you'd like to go over, and then also on the impact fee piece.
So here's the plan for the capital. We've added some more fund analysis and tables in the budget. So starting on page 437, we can see we have a list of all of the capital, the $116 million for this year, and which fund it is coming from. But it doesn't tell you much detail on the sheet of who the capital is going to. So if you look over on page 438, you will see two summaries. The top summary is very similar to the page on 437, and it lists where the money is coming from to fund projects, but not necessarily where the money is going to. If we look down at the bottom on 438, this is the table we're going to be focusing on in combination with the file that Chris Boaz passed out to you. This table reflects both where the money is coming from and where it's going to. And let me give you an example. If we look at 2/3 of the way down on transportation, that's the streets department. If we look over at the enterprise dedicated funds, that $3,993,000, that's money coming from streets and being funded within streets. So that's their own budgetary money they're spending on street projects. You look at the next line over, and we have impact fees of $9.494 million. That's impact fees being pulled from the impact fee fund to fund streets projects. The next, we have the grants and loans fund of $5.5 million. That's how much grants and loans are being leveraged to fund the street projects to get us to the total investment of 18.9, or actually $19 million. We've never before presented this with you in the capacity to look at the total investment given to each individual fund from the various sources, because we have money coming from franchise fees, we have money coming from the state, we have money coming from grants and loans, and we have money coming from fund balance. And it's been hard to present this. So the document that Chris will speak to, this grants and loan document here, as well as his Excel spreadsheet here, will all tie and support this grant section, or this capital section on the bottom of page 438. All right, so what we'll do from here is we'll turn it over to Chris Boaz to present the capital, and he'll walk through part of the PowerPoint presentation, and then when we get ready for the approvals, we'll switch over to the Excel sheet to go through the approvals with the council.
And then Doug, I know I was listening, and maybe you said it and I just missed it, but when you mentioned the impact fee fund column, we see a total of $12,859,186.
Right.
There is a tab in our book that is Development Impact Fee Fund, and the dollar amount in there, let's find the bottom line on that, should be $12,859, it is, and $186. So we skipped that tab. When we are approving capital today, that impact fee fund will be approved.
Right.
Because we're not going back and approving it separately, but it's being approved as part of our approval process, so I'm going to make sure that's clearly stated, that we're approving the Development Impact Fee Fund budget individually as it applies to these various funds. But the dollar amount that you see on this sheet that does total the other dollar amount. Now, if there were a shift and we didn't approve a budget as it was included, then we would need to go back and revalidate that.
So that is true for impact fees, and it's true for the capital budget. We have a fund called 310, and in that fund we have organizations for police and facilities and parks and airport and almost anybody who uses money. The money inside the 310 comes from 3 different sources. Franchise fees, the electrical franchise fee, the cable franchise fee, the gas franchise fee, they form the bulk of our capital funding. It's about $2.8 million of the funding. The additional funding is $1 million from interest income and some from the fund balance that we have in the capital fund. But the point being is that the projects we review today will be exactly matched by a revenue offset in the 310 fund and in the impact fee fund identically. So we didn't really go over the revenues on impact fees and capital because we're going over the projects that support those revenue funds. So with that, I think now we can turn it over to Mr. Boaz.
All right. Thank you, Doug. So I just want to give you a brief overview of how we're going to go through this. Doug already alluded to it. In those packets that you have in front of you, the first one are the capital and grant slides. The second packet is the capital by recipient, the Excel spreadsheet, and that is what matches up on page 438, and that is what the action items for capital will come from. So just some highlights from capital on this year's budget is we definitely stressed more accurate budgeting so we didn't inflate our budget. That means we decreased our budget by $62 million. Part of that was wastewater, part of that came from impact fees, and part of it was from just budgeting actually what we are going to spend on multi-year projects. Another one is we provided matching funds for grant dollars in order to stretch the city's money as far as possible. And this year, we also developed a new priority rating system for capital needs. Last year, we tried a different system, and some of the departments had issues with it, and it was a little confusing, so this year we just simplified it. 1 is a project that has to be done this year. It's a critical need. There's no question about it. It has to be done. 2 is a project that needs to be done, but it could probably be pushed off 1 more fiscal year. And a 3 is eventually this project will be done, but we can wait on it. Another highlight is we increased the investment in capital from the general fund due to interest income. Just wanted to remind you, these are one-time funds as this interest income will eventually go away. Another thing that Doug alluded to was the restructuring of the capital into the 310 organizational codes. And lastly, we had $22 million in deferred capital. That means capital projects that were not given the go-ahead or suggested for approval for FY24. 17.5 of that was from the new police precinct. That is still a few years out, but we do need to call attention to it now because it will be coming down the road. $3 million of that was general gov, and $1.4 million was FIC and NCC, which is the Fort Idaho Center and the Nampa Civic Center. This is the capital expenditures by fund. As you can see on that right-hand column, the largest expense is our wastewater fund, next being impact fees and water. But we just wanted to give you a good visual representation of what our capital expenditures look like. Some funding sources, Doug already spoke to these, so we're just gonna breeze through these. It's general gov, capital funded by franchise fees, interest income, general gov transfers and fund balance, special revenue funds and proprietary funds, it's the dedicated revenue, impact fees, capital funded by impact fees, and lastly, capital funded through grants and loans. Just a few notes. We already went over the handouts and that the capital recipient matches to the chart on page 438. Fleet is now housed in the corresponding departments. Fleet vehicles are housed in the corresponding departments. Next one was based off of last year's capital presentation, Councilman Bruner stressed the mowers and what happens to them at the end of their useful life, but they're still going. Just wanted to reiterate that those are sold at auction. That's a cost avoidance method. All right, and finally, just like Doug said, the flow of this is we're going to show you totals by funding source for each department receiving the capital, and then we'll make an action item based on that. Okay?
Thank you.
So now we go into our actionable items. So now we're going to be referring to our capital by recipient packet. And the first one we have is airport. All $482,000 comes from the general gov capital. Do we have any questions on those projects?
You know what I'm thinking? Can we, I'm not sure who's here from the airport, and I don't want to be slow, but it would be nice to have an idea what these are. So for example, the negotiation, thank you, Crystal. What we're planning on doing, maintenance to the facility, relocating the AWAS, I mean, I don't know what that is, and the pavement's pretty easy, but can you just do a real quick on those other two?
This is also in your packet a little bit further down the line. It looks like this in your big stack of paperwork, airport budget. So talking about the 5 projects that are airport, as Chris mentioned, we have $482,000 budgeted for this. These are the 5 projects that I'll go over real quick. The first one is the RPZ 11. There's a delay. There we go. This is for appraisal of a property that is right at the end of our runway protection zone. The vicinity map that you see, that's kind of Kings and Garrity right there. So this is just the first step in appraising that property to see if we can acquire it so that we can get the hazard out of the runway protection zone. Our next one is called the maintenance facility. So this one I'm actually really, really proud of. We're looking to install a maintenance facility. So first we can house some of our equipment so it's not out in the weather, but this goes in conjunction with our second one. You can kind of see where we're planning to put it. It's that star right in the middle of the airport. Currently, that's where our AWAS is located. It's our automated weather operating system, I think is the acronym. Observation. That was close. So that has a no build around it, basically. So what we are proposing to do is build that maintenance facility and relocate that AWAS system on top of our building. This will be the first FAA airport in the nation to do this, so we are trend setting. They're very, very excited about our opportunity to do this. It'll be a big innovation for the whole aviation community. And it opens up that entire area for development.
Wow. Okay. Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
Crystal, we jumped over quickly. The RPZ expansion to the northwest, has FAA gone along with that location as far as for an extension of the RPZ, or does it make more sense for it to be on the other end of the runway to look at an expansion?
Councilman Haverfield, this is in the RPZ zone. We are re-looking at this property because of a request from the FAA for us to acquire it. A few years back, we previously tried and were unsuccessful because the property owner was not interested in selling. We've already completed an environmental document on this in order to receive federal funds. So we are attempting to reappraise it and restart that process now that we have a right-of-way agent and some different players in the game. We're hoping new faces will change their minds.
So that area would be a non-build zone, is that correct?
That is correct.
So what about the property to the further up the curvature on the north end there? There's different businesses there. Why aren't they being acquired as well?
So this specific property that is highlighted, it's actually multiple businesses, including storage units. They accumulate a lot of people. The runway protection zone, and I apologize, it's not on this map, but if you can envision, it kind of goes out into a triangle and comes back. So, I mean, ultimately, we probably will look at the other properties as well, but this is the biggest property that has the highest impact to our current RPZ.
So it would be an acquisition area by the airport, but it would be the buildings that are on it would be removed?
Correct.
Okay, and then it would just be bare ground?
It may be an opportunity for a fun art feature that is horizontal, so anyone coming from the airport can see it. But yes, it will be a non-buildable surface.
So the FAA is the one that's driving that purchase long-term, not, again, it makes more sense to me that if they wanted to have more protection, they could extend the strip to the southeast a little bit, but maybe it'd be a conversation later on I could have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions on that one? And then the last one was the repair of the non-AIP pavement. So this is just repairing city-owned failing pavements that aren't eligible currently for our FAA funding.
So the maintenance facility location, was that identified and part of our facility master plan, that we actually are putting one of our buildings at that location?
So yes and no. We did identify that if we were able to relocate the AWAS, that it would open up that entire field right there for development. And so we're opting to put our maintenance facility right at the end of one of the developed hangars if one goes in, so that we have access to store some stuff and we can still relocate that AWAS on top of it. We just have to own the building that this AWAS is on top of.
I guess my question, I wasn't aware of this particular one, somehow I missed it, that we would be, it's prime property for rental and for hangars because of the access to the runway. And so to have a city-owned facility not generating revenue when we could, in our business plan, be generating revenue from this location, that's a question that I have.
Yeah, so Mayor, that's a great question. In our current CIP, we plan to relocate the AWAS to another location. Unfortunately, people around the airport aren't super willing always to sell us their property. So that plan has since fallen through, and based on regulations on where we can put that AWAS, this was one of our only viable options. So it does take away some of our area that would be available to get rental from a development hangar. But by moving it and putting the facility there, we're opening up the rest of the area as well. So it's kind of an all or nothing.
Can we put the AWAS on a hangar?
If we owned the hangar, the FAA was more willing to do it because we are innovators here.
If we build the hangar, because we need hangars, if we build the hangar and have another city-owned hangar that we leased out, could the AWAS sit on top of it?
It could, yes.
Okay. I'd like us to consider that, actually, because there's a great return on investment and there's a waiting line. So, but I know that we need to protect our equipment too. So, anyway, thank you.
Mayor Kling. Crystal Lee, I kind of agree with the mayor. I would like to see that property used for revenue. Anytime we can get revenue for the airport, that's where I want to go. The property across on Kings Road, that's what you're referring to. Is there a maintenance cost if it does go through which isn't under the 5-year capital improvement plan, right?
It is listed in an out year from the CIP. Likely, if we're able to acquire this, we will come back to City Council and to Doug to ask for a loan similar to how we did on the Taylor property a couple years ago, where we advanced city funds to purchase the property and then the FAA pays us back.
Oh, okay. Mayor, isn't that a City Council decision first?
For which
For that property that they want to purchase for the chicken farm or
we would need to be approving the
We would be
acquisition of
doing
that,
that.
yes. We
Wouldn't that
would,
be
at the time when it comes.
Shouldn't we do that first before you write a letter and request negotiations?
So we're not negotiating at this time, Councilman Rodriguez. This is just an initial money for us to initially reach out and start the appraisal process so we can see even how
Oh, I
much it's
see.
going to cost
Yeah, okay.
and if they're willing.
Okay, thank you.
And we actually, I mean, as you mentioned, this has been before the council, but it's, I mean, maybe not before the council recently, but some time ago, we actually had discussions around this because of the FAA asking that we create this zone. And so, boy, it was back when Michael Fuse was here. We had discussions, but the property owners were totally unwilling. And so this has been on hold for some time. So I think what you're doing is resurfacing something that has been sitting there for some time that had been requested of us. It's just been difficult to achieve.
Yes.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I have a question for Crystal.
Yeah.
So if we don't do this, does the FAA have any Are they gonna shut us down, or what's the?
So Councilman Reynolds, the FAA are great partners to us, and they don't ever explicitly say, like, you do this or else we'll pull all of our funding. That's not their MO. That being said, we've also striven to be good neighbors as well. And so because we've already invested money, both from the FAA side and from the City of Nampa side, even to do the environmental analysis on that first round, our desire is still there. So the FAA asked us again this past year saying, hey, can you resurface this again? We've let the dust settle, look at it again, and we agree at the airport that it's the correct way to go.
And a follow-up, Mayor. And they're okay with Kings Road being there?
They would love to see the road realigned as well. That's a little bit harder of a beast to move than some buildings. One of the big problems with the buildings themselves is it causes people to park and accumulate there and stay, versus a road where there's temporary stops and then they move again. So a building is more of a hazard than a road is.
If we go back and look through our historical documents, there actually is a design for Kings Road to be realigned. That was done and is part of this process.
Yes.
It would cross over that property.
There are questions?
Thank you.
Excuse me, I'm going to be coughing for a minute, so I'm mute.
So we do have one additional project for the airport, and you'll notice it's highlighted in yellow. And what that indicates is that this is technically a facilities project, but since the recipient is the airport, it falls under the airport category. And what this is fixing the airport terminal roof. It was originally requested at, I believe, $400,000. But since there's a possibility of a airport terminal grant, we've figured more of a patch fix to buy us a few years would be the more appropriate route rather than investing a larger sum of money. So working with facilities, we came up with $60,260 in order to make the terminal roof decent.
I have a question. Randy, Council President, can I ask you?
Yes.
Crystal, you might know the answer to this. If we're going to put in for another grant for the airport terminal, and if we were successful in that, what kind of time frame are we looking at to actually have a building standing there? Is it 5 years out, or, I mean, I hate wasting even $60,000 on a repair for a building we're going to tear down.
Councilman Reynolds, we hope to have different information for you today as well, and hope that we had got that grant so that we didn't have to invest $60,000 into a building that we know is failing. The current grant that we're going after is a design build type process, so it would have to be designed, get all the clearances, and then construct it. There's an option that they may be able to save some of the existing building because it basically goes under or over the top of the existing footprint and expands it a little. But I would assume that they have to demolish the whole thing. So 18 months to 3 years after award to get it all built and up and running and ribbon cutting.
Tarps are cheap.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. So I have a question, and as I ask this question, I want to give my sincerest apologies right now, but on the 200, and I believe that is $50,000 for the maintenance shed, could I ask that if we approve that we could actually approve the dollar amount, but give consideration to whether that should be a hangar versus a maintenance shed at that location? Would you mind if we do that? I'd like to ask that when we do it, that it not be designated for a maintenance shed necessarily. I know that we need a maintenance shed, but do you have a comment? Thank you.
Mayor, I do appreciate that comment. With our new process of going out for RFPs for any of the developments, we've also looked at the idea of making it part of the RFP that whoever develops that hangar builds a hangar that becomes the city's at the very end so that we could still use it, and it's part of the development costs. So it's still an option. It's not outside of the realm of reason, but to build a hangar is much more expensive than to build a shed, unfortunately, for the city.
Okay, even if it is like the T hangars and the whatever, or just covered hangars, not like the full hangars that we're doing today, because those are different than some of our leased hangars that are lower profile, not as extensive with multiple storage units inside.
It
Does
would
that make
probably
sense?
be pretty cheap to do a shade hanger. I don't know if the structural stability with a AWAS system on top of that, with that extra weight, how it would handle. It may need to be like something with walls, but we can look into that.
Okay, I appreciate it, thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
So Crystal, looking at the diagram that was presented to us, how large of a area does the AWAS need? That circular area, what's the radius of it?
500 feet.
And can there be other structures within that 500 feet?
Not above
So this
it.
is an area that, we're talking about one little building with AWAS on top of it, and then a large area around it.
So it will be one little building with a tower and AWAS on top of it, and for 300 or 500 feet around it, you cannot build further up. It's a cone also. Yeah, so it's like a cone.
So, but can you put other buildings around it?
You can, as long as they're at the same level
At
as
that
the bottom
level
of it or below.
Okay, so it could be on the taxiway.
Yes, and that's one of the reasons that relocating the AWAS to the top of the building allows us to open up the field adjacent to it for development.
Okay, thank you.
That's great, thank you. Okay, so the action item right now would be to approve the capital expenditures of $482,482.
That is
Yeah,
correct.
you're smiling, yeah, it's like, wow, did that work out? For the airport.
So moved.
Is there a second?
A second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the capital requests for the airport in the matter of $482,482. Is there any discussion? Yes.
I don't want to micromanage the airport, their budget. They really do a lot with very little. Talking about the appraisal, spending $100,000 for appraising a piece of ground seems to be high to me. The long-term position where it puts us where we're looking at purchasing ground that is really not a development area, but possibly a bypass road system for Kings Road seems to be just, again, a compounding price down the road, but want to be good neighbors or good partners with FAA. So if this is the direction that we're being recommended to go, I'll go along with it.
Thank you for those
But it's with
comments.
that reservation.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Satterfield,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay.
All right, next up we have Development Services. They have 3 projects. The first one is building safety vehicles. There are 3 vehicles. 2 are going to be new. 1 is a replacement vehicle. The second project, for $91,998, and that's coming out of dedicated revenue. The second project is NDSC cubicle and office remodel, and that is also dedicated revenue for $75,000. And the last one, again, is a facilities project, but that benefits Development Services, and that is an NDSC electrical upgrade, replacing original 1970s electrical switchgear, which would add which would extend the life cycle for roughly 30 years, and that is $71,390. So we have a total of $238,388.
Okay. Questions? Comments?
So moved as presented.
Second.
Okay. So there is a motion to approve, and the dollar amount again, could you restate that?
238,388.
For development services?
Correct.
Alone is, okay, so let me just double check, and I'm sorry,
There's
238,000.
8,000.
Yes.
238,388.
Okay. And then by fund, I'm just double checking to make sure it's from GenGov and from the enterprise fund, both. So those don't need separate acknowledgement, okay? Thank you. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So my apologies on that because there was a text about where to put pizza, and so I was like, so I was distracted and I acknowledged that, and I'm so sorry.
Pizza's clearly more important.
I know. Hey, just a quick note, we're not going to stop and break for pizza. So since we're texting on that, pizza will go in the conference room. I've asked that a couple be offered here with plates so that we can keep working, and the same for finance, so that they can eat while they're working, and then everybody can just get up and go grab their pizza. Since you guys have that flexibility, we don't, so we are going to keep pushing through.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I am $1.08 short here. On the NDSC, we just approved the electrical upgrade of $71,390. That was approved to come from general government. I think you and I had talked about having that come from Development Services Fund Balance.
Yes, we did.
And I forgot to bring that before you did the vote, so I apologize. Maybe we have Patrick address why that's not coming from Development Services instead of from general gov.
And can we switch that at this time? I'd much rather, to me, it should be
Yeah.
coming, it's for the Development Services Building, is that correct, Brian? That's correct. Okay, so it needs to be coming from the Development Services Budget Fund, not from GenGov, so I would like to switch that over. Do we need another motion for that?
We didn't designate funds, did we?
We did not, but it is based on what's here, so let's just make note of that the 70, it's all coming from the Development Services Fund.
Okay.
And then as we move forward, we're going to do a little pause, and we're going to, when needed, you've already got this, Chris, we'll designate the funds and identify the impact fees versus whatever fund. Thank you. Okay.
All right, next up we have fleet. 2 projects. We have the fleet building, which Doug already had mentioned in their operational budget. That is from dedicated fund or dedicated revenue in the amount of $5,254,000. And the second project is a fuel management kiosk, and that is from general gov capital funds in the amount of $30,000.
So the 5,254,000, okay, where's the breakdown for that? So we will need a presentation on that one, for the 5 million?
We did
Right.
that when we approved it originally. but
The
intent-
original fleet,
The 5,250,000, yeah, we did that probably a year ago. We presented that one, but the costs have changed, so the whole premise is, before we approve that building, we need to come back and revisit the entire thing from top to bottom with the cost increases and the detail you're requesting before we actually proceed forward with it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor, Council. So as Doug alluded, there are 2 projects. I guess I'm going to speak to them out of order. The first is a smaller one. It's a implementation of a fuel management kiosk. Kind of looks like this one just got put in this year for wastewater, one of the waters. So this will just help, it'll be a controller to help monitor the fuel usage for us. So this is what it should look like after installed. And then the fleet building, so this was approved last year in the budget. The total was $7.1 million, and in our streets presentation later on, you'll see the streets portion of that. But that 5.254 was what was approved originally in the fleet building. And as Doug alluded to, costs have increased unfortunately, so we will be coming back to council before moving forward to get approval for the increased cost. And we've got a couple of different scenarios. So we're asking that this stay in for now. But it will likely be an amendment later on.
Okay.
And Mayor and Crystal, that may not happen this coming fiscal year either, right? That's not a guarantee. It may be carried over even another potential year.
It may. It'll depend on the will of the council on if you guys are okay to approve.
For the increased cost?
Increased cost or not.
I think we want to bring that forward as soon as we can, to either
Before
decide to move forward or to not move forward, yeah.
Correct.
And do we have an approximate, if we maybe already spoke to this, I apologize, do we have an approximate what the current cost would be? What's the
About
increase?
another $2.5 million overall.
Another $2.5 million.
Yep, on top of that 7.1.
Which is why we need to come back and review it.
Thank you. So Councilman Haverfield?
So the 5.254 million is in the budget at this point?
It was in the budget last year, so we want to maintain that until we determine the final resolution of what we're going to do.
The additional 2 million would not be in the budget. So
Not
that would be a
until-
budget amendment.
That would become an amendment if approved.
So the 5 million is coming out of the streets fund, correct?
No, the
Where's
5
the 5 million is,
That's from general gov.
it's coming from general gov.
That's
Okay.
similar to golf.
So it's coming out of reserves, though?
We earmark this as a budgetary value, so technically it's not reserved, it would be a rollover and a rebudget, but it is coming from our established fund balance.
Right, okay. So I guess the question, I know what we're trying not to do is budget for things that aren't going to happen.
Correct.
And so what would be happening here is that where we have set aside $5,254,000 out of reserves, we would be needing to add another 2 million whatever out of reserves to support that. So that's where we would be, because I think, was it $1.5 million was coming from impact fees?
Right around there, yes.
Right, and was there another funding source?
The plan that we have to present to you guys, just to give you little nuggets, it does have multiple different funding scenarios. One of them could be with it all coming out of reserves, but either way, we either need a new fleet and street building or just a street building and potentially change the way we are doing fleet now.
So
I
Mayor.
look forward to having that discussion.
Yeah, so Mayor Doug, so are we, this holdover, were we earning some interest currently on this?
Yep,
Okay, and
5%.
I mean, with interest rates, that would be important, it's just not
Yeah.
sitting there.
It's-
Okay,
and
so
we're making,
money on it, okay,
we are not sitting on our thumbs, we're hanging on to this and earning some money.
thanks.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Councilman
Haverfield.
Haver.
Motion, but go ahead.
I have
Another
just a
question.
quick question, and Councilman Haverfield first.
I was just going to say, I would like to see us look at this, take a more critical look at the building, how it's designed, to see if there's economies or value engineering that can be done on it, to bring it in at a number more like this than the 7.1 estimate that someone's put together. It bothers me how we're taken advantage of sometimes with the amount of money that we're paying for buildings that can be done by the private sector a lot more affordably.
Thank you. Councilman Haverfield, I appreciate you saying that. It's going to make us look really good when I give my presentation in a little bit, because we have done that analysis. We also looked at really looking to see what type of bays and how many and what functions we needed in order for fleet to survive. So we attempted to even redesign as best we could the size of the building to lower the cost where possible.
I mean, you could go with a guaranteed maximum not to exceed that number, work with the development, as far as, same thing we're doing with the wastewater treatment. Whether it's progressive or just a regular design build with a guaranteed max, and bring it in with a number that would get us to where we need to be, utilizing local resources like, R&M out of Caldwell or different entities that build these type of structures all the time, because they're pretty straightforward. And it's not meant to be a glamorous looking building, it shouldn't be. So we could maybe save some money just by, again, value engineering the project. That's just my thoughts.
Yes, I have a quick question. So is the official design done, or is it conceptual at this point?
It's conceptual at this point, Mayor.
So the design phase would take how long?
Don't know that answer.
Once it's approved, the design phase usually takes a while on a building of this nature.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Mark Tercia, Facilities. So one thing we would be looking at is next fiscal year, using a portion of this, if it's approved moving forward, to move into design specifically. And design can be anywhere from 4 to 6 months, depending on the schedules with the architect. And so just like Crystal mentioned, we would be, or where we are now is just conceptual, looking at what the spatial needs are and what a cost projection would be for that, so that we can bring you guys the best information we have for that, so we can make wise decisions as we move forward. But our hope would be to move into design and look just like Councilman Haverfeld mentioned as well, look at the best cost-effective way of doing this.
Thank you. So I guess my question, what concerns me is when we artificially inflate our budget with a project that we know is not going to be expensed out next year, because this won't be expensed out next year. So we need to dedicate the funds and know that we have the funds set aside, which we do in reserve, but when we budget, we're budgeting to expense. We're not budgeting just to reserve because it's held in reserve already. And so I'm concerned about budgeting beyond what we're actually going to spend because we're going to roll it over again. And then our budget is already artificially inflated. So Doug, am I missing something here? Because I really hate to, because we know we can't spend $5 million. We just need the authority, right? The consensus. So it sounds like we've got a little bit of work to do.
The only difference here, Mayor, and I'm amenable to whatever the council chooses and you wish, but it's already in the budget, so it's from prior year, it's flat, consistent, it doesn't change the ratio from last year to this year. Now, if we...
But we have to roll it over from last year to this year, right?
We didn't roll it over, we just rebudgeted, so...
We rebudgeted,
Right.
but it keeps it...
We didn't do, not an amendment, which is what I'm trying to avoid, is the amendment process. But
Correct.
you're right, this year, if we approve it and we get to the council early and we start with the planning and designing, you're probably working on incurring part of the expenses latter next year, with some of it going into 2025. I think that would be unavoidable. So you could pull it out. My only purpose with initially leaving it in was to retain the existing budgetary authority from that point and not start over again from ground zero. But in essence, we are starting from ground zero. So I'm amenable to whatever the will is, yeah.
Okay. It really doesn't matter. It just, it puts our budget an extra probably $5 million, $4 million, above what we're actually going to spend next year.
It would be either this or we would need to include a budgetary, I don't know what it would be, Michelle, but something that would make sure this was reserved as part of our fund balance, so it's not just an undeclared and undecided fund balance. So this is a way of doing that, but we would either budget it or make sure it's set aside as a reserve within our fund balance. One of those two would have to happen.
Well, from an audit perspective, I mean, I don't know where is there a way for us to set aside and reserve a dedicated reserve?
Yeah, we could reserve fund balance.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Quick question, what's the size of the fleet services building being proposed? 20,000
Doug
square?
says 20,000 square feet.
Okay.
It's,
Which includes the equipment, which there's considerable equipment that's
That
actually.
includes
included
equipment
in that.
inside
Doesn't it?
This would be the all-in cost that we're bringing, so.
Are you talking bridge cranes, jib cranes, things that inside of it to be used?
All
So-
of the equipment that we would need in addition to what we can relocate from the existing.
Again, I'd like to see if we can maybe look at ways to economize this.
So-
It's $350 a square foot, which is,
If council and if Crystal is able to find a way through more efficient engineering to come up with a cost, or a structure that fits within this budget, it would be budgeted and you wouldn't have to come back and do an amendment for it later on. But that's assuming you could start it within FY '24.
$1 million.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I would be for this at the 5.2 million number, but not the 7 million number. The 350 a square foot for economy of scale of 20,000 square feet is 350 a foot is way too much. If it was a whole bunch of wet areas, then I could see that. But I think we could build this thing for 5 million.
If we could, it would make much more economic sense from the internal operational standpoint, because every dollar above that is cost that gets charged out to the departments for the servicing of the vehicles. So it
Yeah, I
makes
think-
sense, whether we can do it or not, that's beyond my my capacity to say, but it makes more financial sense.
I think it's important and they need it, but I just think the 7 million number is too high.
Councilman Reynolds, I will note that that 7.1 million that was initially approved prior is for both the street expansion and the new fleet buildings. That 20,000 feet is just the fleet building that we talked about. I don't know what I want to say it's like 2,500 feet or something additional for the streets building. So the 5.2 was the fleets portion of it, and then you'll see about 1.5 in impact fees from streets when we get to the street capital projects.
Madam Mayor, just a quick follow-up. Yeah, those kind of things are important for us to know. We have a stack of paper, but we don't have all that detail.
Yeah.
And, we blanket approve. We're like, oh, yeah, it turns out it was 4 buildings instead of 1. We don't know that.
Well, and
I
correct me
appreciate
if
the
I'm,
clarification.
Chris will correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that with the recent approval of new FTE for streets, I think they're kind of turning into a very packed structure they're fitting into now, so they need somewhere to expand into, and so that will be part of this discussion of payment and meeting the needs with the right value.
So we will have a council workshop, a presentation on this, and have future discussion on it. So the question is, how do we want to move forward? By approving this budget, we are approving moving forward at that dollar amount. However, nothing will move forward without approval of council. And we will have a meeting to discuss it. My only concern was how much we roll over each year, but because I know it won't get constructed and be done. Those funds won't be expensed.
I'm glad to go either direction, Mayor. I don't really have a strong preference here, but we can do either one.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor, if this can be a reserve fund balance and we're gaining interest on it, I have no problem with going ahead and including it in this next fiscal year. So I'll be voting, I would make a motion in favor of this of $5,284,000 fleet. And if no one wants to approve that, that's fine.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded, and any further discussion?
And that's with the caveat that any further conversation or direction given.
You come before council.
For approval.
Yeah, this is just,
Mayor, Doug, I'm curious, how are we earning 5% on this? Is it in a CD?
That's about what the money market rate is we're getting in Wells Fargo and in Morton Assets, so it's
Just
cash.
in money market and cash, okay.
Okay. Any further questions? Roll call.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Hammerfield.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay. And, so pizza's in the back. You guys that are sitting in here that haven't smelled it or seen it, feel free to grab it. Finance, you're welcome to just pick up in the midst. Yeah, Chris, boy, you're in a bad spot right now. Yeah. So we're all going to just grab it as we work. Okay, so here we go.
No, that's okay. Thank you, though. Yeah. All right, next up, we have IT. They have 2 projects. That very last project was incorrectly categorized, but we'll address the first 2. The first one is a storage appliance for redundancy and disaster recovery coming out of the General Gov Capital Fund for $150,000. Next one is a super high density virtual server in the amount of $38,200. If you have any questions, I'm sure Butch would love to speak to those.
Quick question. Is that an off-site storage? No. So it's within Hugh Nichols building, or where's it located?
It'll either end up at the Hugh Nichols building or at the NDSC. We have two locations, so we do 2 separate
So the primary, this is a secondary storage location?
correct.
I think it's important that it's not in the same location that the primary is in case there is a fire.
Correct. We will have one at one NDSC and one at Hugh Nichols.
Okay.
For sure.
We want to make a quick motion on it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mayor Kling. Butch,
Yes.
what is this? I have no idea what you're talking about here. What does it do?
Okay, so the top one there, the first one is for our backup and recovery. So if we have a situation that we get hit with ransomware, for example, and we need to restore from backup, This allows us to do this, and it allows us to do it in a timely manner so that we don't keep the city down for an undue period of time.
Okay, so while you're there, what's the second one do?
Okay, that is replacement of servers that are going out of warranty and need to be replaced. We have a regular cycle, so this is something that we come up on. We put a lot of these servers historically, we've delayed the replacement of them so that we could push it down the road. We're getting to a point now where we've got to replace them. We're living at risk.
So now the third one is up to cable.
The third one is not mine. It was incorrectly placed on this line.
Oh, it's not yours?
It's not mine.
But the real number is 1,388,200, with the exception of that? Oh,
No,
wow.
we're focusing on the 188,200.
Okay.
The 1.2 belongs in a different category.
Yeah, it's not ours.
Okay, good.
Mayor? So Butch, do you have any anything stored in the cloud or not?
Currently, we don't.
Okay. So you have your primary and secondary is all hard source or location?
Well, let me step back on that. So the stuff that we're housing, that we're responsible for backups on, are not in the cloud, okay? So the data that is for like Tyler, that is in the cloud. So all the ERP stuff and things like that is in the cloud, and they manage that.
You have a primary firewall to the primary location, a secondary firewall to the backup?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Butch, can you tell us what this is in layman's terms?
He just did, I'm sorry, you were, yeah.
You're gone.
Okay, so the motion we're looking for is 188,000, thank
Make a motion for
you.
188,200 for capital, for IT.
You don't know what it is, dude.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
You ladies need to get pizza, then I can get some. Hurry up.
Okay, we'll do it. Okay, so library, is that where we're going next?
Yes, that is where we're headed next. They just have one project, and it is for public security cameras. They're replacing failing cameras and adding new locations, both indoor and outdoor, and that is from the general government capital fund in the amount of $70,000.
So moved.
Second.
I have a question, Madam Mayor. Is this NDC's problem?
No,
Why?
it's security for the library.
You own
Again, you want to own the library?
You
we'll
own the
give it to you.
building, though.
Call for the vote.
I'm sorry, I apologize. So I would stand for a motion. Oh, wait, so it was already moved and, that's what happens when you're getting pizza. I'm so sorry. Roll call. Excuse me.
Yes.
Jingula.
Well, I was gonna ask a question, so I'm gonna say no.
You want to say,
Say yes.
Reynolds.
you know what you're going to ask?
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
4 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
So this motion is done, and it does carry, but I would like to give Councilwoman Jangula the opportunity to ask her question.
Thank you. Is the library paid off yet?
Yep.
We have that all paid off? When did
Want
that?
it?
Well,
Yours.
It's ours.
have the
well,
parking structure, too.
technically, it's part of the bond that we're still paying on. Is that correct? Or is that particular one done?
Yeah,
We'll pay it off. You can go ahead and take it, though, ownership-wise. All
but
good.
it is the bond, so the bond that is not paid off yet?
Correct.
I thought that, yeah, when is
It is
that?
part of the urban rural, 2030?
Well, no, it's not, yeah, you're right. The parking
27.
structure's paid off, the library's not yet.
Okay, got it.
But we could still gift it to you.
Was that your question?
That was pretty much my question, so I'm good.
Okay. So the next item then is Parks and Rec?
So, yes, we have Parks and Recs next. Madam Mayor, I just wanted some advice on how to best proceed, as there are quite a few projects, as this does include golf as well. Do you want me to go through and list them one by one, or would you like to see the totals and address any questions that the council might have?
I think we do need to go through them by department.
Okay.
So let's segment them by department as you go through, which I think they're already that way, right?
They
Parks
are,
and
it's
Rec.
a little confusing on this spreadsheet, so I'm gonna hop real quick. I apologize for
Okay.
this. So we can see this a little bit better, and we will start with the rec center, and all the totals do match.
Are you able to get it into the?
Yes.
Yeah, there you
Give
go.
me 1 second.
And this is what we have a hard copy of? Oh, I see where you're.
All the information is in there, that's just presented a little differently, so you can see it split out better. So these are the rec center projects. The first one are construction documents for the expansion to the rec center. That is for $400,000 coming out of dedicated revenue. The second one is the annual process of replacement of fitness equipment that are old and obsolete for $100,000 coming out of dedicated revenue.
Wow, I'm trying to think how we want to approve this. Because we're going to be approving various funds in here. And we're going to need, so council, go ahead.
Just real quick, at the end, I can go through by fund and give you a total that you could approve, or we could do it separately, however you would like.
Well, this is, yeah, we've got two different, we've got this document, but is not that document.
Correct.
Okay. And then we've got the other document too. We've got this document.
That's a whole separate beast in its own.
Yeah. So it's a little, it's comprehensive is the way to say it, very comprehensive.
That's a great way to put it.
Why don't you take us through by department?
Okay.
And then we'll come back and approve possibly via fund.
Okay.
And/or department. We'll talk through that.
Okay.
But go ahead and present it by department, and we'll ask questions from there.
Okay. So next up, we have golf, specifically for Centennial grounds maintenance. The first one is irrigation design work coming from dedicated revenue for $100,000. Second are pieces of equipment, which are tractor to pull, aeration, and top dressing equipment, and that is currently replacing an aging John Deere tractor, and that is in the amount of $55,000. Next one is a aerator in the amount of $57,500. And the last one is a parking lot rebuild at Centennial in the amount of $500,000.
So each one of these are being funded out of the Gulf Fund, correct?
Correct.
Because that's what appears. None of these are Gen Gov. So thank you. It's really straightforward. And again, just a quickie for council. These were the rated #1 capital improvements, correct? And that's all you're seeing. And so when we went through the process of identifying, and this is what the departments themselves did, they categorized them as #1, #2, and #3. And so we're bringing forward all the #1s.
Correct.
Do we have any questions right now on this first grounds maintenance at Centennial?
Is there a document that we have that reflects this?
Which document would we look at?
So this is a separate spreadsheet. I apologize, you do not have a copy of this. This was kind of my backup, just in case we ended up going down this road. All this information is in the capital by recipient document. It just may not be in the same order, because this one is not split up by department.
The document that we did receive that was for airport development services, fleet, IT, and library is on the front sheet.
Correct.
The second page
That's Parks and Rec, and the way it was grouped together in the budget book, it's Parks, Recreation, and Golf all in one, and it was not separated out by department.
So there's items that you jumped over to get to the items that we just went through. So are you going to go back to those items?
I will go back to those items. Every item will be covered, all the totals do match.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
are we able to get that printed, your spreadsheets, because they're in order? I'm a very visual person, and this is hard to follow. We've got like 4 different books up.
If
Is
I
it
could have a
possible?
few minutes, I need to format it just real quick, just so it's visible on one sheet. But yes, I can.
Why don't we do that and we'll eat real fast while
Perfect.
we do it? Thank you so much, Chris. Appreciate it.
We need to eat.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Or you could just do what I was doing and check them off as you went through.
Oh. Oh, cool. Thank you. Yeah. Regarding the golf.
Yes.
So, didn't we save in our 23 budget the money for the parking lot at Centennial? Isn't that already in there?
It is, and what we're proposing, and we have a meeting with the mayor Monday, is to use that parking lot money for refurbishing the clubhouse this year.
Oh.
So we rebudgeted for the parking lot, if that makes sense. So it looks like the parking lot was budgeted last year and this year, but we plan on trying to repurpose the funds for the parking lot this year.
Okay, good. I'm glad you said that, because I was thinking it was a layover.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I have a question for Tony. So Tony, on the golf carts, is this just for the golf carts, or is this for the equipment to maintain them as well?
No, it's just the golf cart fleet of 60 for Centennial.
Okay, but they're battery operated?
They're
If you need
lithium-ion
them-
batteries, yeah.
So you don't need to be recharging them, or, that's the equipment I'm talking about.
So they're just like a lead acid battery, but we can get at least 2 rounds a day out of those lithium-ion batteries. And the cost to charge those batteries for that fleet will dramatically lessen our impact from Idaho Power. So, yeah,
I'm talking
we'll
about
reduce our
charging.
energy costs by easily 30% at the
Okay.
clubhouse.
carts come with the charger, the
Yeah.
comes with the car.
Okay, that's what I'm getting
Yeah,
at.
yeah, oh, they come with, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting
Sorry,
at.
I didn't know what you meant, yeah.
Tony, would you please repeat what Darren just said into the microphone? Because online, we wouldn't have that captured.
So when we get a new fleet, the chargers for those batteries, and they're specific to those lithium-ion batteries, they come with the carts.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
Idaho Power has an incentives program. Are you guys filing for a credit back from them?
We sure will,
I mean, that's dollars in your pocket.
absolutely.
Yeah. So you just, if you need help with that, let me know. But
Will do.
yeah, if you can just go ahead and, it's just a piece of paperwork you file with them, knowing that they're going to be saving energy.
Right.
They'll give you a
Appreciate
credit
that,
back.
thank you,
Yeah.
yes.
That's all, thank you.
Excuse me. Are there any other questions while we're waiting? Because there is the, let's see,
Mayor,
The irrigation well
Yeah.
is there, the golf fleet is there, the golf mats are there. Go ahead, Councilman.
I was just going to say, I'm just moving ahead just for future. I'm just curious, when we get to the rec center, what do you do with the old workout equipment? Does it go to Councilman Rodriguez's home, or where does that go?
I'd break a hip, dude.
Yeah. So as we do replacements, we do about $100,000 of replacements every year. So we trade in the old equipment.
Okay, so it's actually a trade-in type situation?
Yeah. So the equipment goes towards the trade-in value.
Okay.
That makes sense, or the purchase value.
So you're working with one company and they just have a trade-in?
Yeah, well, sometimes we'll trade them in. We don't always work with one company because some of the pieces of equipment one company may not have, but usually we're able to trade them into at least one of the companies. So.
And I know when you drive a new car off the lot, it's, drops boom. So what percentage, normally when you're trading in, what percentage of the new cost would you get?
Yeah, so let's say a treadmill is $6,000. We've probably had the treadmill probably 10 years. So we'd probably get $1,500 to $2,000.
That's pretty good.
So somewhere around in there. But they're well maintained too. We regularly maintain all the equipment, so.
So a quick question, are there any questions regarding the golf simulator or the room for the simulator? I'm just thinking while we're waiting, we can just get through all of our questions before he comes back. So, and then let's see what else there is on Parks and Rec. We do have trash receptacles. We've got the design for the Brant Park Amphitheater.
Well, Mayor, I can have Tony talk about the golf simulator. That is a huge thing for us.
That's a pretty big deal for us, revenue-wise. The room that we want to build can be multi-purpose. It can house the simulator, the golf simulator, but also can be used for banquet space. So moving forward with that just depends on engineering costs and building that room out. So that would be on the west side of the clubhouse, of Centennial Clubhouse. But the simulator, the revenue could pay for itself probably within 14 months to pay for the simulator costs. And then just beyond that to pay for the entire room build and simulator.
And talk about Timberstone, who just bought one, and how much they've really got an increase in revenue.
Well, we're kind of behind the 8 ball as far as simulators around the valley. Everybody's putting one in, it seems like. Eagle Hills, Banbury's putting in, the River Club's putting in 3. Timberstone's got one, and their Timberstone's club sales, just from being on the simulator for new club purchases, was over 200,000. So it can really impact, and that's not the only revenue stream that we can have from the simulator. We'll have people playing golf when it's too hot outside or there's snow on the ground. Also, as I said, club sales, but also teaching lessons. So there's revenue there. So there's quite a few revenue sources for the simulator.
Thank you. That paints a better picture, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Thank you. So finance staff, does Chris need help assimilating that information? If he's just working by himself, it may be slow. Is anybody helping him get it?
Just getting it printed.
He's getting it printed, but it's probably more than one page. So hopefully somebody's available to help him. Pardon?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Tony, you should get Chief Huff signed up on your simulator first. I heard he's learning how to golf. And also a proper attire lesson while you're at it, so.
Especially since he's retired now. He'd be golfing every day.
He's making fun of me for wearing a glove.
Ask him when the last time was he wore shorts. Tomorrow.
Are you off tomorrow? No, I didn't think so.
He's still not going to wear shorts. Though.
I think you're going to be in your uniform tomorrow.
Does the police department have a shooting simulator too, or a gun? Really? I thought you did. Where's that?
Pardon, it was the equipment had a malfunction, not the support staff. The copier kind of went crazy for a moment, and
That's the
they're
way it happened.
printing them now.
Yeah.
So,
Where do you have it located? And you just haven't spent much time in there, or what? Me? Yeah. Okay.
So, council, as we're waiting, I think you've got this document, the capital and grants document in front of you. It's back a ways. It says Parks and Rec, page 4, but that's not page 4, it's back further. As I'm looking through this, just a reminder that these different orgs that you see here, you've got the Gen Gov in the first line, the special revenue line, like when it's got golf, that's the golf fund, but then you've got the impact fee fund. So if we turn over to which at the top, well, it's Parks and Rec, including golf, it's the one that has, wow, some numbers at the bottom, because it doesn't have a page number on it. It's $2,790,000 in impact fees. And so when it comes to our approvals, I just want to make sure that we're approving and we get it all in. So I'm just calling those out. So what Chris was doing was trying to get it ordered, again, by department. This was maybe a different order. Yeah, so it's one of those fun things in trying to get down to the bottom line and keeping it all straight, so.
Madam
Yeah.
Mayor?
Yes.
While we're waiting, who could talk to us about the senior center HVAC?
I bet Brian could. Brian, thank you.
The senior center and the rec center, all of the HVAC was upgraded in 2017 with the exception of this unit. They have a commercial kitchen there. They're actually quite busy in there, and this is original equipment. We've had consistent failures with it. Last year, we've been sinking a lot of money into it. It's really approaching end of life, and with the usage of the kitchen and all that, we've recommended that be replaced, which would be a replacement of the entire kitchen hood system as well as the exhaust fan and everything.
Yeah, that was my question, if it was a complete hood with a makeup air and top hat and all that, so, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, Chris, I hope you can relax now, and now that we put you through a lot of stress.
I told Chris before this started, something would blow up, and we would recover and move on. So
And we're fine.
that's where we're at.
We're fine, thank you. This will be helpful, because you've got all your funds there, and, so we are on the golf one, right? So,
Yes.
okay, so Fund 230, is that right?
Fund 230, yes, which is page 2. We are on the golf grounds maintenance for Ridgecrest. The first one is a replacement mower from dedicated revenue for $49,500. The second one is a replacement greens mower from, again, dedicated revenue for $55,000. Then a new fairway mower to replace the Toro Reelmaster in the amount of $74,500. And then last one is irrigation well with the purchase of the golf course land. We need to build a new irrigation well, and this project will span over the next 2 years. So this is just the first year's funding of it in the amount of $625,000. So there's $804,000 from dedicated revenue for the grounds maintenance for Ridgecrest. Next, we have Golf Clubhouse for Centennial. The first one we have is the golf course fleet, and that is replacing 60 golf carts that are at the end of life. We will be trading in the old golf carts as and that is included in the total, and that is in the amount of $459,000 from dedicated revenue. Next one is golf mats to put on the concrete strip to help with turf maintenance on the practice range. That is for $15,000. Next, we have the golf simulator that Tony was already talking about for $60,000 from dedicated revenue. Then we have a room for the simulator. That's construction and install of a new room addition to the clubhouse, and that is for $200,000. And then we have the install of the concrete strips in which the mats will go on, and that is for $15,000 as well from dedicated revenue. So we have a total of $749,000 from dedicated revenue for Centennial Clubhouse. Lastly, we have Ridgecrest Clubhouse. Just like at Centennial, we have both the install of the concrete strip in back of the practice tee and as well as the golf mats. Both are $15,000 each for a total of $30,000 from dedicated revenue. Do we have any additional questions on golf?
Do we have any questions for golf? Because what we could do is go ahead and approve golf right now,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
So I would ask question, yes, are there any other questions?
What's the total? I'm having trouble locating that total.
So if you look up at the screen, I know it might be a little difficult to see, the golf total is $2,295,500.
Okay, I'll make the motion to approve that.
Second.
So we're approving the golf capital
million.
budget in the amount of $2 million, say that again?
$2,295,500.
Okay, thank you, and it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion on golf?
Mayor, quick question. On that $459,000 for the replacement of 60 golf carts, is that just for the 60 golf carts? Or is there anything in addition to that for the, are they buying those golf carts, or are these just new ones that are just being replaced?
Thank you, Tony will answer your question.
Councilwoman, that we are trading in our current fleet, which is 8 and 9 years old.
And it's 60 golf carts?
Correct. And then
So they're
we're,
buying them for $7,650 each?
yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good work.
Part of that number is, so there's a credit for the 60 that we're trading in. And with that credit, we will, number one, we'll reduce the price of the total cost. Plus, we'll purchase a beverage cart, which Centennial does not have, as well as another utility unit for range and other things. So we'll get that with the credit money. With what's left over, we'll reduce the price down to $459 for the 60 golf carts.
Perfect, thank you.
Yes, Councilman Haverhill.
We will
Sorry.
not.
You don't have to pay sales tax?
Easy go, yeah, we have that all taken care of. That's not.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion or questions?
Mayor?
Yes.
Are we going to go back to the recreation center and go over that again, or I don't recall that we made a motion on,
I don't believe we made a motion.
We did not make a motion on the recreation center, so we'll finish the motion we're under on golf, and then we can go back to the rec center.
okay.
So we do have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Chingula,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes,
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, so let's go back to the recreation center. And for the rec center, we've got, what, 500,000 is what the request is, and we had those two items. We had the 400,000 for construction documents, and then we had the 100,000 for the equipment being
Correct.
replaced.
Sorry, it's cut off a little bit there, but yes, that 100,000 is for equipment replacement.
Okay, are there any questions on the rec center that we had previously gone over? I'd stand for a motion. And the total amount is 500,000.
I'll make a motion to approve the 500,000 for the rec center as proposed.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Chingula,
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right.
Okay, so police, I think, is next.
We still have additional parks.
Do we have more parks? Okay, excuse
Yes.
me. Okay.
So this is going to be slightly confusing, and I apologize for this. So the parks capital is coming from general gov, so it's going to fall into the 310 organizations.
Mayor, should we do anything coming from 310 as a group, or do you want to organize it by fund as we're doing now?
Well, which flows easiest with this document, since we're going to be using this document? Just to keep it really clean.
I would suggest approving it by fund as it's listed on this document.
Okay, so on this document, it starts with Fund 100, Gen Gov with $1.6 million.
Correct.
Is that how you'd like to proceed then?
Let's go ahead and do it that way.
Okay,
So
which is a
we're all
little
on the
out
same
of
page.
order from our council agenda, so does that matter, Todd? I mean, when we're looking, it doesn't matter? Not an issue? Okay. So we'll just duly noted, so we're going to shift over to Gen Gov, Fund 100. Okay, and this is approving the $1.6 million for the horse park.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay, and so we're all very familiar with that, so I would stand for a motion to approve the $1.6 million for the
So
horse park.
move.
Second.
It's been moved and-
For the horse park.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, roll call.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay. Now, with this, we're moving to streets. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then with that, do we need a presentation on that? Or I see-
Probably, there are quite a few projects on this, and I'm sure you guys have some questions on it.
Is this in the same order as Crystal's PowerPoint, do you think?
This one is not. The other one was, this one is not. So,
Ooh. Okay, well, let's check it off as she goes, and you know that everything she's going over is on here.
yes.
Okay.
Mary Clayton, I
Yes.
really don't need a presentation on this.
You don't need a presentation
No,
on it?
pretty much self-explanatory.
How much time do you spend
Mayor?
presentation, Crystal?
You know, if I make the presentation and I don't have to give it and there's no questions, I'm happy to do it.
Love that smile. Okay, Councilman Haverfield has a comment or question?
Just, again, all of these items are within the budget that's been presented to us. So we're not going
Yes.
over budget by approving any of these things. We're basically staying on target.
And the majority of these will be coming back eventually for council approval in each council meeting before they are formally approved.
Okay.
And these are all number ones.
Well, and then you've got some projects, like you stick in
Right.
Franklin and project contingency, et cetera. So you've got some actual capital investment at the front, and then you've got your streets. But it's all coming, at least this particular budget of $3,248,299 is all coming from the streets fund. Is that correct? Because it appears.
$3,993,000.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was down below on the other one. $3,993,000. Okay.
Yes. But
So
the total
it-
streets fund is 19 million with all the
That's-
funds together.
That's, the $3,990,000 is directly from the streets traffic.
Correct.
Streets
So when you
capital.
add in impact fees and grants, it's 19.
Okay, so those will come.
Yeah. So Mayor, unless that we want to eat popcorn while we watch the presentation, otherwise I'm going to make the motion that we go ahead and approve $3,993,000, $299 to streets for these projects as stated.
I'll second that.
It's been moved.
Can you repeat the number? No, don't worry about it.
Can't see it.
Okay, it's been moved and
You know
seconded.
me,
Are
I
there?
just pull numbers out of the hat, so.
Mayor, I have a question for
Yes.
Doug. Doug, when we met, I talked about that culvert replacement design and construction from irrigation possibly moving over to streets. Does that make sense to do
The
that?
culvert design and replacement was in irrigation, I recall correctly.
It
That
is
was
in
irrigation.
irrigation.
Right, so
That was another.
Jeff, the culvert design and replacement, that's in the irrigation fund, is it tied to the streets in any way?
But if need be, can't that be added to streets at a later time?
I just didn't want to miss it if
Good
Oh,
question.
great question.
We've
That's-
got to give water some projects, guys. Transportation has 26 projects this next year. Got to leave some for Jeff.
Way to lobby.
Doug, I'm sorry, Doug. I'm calling Jeff. Thank you. Go ahead and come to the mic. We've got a
Mayor,
lot of
City
Dougs in
Council,
here.
so the question was about annual culvert replacement, and that is fully in irrigation right now, in pressure irrigation. 75,000 for design, 237,500 in construction. So to your question, no, we haven't moved that to streets at this point.
Is it in any way related to streets?
We have a citizen that strongly believes it should be in streets,
It is under a street. It's under a street.
under the street.
There's your connection.
Per Idaho Code 18-4308, it refers to that, and it refers to it being because it's buried underneath the ground. So that's why they're referring to it needing to be under street.
Go ahead.
So typically with streets, we only see water that is caused from an impact of the street. So stormwater is considered streets, but irrigation water is a utility, which would go into water and wastewater.
Thank you. Thank you for that explanation, and in my opinion, we should follow that guidance.
that's a good
And
one.
it is already budgeted, we didn't miss it, and we've already approved that budget, is that correct? The irrigation, or is that in capital?
Mayor, we have not, is that in operations? That's in capital.
It's in
so
the
we haven't
capital,
moved
we
that
haven't
yet.
gotten to it yet, but it's in the capital
But
budget
it's
for
in there, and
irrigation.
we will get to it. Okay, my recommendation, and I'm sorry, I'll have somebody mad at me, let's stay with the definition as we currently have,
Well, that
because
ma-
it is a utility.
Mayor, that makes sense to me as far as
Yeah.
the stormwater, and as long as that's, as far as,
Okay,
irrigigation is utility.
thank you. Okay, so remind me, I think we had a motion on the table, and we've yet to vote.
And a second, we had a second.
Well, that's what I mean.
Seconded.
Right, so is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bruner.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, Chris, are we moving to traffic?
Technically, you approve the amount for all of the all of the streets funds, which include street, traffic, and stormwater.
Okay, so it's all done?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So what do we do next?
We did recreation and golf, so now we're moving on to page 3, which is the 260 fund at 911.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded, and I'm seeing that this is a rollover from
Correct.
fund balance. Okay. Is there any discussion?
What page is this on?
It's your third page over.
260
Third page in. And it's the,
Okay, gotcha.
right, 99,822, was that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bruner.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Next up, we have the Civic Center, just 2 projects, one lighting replacement for everything, for controls and conversion of the conference center. That is in the amount of $155,100. And then lighting replacement, it's for the remainder of the building, which is excluding the theater, and that is in the amount of $210,000, both coming from general gov capital, for a total of $365,100.
I'll make the motion to approve. 365,100.
For Civic Center capital
Civic Center.
improvements from Gen Gov.
Right.
Mayor,
And it's been seconded.
Brian, again, I'm going to point out the Idaho Power credit that you can get. It might be $5,000, it might be $10,000, but you'll get some money back
Yep.
for the change out to
Absolutely.
LEDs.
Yeah, we typically run those on all those types of projects, so we'll definitely be on that.
Right,
Thank you.
Mayor Andrew or Brian, I probably just dreamt it. I thought we replaced some lighting in the Civic Center last year. Didn't we okay something?
There was some approved lighting replacement, but problems have compounded, which have required us to go further into the project, hence the budget presented for you today.
Okay, so this is not a continuation,
It's
we
a,
had challenges with that type of,
it would be considered a different project, yes. So it would be in lieu of the project that was prior approved.
okay.
Is that good? Okay, are there any other questions?
Mayor, really quickly, I'm still trying to figure out this spreadsheet. No offense, it's just, it's a lot of things.
Totals at the
So-
top, details
Totals
beneath
at
it.
the top, right? Go right up. This is the total.
4 inches of total.
And these are the two details.
So just
Equal.
these two details, we're
Yes.
not talking about the seats, carpets, all of that?
Correct.
No
There's
value.
no
So even though these are in this line,
There's
we're
no
only
value
talking about
attached.
the green?
Yeah, because there's no value in those.
Okay,
It's all zeros.
okay, so we're just looking
Well,
at this
hang on
column.
just a second. It's the capital total. If you see what you
It's
see
the
what
totals,
she's
it's,
talking
yeah, in
about.
the salmon or orange, those are the totals we're looking at. Even though those totals are in the far right column underneath that, they're not included in those totals.
Okay, so we're just looking at green?
Correct.
Okay,
Not-
thank you.
They're not replacing
Thank
the
you.
seats.
Okay. So is there any other discussion or clarification? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Pingula,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right, next up, we have the Ford Idaho Center. First item is multi-purpose chairs, just replacing 26-year-old chairs with new industry standard chairs. Second item is the parking lot. This is what Andrew was referring to earlier. This is the first year of a 4-year rotation of resurfacing for $100,000. Third item is 60 new horse stalls in the amount of $150,000. And the final item is a tractor replacement in lieu of renting a tractor for $1,500 a month, and that is for $80,000. And that is for a total of $530,000 coming from general gov capital.
Mayor Quinn.
Yes.
You say 60 stalls? It says 30 in the pack.
There was a correction to this, and I had missed that. It is 60 stalls for $150,000.
This is one of those ones that Andrew indicated pays for itself very rapidly. And so we figured if we had the capital and it could repay it, we'd get more depth by doubling the investment.
I just wanted on record that you stated 60, it says 30, so we'll just edit our copy here.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'm concerned about paying $200,000 for new chairs before we take care of the mechanical systems in that building that are also 26 years old. Maybe Andrew could explain to me the need versus doing a project that keeps the building cool.
Open the doors.
So Councilman, the HVAC chillers, both have been replaced in the last 5 years, so the HVAC system's good to go. The boilers and water heater are gonna be the next large project upcoming, but we have about 2 to 3 years remaining on those lives before we need to fully replace them. So the reason why I do the chairs now instead of those boilers is we still have a little bit of life, and there is gonna be ROI on the chairs as it cuts down on a lot of operating costs, rental fees, et cetera.
Thank you.
Mayor, just curious for future reference, are the trash cans just ugly or what? I see you have trash cans as a future.
Yes. We definitely want to replace the trash cans at some point. We're working with a couple sponsors right now to see if we can actually
Their
get those
names on
covered.
the trash cans?
Mayor, I have a question, where it's talking about the replacement, or the parking lot. So it's $100,000, but it says it's for 4 years, so that total cost then over 4 years will be $400,000?
Not necessarily. There is a little bit of ebb and flow. It all depends on how the parking lot's going to be sectioned out. So the section we want to start with is in the west lot, and it's $100,000.
And you had 8 phases, right? Do I have it
Yes.
correctly?
So after this year, and including the October 1st new fiscal year, 3 of the phases will be complete.
Oh, 3 of them, okay, okay.
Are there any other questions?
Make a motion to approve the budget of $530,000 for the Ford Idaho Center.
That includes the 60 rather than 30 stalls, right?
Yes.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Pingula,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right, next up, we have our 280, which is our grants funds. And these are grants funds that are capital only. We'll get to grants operational after this. So our first one up is our CDBG grant, 4 projects. And again, they're all coming from grant funds. The first one is Brush Up Nampa in the amount of $35,734. Second one is Public Works ADA pedestrian ramps in the amount of $310,000. Third one is facilities and parks ADA improvements in the amount of $309,907. And the last one is Lions Park and East Side Park basketball courts in the amount of $95,000. So that is a total of $750,641 coming from grants
For CDBG.
for CDBG.
So I'd like to go ahead and have a motion to approve these separately, even though they're all grants. So unless there are questions regarding the CDBG funding with the grant, I'd stand for a motion to approve the CDBG fund grant.
So moved.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you.
Next up, we have our ARPA grant, and we have 3 projects. The first one is annual water line replacement for the Sherman Fire Line, and it's FY24 construction in the amount of $3 million. Second project is the elevated water tank in the amount of $1,512,911. And the third one is the ITS construction, which is the conduit fiber, optic cable, junction boxes, and electrical communications upgrades at the Hugh Nichols Public Safety Building in the amount of $1,200,000. So we have a total of $5,712,911 for our ARPA grant.
Thank you. Counselor, are there any questions on these?
Yeah, Mayor, question. So is this water tank actually going to be completed then? Jeff, is this will do it? You be ready to go?
Mayor, Councilman Brunner, the water tank is currently finishing up design. So we have IDEQs doing the final review, and we should be in construction
But we
the next
don't
few
feel
months.
like there's going to be in the timeline, the inflationary, where this amount is going to cover it and get it done.
I think we're close enough to bidding that we're in
So
good
it
shape.
won't need to be an amendment at least in your mind at this point.
We've been planning this for a long time,
know,
so
it's-
that's
that's
the
what-
best information we have.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
It's been a long time in the works, and it's going to be so exciting to have
Yes.
it done. Yes.
What are we going to have insignia on it too? Have that been decided?
Well, we had some design, but it's been a while, and then I think you're still using the design that we had agreed upon a long time ago. Is that correct? Or have you changed it?
Yeah, it's the Nampa logo
Yeah.
is on it currently.
Not that you could come back and,
Do you want, I can share my screen if you'd like at this point.
do you have a new
Yes.
idea? Okay. Do you want to see it?
Sure.
Sure, okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
while he's standing there real quick, Jeff, the ARPA funds, it's not a grant, it's basically funds that are being given. Are there any strings attached where they could come back and ask us? I'm just concerned as far as being federal dollars.
Well, with this being federal, they always retain that option to come back and audit our expenses. They can come back on any federal fund they give us and audit them. Typically, though, the audits we go through annually with both CDBG and with our auditors, which focus on these federal grants, typically that's sufficient. But we will be, since the money from ARPA is split into 2 basic components, one, the $10 million of revenue replacement, that's very easy to put that into any normal bucket we would spend at. It's the remaining $7 million we need to be submitting plans to the Treasury about exactly how we're spending it, so they can then, at some point in time, possibly review it. They're not putting a lot of effort into that right now, but they might come back at some point in time. But we're spending it within the parameters designed by the laws that were passed in that original book of 700 pages.
I trust your judgment, so I just wanted to ask the question.
Mayor, Councilman, this is a rendering that was created a couple of years ago when we did a design review and presented it to council. So that final rendering on the top right is what we came up with.
I thought there was a much bigger, within, because I know, Amy, you worked on this back when. Didn't we have something different beyond that? Just that little logo on it?
There's a parabolic shape to it as well.
I think it was. There was something different, and it was much
Maybe it's a
bigger. and
bigger logo on
It's a
that
bigger logo,
version.
and it fit between the columns. is what we had, but it's been several years ago, so maybe we can come back and revisit.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll get that out to the council. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, though, that's exciting. Thank you, Jeff.
The engineer's doing the artwork.
Okay, so I would stand for a motion to approve the ARPA grant funding as presented.
So moved.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Ingula? Yes. Haverfield?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay,
All right, next up, we have our Parks Grant, which is a transportational alternative project, and is the Grimes Pathway in the amount of $104,000, $104,819.
So moved.
Second.
is there any discussion? It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Ingula?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay,
All right, next up, we have our streets federal projects. The first one is Franklin and Karcher intersection, which is part of our EDA grant. Next up, we have in the amount of $3,125,000. Next, we have the RAISE grant in the amount of $1,700,000. Next, we have our Second Street South safety improvements in the amount of $539,000. And finally, we have our CanAda U-Stick design, which is an MOU in the amount of $100,000 for a total of $5,464,000.
So moved.
Second?
it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Ingula?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Next, we have our streets, state projects, just one of them. It is the Canyon Street pet improvements for $47,000.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Ingula?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Now we move on to our impact fee capital. Mayor, do you want to approve this whole thing, or do you want to go through each department?
You know, candidly, it takes a minute longer, but I think it behooves us to pay attention to the specific budgets, yet we're approving the whole for
Okay.
impact fees. So let's quickly go through and we'll approve it by department.
Okay.
Thank
First up, we have the Parks Department. They have trash receptacles at Ora Brand Park for $25,000. Next is trash receptacles at Midway Park for $25,000. Next, we have design for the Brant Park Amphitheater. This is design only, and they'll try and get donations to build in future years, and that's for $50,000. Next, we have construction of 4 medium-sized diamond fields and 2 large diamond fields. Project includes dugouts, backstops, 2 bathrooms, and shelters. And this is in the amount of $2,500,000. I'm sorry, this got cut off. Let me,
Are those fields, I'm sorry, Mayor, are those fields they're not at Brant Park, are they?
Midway, I believe.
I think that'd be Midway?
it is Midway, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure what this other one was. I got cut off. The second part of it got placed into the cell right below it for $100,000. So I will have to look into that to let council know what exactly that is for $100,000. The last one is 2 half-ton pickups for $90,000.
Mayor, question, Cody, how many trash receptacles per park? Or who's deciding on the?
Thank you. And just to clarify, sorry, the $100,000 is for the Midway Park management.
Thanks.
Project management.
The project management for that $2.5 million ballpark. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mayor and council, I am uncertain on the number. I apologize for not
I
having that.
just want to make sure they were less
but
than a golf cart per receptacle.
They certainly are, but they are costly. But we have a count on our design, and I just don't have that number in front of me today.
Thank you. So the motion for this would be to approve the park impact fees at $2,790,000 if the council so.
So moved. Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion?
Mayor, we don't know what that 100,000 is for, though.
He said that it
Right,
was
park
for the
management.
project management for the
Oh.
$2,500,000 ballparks. Any further discussion, questions? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So just a quick comment, when we're approving, this is great that we're approving and that we have the construction going on from impact fees for the ball fields, but I'm just thinking about, we're gonna have restrooms, we're gonna have ball fields, we need to have maintenance. And so that's something that once this gets done, we've got to be discussing how we're going to provide the maintenance for this construction that's getting done. So
Well, at
that's
least-
just an FYI for next year and the year after.
At least we're not making pickleball courts so Randy and Todd can kill themselves.
Earl's gonna retire, he can.
Awesome. Okay, so then going to police impact fees.
Yes, so we have one new patrol vehicle in the amount of $75,000.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner. Pingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Moving on to street impact fees. Our first project is the streets building that Crystal mentioned earlier. This is the impact fee portion in the amount of $1,646,640. Next, we have our north side and U-Stick right-of-way in the amount of $250,000. Then we have Franklin Road widening Star to State Highway 16 construction in the amount of $650,000. We have Franklin and McDermott intersection design in the amount of $51,000. And we have the Locust Lane intersection right-of-way for $100,000. Then we have 39th and Garrity intersection right-of-way, which is one parcel, in the amount of $450,000. Then we have the Can-Ada and U-Stick design in the amount of $100,000. North Side and Cherry intersection construction in the amount of $1,775,000. And we have North Side, which is Karcher to Birch design in the amount of $500,000. And Franklin and Karcher intersection construction in the amount of $3,771,546. And lastly, we have U-Stick and Franklin in the amount of $200,000. So we have a total of $9,494,186 for street impact fees.
So moved. Second.
Mayor, the Franklin and Karcher is a roundabout, right? Crystal, thank you.
So I have a quick
Rub it
question. Is that construction actually going to get done next year? The construction is going to get done?
Good question.
Madam Mayor, yes, construction will start likely at the beginning of the year, so it should be complete by the end of next year.
By the end of that fiscal, wow. That's great. Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor, because we up on streets in federal for the Can-Ada and U-Stick design, it was 100,000, and now it's Can-Ada and U-Stick design 100,000. Is this a match?
It is the same project. There was the impact fee portion and the city portion as well.
Thank you. Good question, though. Any further questions? Okay. Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Next up, we have our irrigation impact fees. It's the development irrigation station reimbursement in the amount of $250,000.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the irrigation impact fee for the development irrigation station reimbursement Is there any discussion or questions? Roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Chingula,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Lastly, in impact fees, we have our wastewater, and this is for the development trunk line extension, which is also known as the PERDM, in the amount of $250,000.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded for discussion. So this is design. It says development trunk line extension PERDM. Is this just a piece of design for the PERDM?
Jeff, can you?
For $250,000, I'm assuming this isn't even enough to design it. So what exactly is that? Development trunk line extension
Infrastructure.
for $250,000?
Can I share my screen, Mayor? Give me.
Sure.
Would you like, so let me share my screen quick. Okay, the PERDM trunk line is shown in the exhibit, and the wastewater fund is funding 2.6 million of that, and impact fees are 250,000. And yes, that, most of that is going to design. And we're in a process right now where we're planning out that project for the next 3 to 5 years.
So we haven't gotten to wastewater yet. That's why that question was there. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Okay.
Easy answer.
Thank you.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any other question besides mine? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So I have a quick question for council. I know do you want Chris to go line by line and explain these for GenGov, for facilities, or do you want to look at them and ask any questions that you might have? Do you want him to go line by line?
No, I'm good looking at it.
Okay, because they were all in our packet, and it was just formatted differently. So Chris, I'll let you go to the top line, ask if there are any questions, and then we'll move forward from there.
Okay.
Top line meaning facilities at $305,000, the total GenGov will still approve it by department, but you don't need to read every single line.
Okay. If I could get my computer to respond, that would be fantastic. So give me just 1 second.
Madam Mayor, I just might add real quick, we've already voted on the airport terminal roof and the senior center HVAC.
Okay, so we'll be kind of approving it twice.
And I think we did the NDSC too.
We did the NDSC.
Yes, we did.
Did we do the library security cameras? We did.
Yep.
Have we covered all of these already?
Yeah.
No,
No?
we have not done the city hall conference room
Oh, no,
or the garage electrical.
they're not a part of it.
Oh, they're not part of that.
Just this over here?
No.
Well, let's go ahead and just reapprove them. While you're looking, I would just stand for a motion to approve the facilities in the amount of $305,186, recognizing it's redundant that most of it has already been approved.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Chingula.
Where I didn't approve security cameras, do I need to say no because we're now lumping this all together?
Were you in favor of security cameras? Just, you were getting pizza. You
I
still
voted
aren't.
no.
Okay,
So I guess no?
Haverfield.
Yes.
duly noted. Why?
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
4 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Okay,
Next up, we have code in the amount of $47,500.
So moved.
Second.
it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So IT was already voted on in its totality.
Correct.
So we can skip that one. So, and we didn't miss anything. Okay, so parks,
I'll make a motion to approve $614,500.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion or questions regarding this section? If not, roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Next up, we have recreation in the amount of 62,000.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there any questions regarding recreation before we approve it? Hearing none, roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Pingula. Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Our last one in general gov capital, we have police in the amount of $1,091,245,000.
Did we, cemetery?
Cemetery doesn't have an amount.
There were no,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything.
All right.
And I'll make a motion to approve the police of $1,091,245.
I'd second that. I just want to have a comment real quick, Mayor. The canines coming up on end of service. I'm like, they can't even say they're retired, the poor things. We didn't say Chief Huff was coming up on end of service. Anyway, that's a yes on second.
I'm just curious from an educational standpoint, to what determines that they're coming to the end of service on a canine?
Their hair turns gray, Doral.
Panning too much, or what?
Start walking like Brad.
It's when their gun belt hurts their back. Mayor, council, it's partially aged out, but every animal, like every human, age differently. Some go a little earlier and some go a little longer.
So somebody like a veterinarian determines,
Yeah, and it's a combination of that, recommendations from vet and also their performance in the field. They start to lose interest in some ways, and sometimes they just can't even jump in and out of the car. So
It's also physical.
yeah, it depends on the role, but yeah, that's.
so what's the, I mean, I realize it's different, but what would be an average length of time of service?
Kind of the 8-year mark is when we start looking at retiring our canines.
And you're retiring 3, how many are now currently on duty?
I believe it's 10? Yeah, 10 right now, and I think we go to 11 with this one.
Very good.
We do.
What do you do
That's
with
coming
them
in the 26
after?
request.
Darrell, it's a lot like how we evaluate you.
So Brad, hey Brad, what do you do with them after they retire?
Assisted living.
If they go to the senior center with Darrell. It really depends. Some of the handlers become very attached and they'll take them. Occasionally we rehome them, but we're pretty cautious about it. Depends on the dog. If it's a single purpose like a drug dog, they can go just about anywhere. Our dual purpose dogs that bite for a living, we're a little more discerning about who gets those.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Interesting, thank you.
Okay, so there was a motion and a second to approve the police capital investment from GenGov in the amount of $1,091,245. And roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Did we already do the fuel management kiosk?
yes,
I was
we've
thinking we
approved
did.
actually the next 3. So fleet, airport,
Airport.
and building safety have all already been
Building
Approved.
safety at 166,998. Okay, thank you. So we
So-
are, go
Now,
ahead.
we're now up to our water fund. We have a total of $7,493,142, all coming from dedicated revenue.
So moved.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded.
So there's no
So-
stormwater, I'm just going down here, there's no stormwater indicators here.
Correct, stormwater's in the streets fund.
Yeah, I thought we decided the stormwater, okay. Yeah, that's right. So, but did we already okay stormwater for the
Correct.
streets fund?
Correct.
Thank you.
So I just want to call out that we are approving $5 million for the water building. And I don't know if we've presented that building to council yet. Is that correct? I don't believe we have presented the building to council. So Jeff, I think it would be nice for you to come forward and actually show us what we're approving. Thank you. And the water building, and I see this parentheses design. So 5 million is not just design, is it?
Mayor, correct. It is design and construction.
It is,
Yes,
it's design
it is
and construction.
Design and construction, yes.
Yeah, thank you. So I'd like to clarify, yeah, just so we all understand that.
So, Mayor, City Council, we in 2019, we did a master plan. At that point, the building that they utilize at our water, for waterworks and our pressure irrigation divisions, the building's 40 years old. They're limited with their facilities, both for staffing. They meet in a tiny room and sit on two sides of the tables. It's not good right now. The bathroom facilities are extremely undersized for the 30 people they have working there and temps above that and beyond that. So we did that conceptual plan as part of this master planning process. We went back and looked at options moving forward, other pieces of property, remodeling the existing building, and we came up with a proposal here which utilizes the existing building, the first floor, and then builds a new building, and that's the square on the top right. The bottom left diagram is the existing facility. The estimate came in at 4.6 million. 3 million of that is some additional site costs, and funding is out of the water fund. And how we paid for this is that the automatic meter reads have been 2 million a year since 2016. So that 2 million a year we are putting towards this building to pay for it, and we can pay the 5 million this year, or we can go 2.5 million this year and 2.5 million next year. But we have the dollars available from the water crew and team doing a great job of installing thousands of automatic meter reads, and they're on the last phase of that right now. So stand for any questions at this point.
Will there be an increase in water rates to help fund this?
This is within our budget. There is no rate increase as part of this required. We didn't have a rate increase last year, and of course next year we haven't proposed a rate increase.
The option here, Mayor, is what we talked about earlier. Do we budget this, as Jeff said, 2.5 million this year and 2.5 million next year? That's probably the likely spend rate. So if we put 5 million in this year, and Jeff and I have talked about this a little bit, if we put 5 million in this year, we're probably over budgeting a little bit.
Well, I would agree because we haven't, this is a preliminary design. We haven't gone through the design phase, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, you know, Doug, one of our goals has been on both of these areas is that we're not fully budgeting construction projects unless we know we're going to spend the money.
Right.
And so we would have 5 million there, 5 million here, and we would not be spending it, and then we're probably rolling over a good 7 million.
Yeah.
And we've already artificially inflated our budget, and I really don't want to do that. So I guess the question is, and I understand asking for it because you want to be confirmed that you get to do it. And I totally get that. But I don't want to budget for money we're not spending and artificially inflate our budget.
I believe unless Jeff indicates otherwise that we should spend it budget it at $2.5 million, because that's we're likely to spend no more than $2.5 million in next year, or am I wrong?
That's correct. So I think 2.5 million, talking to facilities, that sounds like a good.
So in other words, we
split.
begin it in '24 and finish it in '25.
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that because I just hate to be over budgeting and rolling over.
Mayor, I need clarification. What do you mean, 2.5, so you're going to build part of it, or?
Well, it's unlikely the project could be started and finished all in 1 year.
So what you're saying is it could be started this
Next
coming
year.
fiscal year, but not-
Finished in the 2000, so we'd have to come back next year in '25 and budget the remaining $2.5 million.
Right.
Mayor.
Unless you choose to go ahead and budget 5 right now, which you can do. It just, again, we'll have to roll the
No,
funds over.
I understand
yeah.
your, I appreciate, Mayor, your philosophy on that. I just curious. So we think for sure it will get it started, though, is what you're confident of that?
Oh, yeah, we will.
And you're going to hold into that 4.9?
Well, I think once, correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff, once the design is complete, before you approve the complete project, you'll bring it back before council, correct? Or are you moving? planning
We
on
will
moving-
come back to council for authorization of the design contract.
Okay.
Next step.
Well, consent to bid.
After that, but
Right.
for before we select, when we select the design consultant, we'll need to come back to council. And facilities will be
The typical
spearheading that.
project process, right?
Yes.
You're going to go consent agenda, consent to bid, then you're going to go out to bid, and you're going to approve the bid, and et cetera, yeah. Councilman Haverfield?
So what we'd be looking at is the 7.5 roughly minus the 2,500,000.
Correct.
So the number would actually be 4,993,142.
I believe that's correct.
I'll make that motion, Mayor.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Do you want to repeat the dollar amount again, just to make sure we got it?
4,993,142.
Madam Mayor, we
Yes.
already had a motion and a
Oh,
second
that's
on the
true,
table.
that's true. So we need to rescind our initial motion.
Who was it?
Who made the initial motion?
It was Reynolds and Haverfield.
Oh, that Reynolds. I'll take mine back, too.
Thank you. Okay, so we've rescinded the initial motions, and thank you, Shar.
Yes.
And now we have a motion on the table for
142.
4,993,142, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And that was Reynolds, Haverfield and Reynolds. Thank you.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded to approve the Water Capital Fund being funded out of their enterprise fund, correct? If this is
Correct.
funded out of water fund?
Yes, correct.
Yes, in the amount we just noted. Is there any discussion or further discussion on this? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, so irrigation. Let's just look real quickly. We've got, this is where the culvert replacements are in irrigation that we discussed earlier, right? So with that, council,
I make a motion to approve the 4,110,920.
Second.
it's been moved and seconded to approve the dollar amount as noted for the irrigation capital improvements funded out of the water fund.
Mayor, question.
Yes.
What is the irrigation project contingency? What is that for?
Mayor, Councilman, that is a project we set aside for contingency amounts in our capital program.
So it's not designated towards any one project at this point?
No, it isn't.
So it just goes into your fund in the case there's a need?
The project contingency is $250,000. So we typically do that when we do our capital. We'll say if there's overruns in one, this covers that. That's the,
Well, we haven't seen contingencies put into other department requests, so that's why this one kind of jumped out at me.
Councilman, that's the way we've been kind of laying it out. We could also put that into each individual project. We could
So
add-
does this cover water and?
This just covers irrigation capital projects.
Okay.
I believe we have had a couple contingencies, haven't we, that were included actually in some of the other budgets? But it does come back
this-
before council for approval if we are outside of the budget, correct? In a contingency situation, you would be coming back to council to increase the budget beyond the approved budget for a specific project, is that correct?
Hey, Mayor, I'm not, I know, I know you're going to go ahead and explain to us, but I'm not understanding, if the contingency's already in the budget, why would they be over budget?
What,
It's not. This is one contingency, but I'll let you answer it.
I'm Heather Tafoya, Business Manager. So we put contingency in all of the public works projects so that if there is unforeseen things that happen during a project, we won't go over.
But are you,
The question is, I think that Darrell's asking, is that don't the individual budgets already have a contingency in them? Do they?
Yeah, typically when we do our engineering estimates, it's anywhere from 20 to 30% in there. This is in addition to that for unforeseen. Like in the last few years, it went up 20%, our construction costs.
So Mayor, but if you go over, I'm not seeing where, if you have this in your budget, why you would need to come, why you would be coming back to us to ask for further money or explain the overrun.
If we utilize that funding source, we would have to come back if it's a change order over 50,000. So I think out of transparency, if we're using that money, I believe we would come back to the council.
Okay, so if individual projects were less than 50,000, say 6 projects, then you would not need to come back or do?
I think that's a discussion. I think our policy is if it's less than 50,000 and it's a change order, we don't have to come back to council. We should probably discuss that. I can take that up with the mayor in more detail.
I understand the overrun. It's just as far as the communication and
but let me ask you a question, Mike. All of these projects, if this $250,000 is intended to be a catch-all for all of the projects listed above.
Right.
Each of these projects are greater than $50,000 and therefore would have to come before council for their individual approval. At that time, there should be a clarity on the cost of each project because you're not bringing it to council to pay for it until they're ready to go, right?
Correct. There could be a situation though where it's within the project and it's a change order and the project's already on the council and then we could potentially utilizing that money later on. At that point, we can talk about what we want to
So
do.
if after the council approved it individually, there's an additional change order, then we'd have to come back to council.
If we're awarding a bid, of course, the bid always comes to council,
Yeah.
correct? And if we're outside the scope of that contractual agreement, the difference would be if we're doing our own construction, using our own people, and that we're finding that it's, right, you've got the, let's say, water, $2,248,000. If we were doing our own construction, that wouldn't have to come back to council because it wouldn't be a bid, right? It wouldn't be something contracted out because we're doing the construction and we need to work within that budget that would have been budgeted. But if it's a contract, they're approving the contract.
Mayor, it's not designated as a project right now, so if we came to city council with, let's say a project was 75,000 over our estimated engineering estimate in the bid, then we would say, we want to use 75,000 of that, taking that out of our contingency fund. We wouldn't,
For council
or
approval,
if
you
we
would ask.
started a whole new project, we'd have to bring that to council and let you know we wanted to use that contingency money.
Mayor,
Yes?
I apologize, I didn't notice when we went through the water fund that you did have a water project contingency there of almost $300,000. What happens to these additional dollars that are put aside? They roll over each, I mean, if you don't use them,
They just go back to fund balance.
they stay in the fund balance. Okay, so this allows you to be able to work on, or allow smaller projects or smaller contingencies to come forward, so you don't have to come back before us. That's really what you're stating.
Councilman,
That's less
yes,
than
but in the
50,000.
case of anything over $50,000, we're coming back to you if it's a change order on a project.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there any further questions?
Madam Mayor,
Yes?
I just want to tell Jeff, thanks for putting those in there. I think those contingencies are important. A lot of times projects don't have them and then they have a bigger issue. So it's nice to have that rather than a surprise.
So, Mayor, so the contingency that's built for irrigation can't go into wet water if you need it, and it can't go into waste water if you need it.
No.
You can only use what you've put aside in contingencies in those budgets,
Yes.
unless you come back to us for a budget amendment. Okay.
Well, we couldn't even do it a budget amendment on, we can't transfer money between enterprise funds. They're dedicated fee-related funds. So we couldn't transfer funds from water to wastewater.
Well,
because they're two separate.
but clarity on this one, water and wastewater
Water
are
and
separate.
irrigation.
But water and irrigation are the same
You
fund.
could, but water and wastewater you
You
couldn't.
cannot.
So, because they're separate enterprise funds. So you could with irrigation, and water, but not wastewater and water.
Thank you.
So the Republic trash is those separate even though the building's together? Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
something
Yeah.
happened, okay.
yes. Okay, so I believe we have a motion and a second. We were in the discussion phase, and the motion was to approve the irrigation capital out of the irrigation fund in the amount of $4,110,920. If there's no further discussion, roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay,
Next, we have wastewater fund. We have $20,569,497 coming from dedicated revenue and $41,500,000 coming from grants and loans for a total of $62,069,497.
So moved.
okay, so what am I missing? I'm sorry.
I'm not seeing the 62.
I'm not,
It's over on the right.
Slide to the right.
Now we're all the way to the right?
okay,
Sorry,
what
Lonnie.
about
Lost your
the?
screen sharing.
I'm sorry, so we have a motion on the table. Could you withdraw that motion real quickly?
Sure, I'll withdraw it.
Okay, thank you. So typically, we have 20 million under wastewater, out of the wastewater fund. At least, unless I'm missing something, it's 20
They have
million.
green over here, and then they have the total over here, I guess.
So typically, we've been going through the green, and so you've got out of wastewater, you've got $20,569,497.
Correct.
Okay, and then the other line is what? The 41 and 1, the 41.5 is what?
That is the.
SRF loan?
Yeah, the SRF loan.
SRF loan, okay. So I'm a little bit confused because we talked about 62, but what happened to the approval of 20 million? Did I miss something?
Well, the 20 million is, or the 62 is the 20 million plus the 41 million to get to that total of 62.
62 million, thank you. Good grief. Okay, it's the end of the day, thank you. That was so simple, yet not. Okay, so the motion was,
We have a motion.
well, we did, that we had withdrawal.
You do?
So is that motion still there?
Yes.
Okay, so you moved that we approve $62,069,497, excuse me, I said it wrong, but that, okay. Let me say it right, just for the record, $62,069,497 has been moved by Councilman Reynolds. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilman Haverfield.
Question.
Yes, discussion.
So the aerial replacements, I think there's one over Indian Creek, is that correct? Are there others?
Madam Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, you're referring to the aerial sewer line replacements. So we have an asset management program where we looked at all the crossings in the city.
How many are there?
The list is not, I would say, there's not a lot, I would say less than 30.
How many of them are force mains?
I don't know that, some. We've been tackling 1 to 2 a year to get ahead of it. We don't want any kind of leakage into the,
I know there was one at one time over Indian Creek, so, and that's a force main.
yeah, several years ago. I believe that's when we started that asset management program. We've just been chipping away since then.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me. We do have the motion on the table in the second. Is there any further discussion, questions? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yeah.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right, we have already approved the fleet building, so we're going to move on to our last item, which is the engineering, and that is in the amount of $25,000 coming from dedicated revenue.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there any questions? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
And I believe at this time Doug would like to have a conversation with Mayor and the council about remaining funds, capital funds.
Okay, I would like to, before we go there, have a quick question. So we just went through this very last page. We have gone through and we've approved everything by fund. Just wanting to clarify, because our vote was a little different than we had here, I just want to clarify, and Chris, you can help us.
Okay.
So, Cheryl, why don't you go through and just, with Chris real quickly, make sure that we've covered everything that you needed, or reflected that we needed covered.
So, Madam Mayor, Chris, I'm just showing that for the grants, that, and maybe we did do this, but I'm still showing we have to do a vote for Family Justice Center, Police, Teen Council, and all other.
So that is for the grant section, not the capital.
So we have that yet to do.
Correct. We have grant operation to go over at the very end.
That'll be relatively straightforward, but it does come next, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that's why. Okay, so it's that. Thank you. Just needed to double check since our order was a hair different. Okay.
Perfectly fine. So,
Thank you, Doug.
Chris, before I proceed, how much was the exact residual left after accounting for the electrical or the security upgrade? Well, Chris looks that up. We did not budget all of the available funds for capital. It was about 850 million, Chris will get the exact number, that of current year revenues we have and funding sources we have that we have not budgeted for at this moment. The intent was to pass around and solicit from the councilors at this time opinion on the priority 2 capital requests and have you choose which ones you might want to apply against that remaining $800,000. However, as we look at this and consider the possible impact of investments needed for the Hispanic Center, we thought it best to propose that we take this $800,000, put it in a lump sum budget, to say we budget for this to be used for capital projects to be approved and determined by council as the course of time required. But have it budgeted, but not identify the specific projects, but be able to come back to it and have the council then choose as needed, rather than trying to go through all of them now. And I'm just looking for that value.
So we have $1,005,482,000 remaining, but out of that, we have accounted, or we're accounting for 140,000 of capital projects that will be pushed back into FY '24. So we have a total remaining of 865,482.
86542.
So that's a little bit more than what I thought.
Right.
However,
yeah.
do you mind, I'd like to speak to real quickly the 140,000 piece.
Yes.
So we had $140,000 budgeted for electrical upgrades. That particular project we're not able to get it done in this fiscal year. What I would like to ask, and I just want to make sure it's clear with City Council, I have asked if we could reallocate those funds to safety projects in City Council. So this is creating a more safe environment with ballistic coverings in certain areas for the front, and changes to the front entry of City Council and this council bench. And so the total, I believe it's around 100, right at about 140,000. So the request is that this year, the 140,000 that's budgeted, that needs to be pushed over, that we go ahead and use that for the safety measures that I think are extremely important for City Hall. And then we set aside 140,000 for the electrical upgrades that were approved for this year. Does that need a vote? I think I would like a vote on that, just for the approval to reallocate this year's funds and to dedicate 140,000 next year, if that would meet the will of the council.
It's a great idea, Mayor. I'll approve that.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
I'm sorry. Brunner,
Yes.
Chingula,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Include body armor?
I wish, yeah.
Do you need it? No.
No.
I was going to say,
Maybe we need a taser for.
once I leave, you guys are pretty safe.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
I'd like to say one other thing, and Doug, I know was going here, but I'd like to speak to it. So as you all know, we made the decision to move forward with the Hispanic Cultural Center. And I think we're going to find that there may be some capital improvements and costs that could be incurred with that building. We also have other, I know police, there are other number 2 priorities that did not come forward. So it's my request that we pause on this $865,000 and we come back, we give serious consideration to what our highest needs are and come before City Council. So what we're authorizing is that this $865 is budgeted. So our budget contains that, but we'll come back before City Council with the needs as they arise and as they're prioritized. So thank you. Do we need it? I'd like to have a motion on that.
I think we need a motion on that.
Second.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded that we set aside $865,482 for capital expenditures for FY24 yet to be dedicated in a specific project. Okay, any discussion? Roll call.
Yes.
Rodriguez. Brunner.
Yes.
Everfield.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay.
So, Mayor, we then have 2 issues left. We have the grants capital, and then the return back, that discussion on the property tax and the, so why don't we proceed with the grants operational cost and then come back? So I'll turn that back to Chris and let him go over the grants operational costs.
Now, what document are we going to look off of? Is this in our book?
Yeah, we're going back.
Okay, back to the
We're
book.
going back to the budget book. We're going to be start on page 471.
Thank you.
So our first one is ARPA. It's a nominal cost of $296,359,000. Majority of it is salaries for FJC that the city has been supporting, and then what we have labeled as sub-grant recipients, which is the UB Shares and Cares program.
Thank you. So the motion would be to approve the ARPA operating budget in the amount of $296,359.
Correct.
Okay.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Roll call.
Brunner.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Everfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right, next we have our CDBG grant, and we have a operating budget of $968,256. And I believe Matt Jameson is here to be able to answer any questions regarding this.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the CDBG grant fund in the amount of $968,256. Is there discussion or questions?
Mayor, we're going to also include this when we discuss the travel, lodging, conferences, correct? Okay.
Thank you. Got that? Yep. Okay. There's no further discussion, questions, roll call.
Brunner.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Everfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right, next we have our FJC grants. This includes all federal, state, and private grants or donations. And the operating budget is on the bottom of page 477 in the amount of $1,410,393.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Brunner.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Everfield.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Next up, we have our police grants, or technically grants, yes. So we have our 2 COPS grants in a total operating budget of $417,511.
So moved.
Second.
Clarification, help me with this, because earlier discussion about 3 hours ago, we talked about two additional police officers, so this is not speaking
This
to
is not
that.
that. This is just the grant that
So
we're
are
currently
we,
under.
Are we going to be covering that before you leave?
Yes, next.
All right, thanks.
That's next. So the motion would be to approve the police grant fund, what is already functioning today for this next year in the amount of $417,511. Did we have a motion? We did, I'm sorry.
In a second.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Jingula,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
On page 485, we do have our grants streets program, but there is no operating budget, so I do not believe a motion is necessary.
It's true because it's capital.
Correct. On page 487, we have our parks grant funds, and this is private donations, so that it is under operating expenses in the amount of $25,000.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
We may move to page 491, which is our mayor's team council, and we have an operating budget of $10,800.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Jingula. Haverfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
And last but not least, we have our all others category. It's our 280 funds that don't necessarily fit in anywhere else. And we have operating budget of $187,405.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Chris, you said 187. I'm looking at 187.
Sorry, 197,410,000, my apologies.
I'm sorry, could I get the motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or questions? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
And that is it for capital and grants.
Good job, Chris. First time. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, we were
I never
good.
said that.
No, yeah, we were duet on that one.
Yes.
We need the front, very front page.
That's perfect. Okay, Doug.
Okay, so we'll come back now to the discussion we started earlier in general gov about the impact of leveraging up to the $193,000 of available 0.5% of the levy. So I estimated when we talked that it would be about $4 in total. It turns out I was extremely close in my estimate. With conversation with Rick, we determined that the cost of leveraging $100,000 cost of leveraging $100,000 of the lift per a $400,000 home would be about $2.03. So if we take the $193,000 and at an average of $2.03 per $100,000, we're at about $380 per house per year for an average house of $400,000 of taxable value. That would be the impact if the council chose to leverage the remaining $193,000 for the purpose of adding police staff. My last analysis that Ed did a couple years ago of adding a new police staff, all kitted out and equipped, was about $125,000. So we would be able to cover about 90% of that with the $193,000, should that be the will of the council.
So I'd like to, just real quickly, the dollar amount that's only associated with the first-time startup is about how much? If somebody could come up and mention that. Because really what I would be looking at would be, if we did the extra from 2.5% up to 3%, 192,000. When we're authorizing an individual position, it's the reoccurring position costs.
Correct.
The reoccurring position cost is actually less than that.
Right.
And if we needed to fund out of capital the initial startup, we could easily do that.
Yes.
Or maybe you could absorb it in this budget, but the reoccurring cost is less than the 192.
It is less than that, yes.
And so
So it depends on the level who you're hiring at. Are we talking about filling a lieutenant and a staff, or two?
I think we discussed hiring the patrol level. Is
Yeah,
that
so,
correct?
Mayor and Council, to answer your first question, it's about $15,000 in startup cost per officer. That includes all the firearms, all the equipment, everything. We have capacity to absorb all of that in this budget year. Now, the only difficulty is if we don't hire them prior to September 30, I don't know what size their shirt is. So there's a few things that we might have to push into the '24 budget. We haven't really talked about, if the council was to approve 2 patrol positions, then there is a potential that late in the year, Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, we could make that promotion to the lieutenant's position when they're trained up, but we really haven't had a chance to talk about that.
Probably late spring of next year.
And the salary and benefits costs, the ongoing recurring portion for those 2 staff?
We usually budget it right around 105 to 110,000, not knowing if you hire a brand-new person, it's less than 100,000. If you hire someone with 5-10 years experience, it would be a little bit more. So since we don't know for sure who we're going to get, it's about that 100K per officer in the reoccurring costs.
Mayor, I know I'm the outgoing person. This will be the first time in 8 years that approved the 3%, but because of the items already discussed that are happening in our Canyon County and the growth, yeah, I think that safety is so important. I would not vote in favor though this fiscal year, even though I'm leaving part of the way through for the lieutenant position until the following fiscal year, but I would be voting in favor of at 0.5% if we can get 2 new patrol
Two new
officers.
patrol officers.
Madam Mayor?
Okay, yes.
Could I have Captain Daniels tell us a little bit about also the impact fee that we're going to be crippled with if we don't recruit new officers? We're going to be limited at some point for our second precinct. Is that correct? Can you speak to that?
Yeah, and I apologize, I don't have the exact figures in front of me, but at the time that we did the capital improvement plan for that second precinct, it was about 26 officers that we would need to hire for growth. In chatting with Chief and Deputy Chief a little while ago, we think we're somewhere in the 9 to 13 range of what we've hired so far in advance of that, but it depends on where the year was, and none of us could really remember. We'd have to go back and check the documentation. Aside from that, we need cops. We need cops. This city's been growing by 4,000 people a year, and we need cops. As much as I respect the council's desire to be fiscally conservative, I've been quiet about this publicly for over a decade in this position, but I will tell you, we can't continue to not fund this city at the level we need to. The 3% doesn't hurt me. Doug referred to the $181 earlier for that $8 million. I don't want to see that put on to an elderly, homeowner either. But $181 doesn't hurt me. I'll tell you right now, that's 1 week's worth of groceries at Walmart for a family of 2. That 3%'s not my problem. My problem's at the pump. My problem's at the grocery store. That's what hurts my family. What also hurts my family is the violent crime, seeing things change in this city in a way that we don't want to see things change. We need cops. We need the staff to support those cops. And I'm telling you, the legislature has limited our ability to generate revenue with some of their decisions over the last few years. This is one area where you guys are in control. This is the area you have a say. As a taxpayer, I made my say years and years ago when I said you can have 3% every year. And while I respect your desire to try and keep that burden off of me, I'll take the burden. I need cops. We need cops.
And I will say that, so House Bill 389, right now we have about $2,400,000 that would have been in our budget, no increase in taxes, that would have been funding our police. And instead, we don't have it in our budget. And that was not a property tax increase. That was strictly just new construction coming in, right? So that's where we're way behind. And so in actuality, even if we take the 3%, because the levy's been drawn down so low, it's really zero. Because in the last years where we lost more than we would have taken, right? Because of what we weren't allowed to take. So it's really kind of mixed up, and it's put us in a very difficult position. Nampa more than Meridian and Boise, because Meridian and Boise had been taking their full 3%, and they had the growth ahead of us right when our growth hit, and we hadn't been taking 3% was right when we lost it. And so we definitely are in an upside-down place, and I appreciate your comments, and I fully support it.
Mayor, quick question. Do two added police make any difference on reducing overtime? Or not realistically? I mean, I wouldn't think so. I'm just looking for a little leverage.
No, and Councilman, Mayor, Council, overtime is just kind of a fixed cost. The more cops you have, the more court they have to go to. There's just certain things where overtime's a part of the business. I've never really looked at overtime as some separate issue. It's a part of what it takes to run the organization, and it's just kind of a known cost, and it's the price of doing business. And if I can make one more comment, Mayor, it's not lost on me some of the comments that Councilman Rodriguez said in talking about code enforcement and about our inspectors. We're hurting all over this city for staff. It's not just police. It's easy for me to be selfish and just say we need cops, because we do. But we need inspectors, and we need people at the rec center, and we need people all over the city in all these areas. And I'll tell you, we feel bad about it. Not terrible. We feel bad about it because we absorb so much of the money in this city because safety is that important. But it's not lost on us that they suffer for it too. So that's all. I'll shut up and sit down.
Well, our citizens have clearly said safety is number one priority. And at the cost of maybe $4 a year, I would guess that about every citizen would say, I'll pay $4 a year if I have 2 more cops. And you know what? The sad thing is that it's barely making a dent. But my biggest pain point is that when we send one officer out on a call, and there should be 2, you're putting somebody's life on the line. And that's not right for us to do. But unfortunately, we don't have an option. So I feel like it's a huge safety issue, and we owe it to our police officers to protect them to where we can get the numbers up to where we're not sending one person out someplace that they shouldn't be.
Madam Mayor.
There should be 2.
Just make a quick comment too. For those of you council members, maybe you all have been out on road with the PD, but I would highly encourage you to go ride, especially a night shift, maybe Friday or Saturday night, with one of the officers and see what they go through. This city is completely different at night than it is during the day. It's still a nice city, but we have issues that most people are unaware of, and we hope it stays that way, but it's our PD that keeps it that way. And I would encourage you to go out and ride. It's very eye-opening.
That's good. So with that, actually the motion, I believe, is the dollar amount, $192,000, is that correct?
No, it is.
What is the actual dollar amount?
$192,303.
So move.
Second.
It's been moved and
With
seconded.
the understanding that it would be 2 patrol officers.
2 patrol officers. Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we take the additional $193,300 and whatever, $303, is that right? $193,303, and dedicate it to 2 additional officers, patrol officers. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So a couple more things real quickly. First of all, I have to say thank you. It makes me want to cry. It's the first time. It's the first time since I've been here that we've taken 3% for the right reason. We have been so budget oriented. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And you know what? If there's any guff from the public, I will fight you on it, because I tell you what, there is this situation that we've put our police in is not okay. And it's time that we stand up. Thank you for your passionate communication, Brad. The other thing I want to say as we conclude, thank you to you guys. You've done it. Thank you. Whoa. This has been, we have a good team. And I want to say thank you to the council, because you're passionate about our community, you care, you're trying to make right decisions. And you know, that's what we care about, is that we're trustworthy, we're good stewards, we're trying to make good decisions. The world we live in is kind of hard because there's a lot of attacks and negativity. But as a city, I'm so proud of our employees. I'm proud of the work that gets done here. I'm proud of our council. And it is such a joy and a privilege to work alongside you as a group, right? And the work that you do, because everybody's got the right heart. We don't always agree, but we've got the heart to do what's right to the best of our ability. And I think as a staff, we do too. People work really hard for the right reasons, and I just want to say thank you. It's an honor to serve and work along.
And Mayor, all the staff, these folks at this front row here,
Fantastic.
way to go.
It hasn't been without stress, huh? Yeah.
Mayor and council, I appreciate it when the council challenges each and every budget we bring forward and does not give us an automatic pass on things. And when you do approve things and when you do approve them, I feel that sense of trust that we have brought something forward that is clear, transparent, and accurate, and we will do our very best to uphold that, continuing that trust and that dedication to giving you the right information you need to make the best decisions.
Yeah.
And Madam
you.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'll just say it's kind of like being married. May not always like you, but I still love you.
You still do what you're told.
Well said. Yeah, well said. With that, I want to defer to our clerk. Is there any other action item that we need to be taking today?
Madam Mayor, not that I am aware of.
Okay, Finance, did we cover everything? We didn't forget anything?
With the one assumption that the slight amount of additional cost to hiring the police, I will absorb in the existing budget structure and not drive an increase for the additional capital costs or whatever. We'll just absorb that.
Okay. All righty. I guess we're done, then I would stand for a motion to adjourn. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Thank you.
Still have 7.5 minutes.
Oh, yeah, till 12 hours.
That's good.
Is it too late to talk about the open deputy chief?
Yeah, we're done.
I told the chief, I said, hey, if I get up to the microphone.